transcribers note, the spelling inconsistencies of the original have been retained in this etext. Uncle Silas, A Tale of Bartram-Haugh by J.S. Le Fanu, 1899. To the right Hun, the Countess of Gifford, as a token of respect, sympathy, and admiration, this tale is inscribed by the author, a preliminary word. The writer of this tale ventures, in his own person, to address a very few words, chiefly of explanation, to his readers. A leading situation in this story of Bartram-Haugh is repeated, with a slight variation, from a short magazine tale of some 15 pages written by him, and published long ago in a periodical under the title of a passage in the secret history of an Irish countess, and afterwards, still anonymously, in a small volume under an altered title. It is very unlikely that any of his readers should have encountered, and still more so that they should remember, this trifle. The bare possibility, however, he has ventured to anticipate by this brief explanation, lest he should be charged with plagiarism, always a disrespect to a reader. May he be permitted a few words also of remonstrance against the promiscuous application of the term sensation to that large school of fiction which transgresses no one of those canons of construction and morality which, in producing the unapproachable Waverley novels, their great author imposed upon himself. No one, it is assumed, would describe Sir Walter Scott's romances as sensation novels. Yet, in that marvelous series, there is not a single tale in which death, crime, and in some form mystery have not a place, passing by those grand romances of Ivanhoe, Old Mortality, and Kenilworth, with their terrible intricacies of crime and bloodshed, constructed with so fine a mastery of the art of exciting suspense and horror. Let the reader pick out those two exceptional novels in the series which profess to paint contemporary manners and the scenes of common life, and remembering in the antiquary the vision in the tapestried chamber, the duel, the horrible secret, and the death of old Elspeth, the drowned fisherman, and above all the tremendous situation of the tide-bound party under the cliffs, and in St. Ronan's Well, the long-drawn mystery, the suspicion of insanity, and the catastrophe of suicide, determine whether an epithet which it would be a profanation to apply to the structure of any, even the most exciting of Sir Walter Scott's stories is fairly applicable to tales which, though illimitably inferior in execution, yet observe the same limitations of incident and the same moral aims. The author trusts that the press, to whose masterly criticism and generous encouragement he and other humble laborers in the art owe so much, will insist upon the limitation of that degrading term to the peculiar type of fiction which it was originally intended to indicate, and prevent, as they may, its being made to include the legitimate school of tragic English romance, which has been ennobled and in great measure founded by the genius of Sir Walter Scott. Contents: Chapter Austin Ruthyn of Knowl and his daughter, Uncle Silas, a new face, Madame D. L. Arujayarari, SIGHTS, and noises. A walk in the wood, Church Scarsdale, the smoker, Monica Knowles, Lady Knowles, removes a coverlet. Lady Knollys sees the features. A curious conversation before and after breakfast. Angry words. A warning. Dr. Bryly looks in. An adventure. A midnight visitor. AUREVOIR. Austin Ruthyn sets out on his journey. Arrivals. Somebody in the room with the coffin. I talk with Dr. Bryly. The opening of the will. I hear from Uncle Silas. The story of Uncle Silas. More about Tom Chark's suicide. I am persuaded. How the ambassador fared. On the road. Bartram Hugile. Uncle Silas. The windmill wood. Camil. We visit a room in the second story. An arrival AT. Dead of night. Dr. Bryly. EMRGS. A midnight departure. Cousin MONICA and Uncle SILAS meet, in which I make another cousin's acquaintance. My cousin Dudley, ELVRSTON, and its people. News 80, BARTRAM Gate. A friend arises. A chapter full of lovers. The rivals. Dr. Bryly reappears. Question and answer. An apparition. MILL Weiss farewell. Sarah Matilda comes to light. The picture of a wolf. An odd proposal. In search of Mr. CHARK's skeleton. The foot of Hercules. I conspire. The letter. Lady KNOLLYS carrot. A sudden departure. The journey. Our bedchamber. A well-known face looks in. spiced claret, the hour of death, in the oak parlor, conclusion, Uncle Silas, a tale of Bartram-Haugh, chapter I, Austin Ruthyn, of Knowl and his daughter. It was winter, that is, about the second week in November, and great gusts were rattling at the windows, and wailing and thundering among our tall trees and ivied chimneys, a very dark night, and a very cheerful fire blazing, a pleasant mixture of good round coal and spluttering dry wood, in a genuine old fireplace, in a sombre old room. Black wainscoting glimmered up to the ceiling, in small ebony panels, a cheerful clump of wax candles on the tea-table, many old portraits, some grim and pale, others pretty, and some very graceful and charming, hanging from the walls. Few pictures, except portraits long and short, were there. On the whole, I think you would have taken the room for our parlor. It was not like our modern notion of a drawing room. It was a long room too, and every way capacious, but irregularly shaped. A girl of a little more than 17, looking, I believe, younger still, slight, and rather tall, with a great deal of golden hair, dark gray-eyed, and with a countenance rather sensitive and melancholy, was sitting at the tea-table in a reverie. I was that girl. The only other person in the room, the only person in the house related to me was my father. He was Mr. Ruthyn of Knowl, so called in his county, but he had many other places, was of a very ancient lineage, who had refused a baronetage often, and it was said even a viscounty, being of a proud and defiant spirit, and thinking themselves higher in station and purer of blood than 2/3 of the nobility into whose ranks, it was said, they had been invited to enter. Of all this family lore I knew but little and vaguely. Only what is to be gathered from the fireside talk of old retainers in the nursery. I am sure my father loved me, and I know I loved him. With the sure instinct of childhood, I apprehended his tenderness, although it was never expressed in common ways. But my father was an oddity. He had been early disappointed in Parliament, where it was his ambition to succeed. Though a clever man, he failed there, where very inferior men did extremely well. Then he went abroad and became a connoisseur and a collector, took a part, on his return, in literary and scientific institutions, and also in the foundation and direction of some charities. But he tired of this mimic government and gave himself up to a country life, not that of a sportsman, but rather of a student, staying sometimes at one of his places and sometimes at another, and living a secluded life. Rather late in life he married, and his beautiful young wife died, leaving me their only child to his care. This bereavement, I have been told, changed him, made him more odd and taciturn than ever, and his temper also, except to me, more severe. There was also some disgrace about his younger brother, my Uncle Silas, which he felt bitterly. He was now walking up and down this spacious old room, which, extending round an angle at the far end, was very dark in that quarter. It was his wont to walk up and down thus, without speaking, an exercise which used to remind me of Chateaubriand's father in the great chamber of the Château de Comberg. At the far end, he nearly disappeared in the gloom, and then, returning, emerged for a few minutes, like a portrait with a background of shadow, and then again, in silence, faded nearly out of view. This monotony and silence would have been terrifying to a person less accustomed to it than I as it was. It had its effect. I have known my father a whole day without once speaking to me. Though I loved him very much, I was also much in awe of him. While my father paced the floor, my thoughts were employed about the events of a month before. So few things happened at Knoll out of the accustomed routine that a very trifling occurrence was enough to set people wondering and conjecturing in that serene household. My father lived in remarkable seclusion, except for a ride. He hardly ever left the grounds of Knoll, and I don't think it happened twice in the year that a visitor sojourned among us. There was not even that mild religious bustle which sometimes besets the wealthy and moral recluse. My father had left the Church of England for some odd sect, I forget its name, and ultimately became, I was told, a Swedenborgian. But he did not care to trouble me upon the subject. So the old carriage brought my governess, when I had one, the old housekeeper, Mrs. Rusk, and myself to the parish church every Sunday, and my father, in the view of the honest rector, who shook his head over him, a cloud without water, carried about of winds, and a wandering star to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness, corresponded with the minister of his church, and was provokingly contented with his own fertility and illumination. And Mrs. Rusk, who was a sound and bitter churchwoman, said he fancied he saw visions, and talked with angels like the rest of that rubbish. I don't know that she had any better foundation than analogy and conjecture for charging my father with supernatural pretensions, and in all points, when her orthodoxy was not concerned, she loved her master and was a loyal housekeeper. I found her one morning superintending preparations for the reception of a visitor. In the hunting room it was called, from the pieces of tapestry that covered its walls, representing scenes a la Wouvermans of falconry, and the chase, dogs, hawks, ladies, gallants, and pages. In the midst of whom Mrs. Rusk, in black silk, was rummaging drawers, counting linen, and issuing orders. Who is coming, Mrs. Rusk? Well, she only knew his name. It was a Mr. Brierly. My papa expected him to dinner, and to stay for some days. I guess he's one of those creatures, dear, for I mentioned his name just to Dr. Clay, the rector, and he says there is a Dr. Brierly, a great conjurer among the Swedenborg sect, and that's him, I do suppose. In my hazy notions of these sectaries, there was mingled a suspicion of necromancy and a weird Freemasonry that inspired something of awe and antipathy. Mr. Brierly arrived time enough to dress at his leisure before dinner. He entered the drawing room a tall, lean man, all in ungainly black, with a white choker, with either a black wig or black hair dressed in imitation of one, a pair of spectacles, and a dark, sharp, short visage, rubbing his large hands together, and with a short, brisk nod to me, whom he plainly regarded merely as a child. He sat down before the fire, crossed his legs, and took up a magazine. This treatment was mortifying, and I remember very well the resentment of which he was quite unconscious. His stay was not very long. Not one of us divined the object of his visit, and he did not prepossess us favorably. He seemed restless, as men of busy habits do in country houses, and took walks and a drive, and read in the library, and wrote half a dozen letters. His bedroom and dressing room were at the side of the gallery, directly opposite to my father's, which had a sort of anteroom en suite, in which were some of his theological books. The day after Mr. Brierly's arrival, I was about to see whether my father's water carafe and glass had been duly laid on the table in this anteroom, and in doubt whether he was there, I knocked at the door. I suppose they were too intent on other matters to hear, but receiving no answer, I entered the room. My father was sitting in his chair, with his coat and waistcoat off, Mr. Brierly kneeling on a stool beside him, rather facing him, his black scratch wig leaning close to my father's grizzled hair. There was a large tome of their divinity lore, I suppose, open on the table close by. The lank black figure of Mr. Brierly stood up, and he concealed something quickly in the breast of his coat. My father stood up also, looking paler, I think, than I ever saw him till then, and he pointed grimly to the door and said, "Go." Mr. Brierly pushed me gently back with his hands to my shoulders and smiled down from his dark features with an expression quite unintelligible to me. I had recovered myself in a second and withdrew without a word. The last thing I saw at the door was the tall, slim figure in black and the dark, significant smile following me. And then the door was shut and locked, and the two Swedenborgians were left to their mysteries. I remember so well the kind of shock and disgust I felt in the certainty that I had surprised them at some, perhaps, debasing incantation. A suspicion of this Mr. Brierly, of the ill-fitting black coat and white choker, and a sort of fear came upon me, and I fancied he was asserting some kind of mastery over my father, which very much alarmed me. I fancied all sorts of dangers in the enigmatical smile of the lank high priest. The image of my father, as I had seen him, it might be, confessing to this man in black, who was I knew not what, haunted me with the disagreeable uncertainties of a mind very uninstructed as to the limits of the marvelous. I mentioned it to no one, but I was immensely relieved when the sinister visitor took his departure the morning after, and it was upon this occurrence that my mind was now employed. Someone said that Dr. Johnson resembled a ghost who must be spoken to before it will speak. But my father, in whatever else he may have resembled a ghost, did not in that particular, for no one but I in his household, and I very seldom dared to address him until first addressed by him. I had no notion how singular this was until I began to go out a little among friends and relations, and found no such rule in force anywhere else. As I leaned back in my chair thinking, this phantasm of my father came and turned and vanished with a solemn regularity. It was a peculiar figure, strongly made, thick-set, with a face large and very stern. He wore a loose, black velvet coat and waistcoat. It was, however, the figure of an elderly rather than an old man, though he was then past 70, but firm, and with no sign of feebleness. I remember the start with which, not suspecting that he was close by me, I lifted my eyes and saw that large, rugged countenance looking fixedly on me from less than a yard away. After I saw him, he continued to regard me for a second or two, and then, taking one of the heavy candlesticks in his gnarled hand, he beckoned me to follow him, which, in silence and wondering, I accordingly did. He led me across the hall, where there were lights burning, and into a lobby by the foot of the back stairs, and so into his library. It is a long, narrow room with two tall, slim windows at the far end, now draped in dark curtains. Dusky it was with but one candle, and he paused near the door, at the left-hand side of which stood, in those days, an old-fashioned press or cabinet of carved oak. In front of this he stopped. He had odd, absent ways, and talked more to himself, I believe, than to all the rest of the world put together. "She won't understand," he whispered, looking at me inquiringly. "No, she won't. Will she?" Then there was a pause, during which he brought forth from his breast pocket a small bunch of some half-dozen keys, on one of which he looked frowningly, every now and then balancing it a little before his eyes, between his finger and thumb, as he deliberated. I knew him too well, of course, to interpose a word. They are easily frightened, they are. I'd better do it another way. And pausing, he looked in my face as he might upon a picture. They are, yes. I had better do it another way, yes. And she'll not suspect, she'll not suppose. Then he looked steadfastly upon the key, and from it to me, suddenly lifting it up, and said abruptly, "See, child." And after a second or two, "Remember this key. It was oddly shaped, and unlike others. Yes, sir. I always called him sir. It opens that." And he tapped it sharply on the door of the cabinet. "In the daytime it is always here," at which word he dropped it into his pocket again. "You see, and at night under my pillow you hear me. Yes, sir. You won't forget this cabinet, oak next the door, on your left. You won't forget. No, sir. Pity she's a girl, and so young I a girl, and so young no sense giddy. You say you'll remember. Yes, sir. It behoves you." He turned round and looked full upon me, like a man who has taken a sudden resolution, and I think for a moment he had made up his mind to tell me a great deal more. But if so, he changed it again, and after another pause, he said slowly and sternly, "You will tell nobody what I have said, under pain of my displeasure." "Oh, no, sir. Good child. Except," he resumed, "under one contingency, that is, in case I should be absent, and Dr. Brierly. You recollect the thin gentleman in spectacles and a black wig, who spent 3 days here last month, should come and enquire for the key, you understand, in my absence. Yes, sir. So he kissed me on the forehead and said, "Let us return," which accordingly we did in silence, the storm outside, like a dirge on a great organ, accompanying our flitting. Chapter II. Uncle Silas. When we reached the drawing room, I resumed my chair, and my father his slow and regular walk to and fro in the great room. Perhaps it was the uproar of the wind that disturbed the ordinary tenor of his thoughts. But whatever was the cause, certainly he was unusually talkative that night. After an interval of nearly half an hour, he drew near again and sat down in a high-backed armchair beside the fire and nearly opposite to me, and looked at me steadfastly for some time, as was his wont before speaking. And said he, "This won't do. You must have a governess. In cases of this kind, I merely set down my book or work, as it might be, and adjusted myself to listen without speaking. Your French is pretty well, and your Italian, but you have no German. Your music may be pretty good, I'm no judge, but your drawing might be better. Yes, yes. I believe there are accomplished ladies finishing governesses, they call them, who undertake more than any one teacher would have professed in my time, and do very well. She can prepare you, and next winter, then, you shall visit France and Italy, where you may be accomplished as highly as you please. Thank you, sir. You shall. It is nearly 6 months since Miss Ellerton left you, too long without a teacher. Then followed an interval. Dr. Brierly will ask you about that key, and what it opens, you show all that to him, and no one else. But I said, for I had a great terror of disobeying him in ever so minute a matter, you will then be absent, sir. How am I to find the key? He smiled on me suddenly, a bright but wintry smile. It seldom came, and was very transitory, and kindly though mysterious. True, child, I'm glad you are so wise that you will find, have provided for, and you shall know exactly where to look. You have remarked how solitarily I live. You fancy, perhaps, I have not got a friend, and you are nearly right, nearly, but not altogether. I have a very sure friend, a friend whom once misunderstood, but now appreciate. I wondered silently whether it could be Uncle Silas. He'll make me a call some day soon. I'm not quite sure when. I won't tell you his name. You'll hear that soon enough, and I don't want it talked of. and I must make a little journey with him. You'll not be afraid of being left alone for a time. And have you promised, sir? I answered, with another question, my curiosity and anxiety overcoming my awe. He took my questioning very good-humoredly. Well, promise, no, child, but I'm under condition. He's not to be denied. I must make the excursion with him the moment he calls. I have no choice, but on the whole, I rather like it. Remember, I say, I rather like it. And he smiled again, with the same meaning that was at once stern and sad. The exact purport of these sentences remained fixed in my mind, so that even at this distance of time, I am quite sure of them. A person quite unacquainted with my father's habitually abrupt and odd way of talking would have fancied that he was possibly a little disordered in his mind. But no such suspicion for a moment troubled me. I was quite sure that he spoke of a real person who was coming, and that his journey was something momentous. And when the visitor of whom he spoke did come, and he departed with him upon that mysterious excursion, I perfectly understood his language and his reasons for saying so much and yet so little. You are not to suppose that all my hours were passed in the sort of conference and isolation of which I have just given you a specimen. And singular and even awful as were sometimes my tete-a-tetes with my father, I had grown so accustomed to his strange ways, and had so unbounded a confidence in his affection, that they never depressed or agitated me in the manner you might have supposed. I had a great deal of quite a different sort of chat with good old Mrs. Rusk, and very pleasant talks with Mary Quince, my somewhat ancient maid. And besides all this, I had now and then a visit of a week or so at the house of some one of our country neighbors, and occasionally a visitor. But this, I must own, very rarely at Knoll. There had come now a little pause in my father's revelations, and my fancy wandered away upon a flight of discovery. Who, I again thought, could this intending visitor be who was to come, armed with the prerogative to make my stay-at-home father forthwith leave his household goods, his books, and his child, to whom he clung, and set forth on an unknown knight-errantry? Who but Uncle Silas, I thought, that mysterious relative whom I had never seen, who was, it had in old times been very darkly hinted to me, unspeakably unfortunate or unspeakably vicious, whom I had seldom heard my father mention, and then in a hurried way, and with a pained, thoughtful look. Once only he had said anything from which I could gather my father's opinion of him, and then it was so slight and enigmatical that I might have filled in the character very nearly as I pleased. It happened thus. One day Mrs. Rusk was in the oak room, being then about 14. She was removing a stain from a tapestry chair, and I watched the process with a childish interest. She sat down to rest herself. She had been stooping over her work, and threw her head back, for her neck was weary. And in this position she fixed her eyes on a portrait that hung before her. It was a full length, and represented a singularly handsome young man, dark, slender, elegant, in a costume then quite obsolete, though I believe it was seen at the beginning of this century. White leather pantaloons and top boots, a buff waistcoat, and a chocolate-colored coat, and the hair long and brushed back. There was a remarkable elegance and a delicacy in the features, but also a character of resolution and ability that quite took the portrait out of the category of mere fops or fine men. When people looked at it for the first time, I have so often heard the exclamation, "What a wonderfully handsome man!" And then, "What a clever face!" An Italian greyhound stood by him, and some slender columns and a rich drapery in the background. But though the accessories were of the luxurious sort, and the beauty, as I have said, refined, there was a masculine force in that slender oval face, and a fire in the large, shadowy eyes, which were very peculiar, and quite redeemed it from the suspicion of effeminacy. "Is not that Uncle Silas?" said I. "Yes, dear," answered Mrs. Rusk, looking, with her resolute little face, quietly on the portrait. "He must be a very handsome man, Mrs. Rusk. Don't you think so?" I continued. "He was, my dear, yes. But it is 40 years since that was painted. The date is there in the corner, in the shadow that comes from his foot. And 40 years, I can tell you, makes a change in most of us." And Mrs. Rusk laughed in cynical good humor. There was a little pause, both still looking on the handsome man in top boots, and I said, "And why, Mrs. Rusk, is Papa always so sad about Uncle Silas?" "What's that, child?" said my father's voice, very near. I looked round with a start, and flushed and faltered, receding a step from him. "No harm, dear. You have said nothing wrong," he said gently, observing my alarm. "You said I was always sad, I think, about Uncle Silas. Well, I don't know how you gather that, but if I were, I will now tell you, it would not be unnatural. Your uncle is a man of great talents, great faults, and great wrongs. His talents have not availed him. His faults are long ago repented of, and his wrongs I believe he feels less than I do, but they are deep. Did she say any more, madam? He demanded abruptly of Mrs. Rusk. Nothing, sir, with a stiff little courtesy, answered Mrs. Rusk, who stood in awe of him. And there is no need, child, he continued, addressing himself to me, that you should think more of him at present. Clear your head of Uncle Silas. One day, perhaps, you will know him, yes, very well, and understand how villains have injured him. Then my father retired, and at the door he said, Mrs. Rusk, a word, if you please, beckoning to that lady, who trotted after him to the library. I think he then laid some injunction upon the housekeeper, which was transmitted by her to Mary Quince. For from that time forth, I could never lead either to talk with me about Uncle Silas. They let me talk on, but were reserved and silent themselves, and seemed embarrassed. And Mrs. Rusk, sometimes pettish and angry, when I pressed for information. Thus curiosity was piqued, and round the slender portrait in the leather pantaloons and top boots gathered many-colored circles of mystery, and the handsome features seemed to smile down upon my baffled curiosity with a provoking significance. Why is it that this form of ambition curiosity, which entered into the temptation of our first parent, is so specially hard to resist? Knowledge is power, and power of one sort or another is the secret lust of human souls. And here is, beside the sense of exploration, the undefinable interest of a story, and above all, something forbidden to stimulate the contumacious appetite. Chapter III. A New Face. I think it was about a fortnight after that conversation in which my father had expressed his opinion and given me the mysterious charge about the old oak cabinet in his library, as already detailed, that I was one night sitting at the great drawing-room window, lost in the melancholy reveries of night, and in admiration of the moonlighted scene. I was the only occupant of the room, and the lights near the fire, at its farther end, hardly reached to the window at which I sat. The shorn grass sloped gently downward from the windows till it met the broad level on which stood, in clumps, or solitarily scattered, some of the noblest timber in England. Hoar in the moonbeams stood those graceful trees, casting their moveless shadows upon the grass, and in the background crowning the undulations of the distance in masses, were piled those woods among which lay the solitary tomb where the remains of my beloved mother rested. The air was still, The silvery vapor hung serenely on the far horizon, and the frosty stars blinked brightly. Everyone knows the effect of such a scene on a mind already saddened. Fancies and regrets float mistily in the dream, and the scene affects us with a strange mixture of memory and anticipation, like some sweet old air heard in the distance. As my eyes rested on those, to me, funereal but glorious woods, which formed the background of the picture, my thoughts recurred to my father's mysterious intimations, and the image of the approaching visitor and the thought of the unknown journey saddened me in all that concerned his religion. From very early association, there was to me something of the unearthly and spectral. When my dear mamma died, I was not 9 years old, and I remember 2 days before the funeral, there came to Knoll, where she died, a thin little man with large black eyes and a very grave, dark face. He was shut up a good deal with my dear father, who was in deep affliction, and Mrs. Rusk used to say, "It is rather odd to see him praying with that little scarecrow from London." And good Mr. Clay ready at call in the village. Much good that little black whippersnapper will do him. With that little black man, on the day after the funeral, I was sent out, for some reason, for a walk. My governess was ill, I know, and there was confusion in the house, and I dare say the maids made as much of a holiday as they could. I remember feeling a sort of awe of this little dark man, but I was not afraid of him, for he was gentle, though sad, and seemed kind. He led me into the garden, the Dutch garden, we used to call it, with a balustrade, and statues at the farther front, laid out in a carpet pattern of brilliantly colored flowers. We came down the broad flight of Caen-stone steps into this, and we walked in silence to the balustrade. The base was too high at the spot where we reached it for me to see over, but holding my hand, he said, "Look through that, my child." Well, you can't, but I can see beyond it. Shall I tell you what? I see ever so much. I see a cottage with a steep roof that looks like gold in the sunlight. There are tall trees throwing soft shadows round it, and flowering shrubs. I can't say what, only the colors are beautiful, growing by the walls and windows, and 2 little children are playing among the stems of the trees, and we are on our way there, and in a few minutes shall be under those trees ourselves, and talking to those little children. Yet now to me it is but a picture in my brain, and to you but a story told by me, which you believe. Come, dear, let us be going. So we descended the steps at the right, and side by side walked along the grass lane between tall, trim walls of evergreens. The way was in deep shadow, for the sun was near the horizon. But suddenly we turned to the left, and there we stood in rich sunlight among the many objects he had described. "Is this your house, my little men?" he asked of the children, pretty little rosy boys, who assented. And he leaned with his open hand against the stem of one of the trees, and with a grave smile he nodded down to me, saying, "You see now and hear and feel for yourself that both the vision and the story were quite true. But come on, my dear, we have further to go." And relapsing into silence, we had a long ramble through the wood, the same on which I was now looking in the distance. Every now and then he made me sit down to rest, and he in a musing, solemn sort of way would relate some little story, reflecting, even to my childish mind, a strange suspicion of a spiritual meaning, but different from what honest Mrs. Rusk used to expound to me from the parables, and somehow startling in its very vagueness. Thus entertained, though a little awfully, I accompanied the dark, mysterious little whippersnapper through the woodland glades. We came to me quite unexpectedly in the deep sylvan shadows upon the gray, pillared temple forefronted with a slanting pedestal of lichen-stained steps, the lonely sepulchre in which I had the morning before seen poor mamma laid. At the sight, the fountains of my grief reopened, and I cried bitterly, repeating, "Oh, mamma, mamma, little mamma," and so went on weeping and calling wildly on the deaf and the silent. There was a stone bench some 10 steps away from the tomb. "Sit down beside me, my child," said the grave man with the black eyes, very kindly and gently. "Now, what do you see there?" he asked, pointing horizontally with his stick towards the center of the opposite structure. "Oh, that place where poor mamma is. Yes, a stone wall with pillars, too high for either you or me to see over. But here he mentioned a name which I think must have been Swedenborg. From what I afterwards learnt of his tenets and revelations, I only know that it sounded to me like the name of a magician in a fairy tale. I fancied he lived in the wood which surrounded us, and I began to grow frightened as he proceeded. But Swedenborg sees beyond it, over and through it, and has told me all that concerns us to know. He says your mamma is not there. She is taken away," I cried, starting up, and with streaming eyes, gazing on the building which, though I stamped my feet in my distraction, I was afraid to approach. Oh, is Mamma taken away? Where is she? Where have they brought her to? I was uttering unconsciously, very nearly, the question with which Mary, in the gray of that wondrous morning on which she stood by the empty sepulchre, accosted the figure standing near. Your mamma is alive, but too far away to see or hear us. Swedenborg, standing here, can see and hear her, and tells me all he sees, just as I told you in the garden about the little boys and the cottage, and the trees and flowers which you could not see. You believed in when I told you, so I can tell you now as I did then, and as we are both, I hope, walking on to the same place just as we did to the trees and cottage. You will surely see with your own eyes how true the description is which I give you. I was very frightened, for I feared that, when he had done his narrative, we were to walk on through the wood into that place of wonders and of shadows where the dead were visible. He leaned his elbow on his knee and his forehead on his hand, which shaded his downcast eyes. In that attitude, he described to me a beautiful landscape, radiant with a wondrous light, in which, rejoicing, my mother moved along an airy path, ascending among mountains of fantastic height and peaks melting in celestial coloring into the air, and peopled with human beings translated into the same image, beauty, and splendor. And when he had ended his relation, he rose, took my hand, and smiling gently down on my pale, wondering face, he said the same words he had spoken before. Come, dear, let us go. Oh, no, 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 not now, I said, resisting, and very much frightened. Home, I mean, dear. We cannot walk to the place I have described. We can only reach it through the gate of death, to which we are all tending, young and old, with sure steps. And where is the gate of death? I asked in a sort of whisper as we walked together, holding his hand and looking stealthily. He smiled sadly and said, when, sooner or later, the time comes, as Hagar's eyes were opened in the wilderness, and she beheld the fountain of water, so shall each of us see the door open before us, and enter in and be refreshed. For a long time following this walk, I was very nervous, more so for the awful manner in which Mrs. Rusk received my statement with stern lips and upturned hands and eyes, and an angry expostulation. I do wonder at you, Mary Quince, letting the child walk into the wood with that limb of darkness. It is a mercy he did not show her the devil, or frighten her out of her senses in that lonely place. Of these Swedenborgians, indeed, I know no more than I might learn from good Mrs. Rusk's very inaccurate talk. 2 or 3 of them crossed in the course of my early life, like magic lantern figures, the disk of my very circumscribed observation. All outside was and is darkness. I once tried to read one of their books upon the future state, heaven and hell, but I grew, after a day or two, so nervous that I laid it aside. It is enough for me to know that their founder either saw or fancied he saw amazing visions, which, so far from superseding, confirmed and interpreted the language of the Bible. And as dear Papa accepted their ideas, I am happy in thinking that they did not conflict with the supreme authority of Holy Writ. Leaning on my hand, I was now looking upon that solemn wood, white and shadowy in the moonlight, where, for a long time after that ramble with the visionary, I fancied the gate of death, hidden only by a strange glamour, and the dazzling land of ghosts were situate. And I suppose these earlier associations gave to my reverie about my father's coming visitor a wilder and a sadder tinge. Chapter IV. Madame D. L.A. Arujayarari. On a sudden, on the grass before me, stood an odd figure, a very tall woman in gray draperies, nearly white under the moon, courtesying extraordinarily low, and rather fantastically. I stared in something like a horror upon the large and rather hollow features which I did not know, smiling very unpleasantly on me. And the moment it was plain that I saw her, the gray woman began gobbling and cackling shrilly. I could not distinctly hear what through the window, and gesticulating oddly with her long hands and arms. As she drew near the window, I flew to the fireplace and rang the bell frantically, and seeing her still there, and fearing that she might break into the room, I flew out of the door, very much frightened, and met Branston the butler in the lobby. "There's a woman at the window," I gasped. "Turn her away, please." If I had said a man, I suppose fat Branston would have summoned and sent forward a detachment of footmen. As it was, he bowed gravely with a "Yes, Michelle M," and with an air of authority approached the window. I don't think that he was pleasantly impressed himself by the first sight of our visitor, for he stopped short some steps of the window and demanded rather sternly, "What ye doin' there, woman?" To this summons, her answer, which occupied a little time, was inaudible to me. But Branston replied, "I wasn't aware, ma'am. I heard nothin'. If you'll go round that way, you'll see the hall door steps, and I'll speak to the master and do as he shall order. The figure said something and pointed. Yes, that's it, and ye can't miss the door. And Mr. Branston returned slowly down the long room and halted with outturned pumps and a grave inclination before me, and the faintest amount of interrogation in the announcement. Please, she says she's the governess. The governess? What governess? Branston was too well bred to smile, and he said thoughtfully, P-Raps, M. I'd best ask the master. To which I assented, and away strode the flat pumps of the butler to the library. I stood breathless in the hall. Every girl at my age knows how much is involved in such an advent. I also heard Mrs. Rusk, in a minute or two more, emerge, I suppose, from the study. She walked quickly and muttered sharply to herself, an evil trick in which she indulged when much put about. I should have been glad of a word with her, but I fancied she was vexed and would not have talked satisfactorily. She did not, however, come my way, merely crossing the hall with her quick, energetic step. Was it really the arrival of a governess? Was that apparition which had impressed me so unpleasantly to take the command of me, to sit alone with me, and haunt me perpetually with her sinister looks and shrilly gabble? I was just making up my mind to go to Mary Quince and learn something definite when I heard my father's step approaching from the library. So I quietly re-entered the drawing room, but with an anxious and throbbing heart. When he came in, as usual, he patted me on the head gently with a kind of smile, and then began his silent walk up and down the room. I was yearning to question him on the point that just then engrossed me so disagreeably, but the awe in which I stood of him forbade. After a time he stopped at the window, the curtain of which I had drawn, and the shutter partly opened, and he looked out, perhaps with associations of his own, on the scene I had been contemplating. It was not for nearly an hour after that my father suddenly, after his wont, in a few words, apprised me of the arrival of Madame de la Raugière to be my governess, highly recommended and perfectly qualified. My heart sank with a sure presage of ill. I already disliked, distrusted, and feared her. I had more than an apprehension of her temper and fear of possibly abused authority. The large-featured, smirking phantom, saluting me so oddly in the moonlight, retained ever after its peculiar and unpleasant hold upon my nerves. Well, Miss Maud, dear, I hope you'll like your new governess, for it's more than I do, just at present at least, said Mrs. Rusk sharply, she was awaiting me in my room. I hate them Frenchwomen. They're not natural, I think. I gave her her supper in my room. She eats like a wolf, she does, the great raw-boned animal. I wish you saw her in bed as I did. I put her next the clock room. She'll hear the hours betimes. I'm thinking, you never saw such a sight. The great long nose and hollow cheeks of her, and oog, such a mouth. I felt a most like Little Red Riding Hood. I did, miss. Here, honest Mary Quince, who enjoyed Mrs. Rusk's satire, a weapon in which she was not herself strong, laughed outright. Turn down the bed, Mary. She's very agreeable, she is. Just now all newcomers is. But she did not get many compliments from me, miss. No, I rather think not. I wonder why honest English girls won't answer the gentry for governesses, instead of them gaping, scheming, wicked foreigners. Lord forgie me, I think they're all alike. Next morning I made acquaintance with Madame de la Raugière. She was tall, masculine, a little ghastly perhaps, and draped in purple silk, with a lace cap, and great bands of black hair, too thick and black, perhaps, to correspond quite naturally with her bleached and sallow skin, her hollow jaws, and the fine but grim wrinkles traced about her brows and eyelids. She smiled, she nodded, and then, for a good while, she scanned me in silence with a steady, cunning eye and a stern smile. And how is she named? What is Mademoiselle's name? Said the tall stranger. Maud, madame. Maud, what pretty name. A by N. I am very sure, my dear Maud, she will be very good little girl, is not so? And I am sure I shall love you very much. And what have you been learning, Maud, my dear Chiel music? French, German, eh? Yes, a little. And I had just begun the use of the globes when my governess went away. I nodded towards the globes, which stood near her, as I said this. Oh, yes, the globes. And she spun one of them with her great hand. Je vous expliquerai tout cela à fond. Madame de la Raugière, I found, was always quite ready to explain everything à fond. But somehow her explications, as she termed them, were not very intelligible, and when pressed her temper woke up, so that I preferred, after a while, accepting the expositions just as they came. Madame was on an unusually large scale, a circumstance which made some of her traits more startling, and altogether rendered her, in her strange way, more awful in the eyes of a nervous child, I may say, such as I was. She used to look at me for a long time sometimes, with the peculiar smile I have mentioned, and a great finger upon her lip, like the Eleusinian priestess on the vase. She would sit, too, sometimes for an hour together, looking into the fire or out of the window, plainly seeing nothing, and with an odd, fixed look of something like triumph, very nearly a smile, on her cunning face. She was by no means a pleasant gouvernante for a nervous girl of my years. Sometimes she had accesses of a sort of hilarity which frightened me still more than her graver moods, and I will describe these by and by. Chapter V. SIGHTS and noises. There is not an old house in England of which the servants and young people who live in it do not cherish some traditions of the ghostly. Knoll has its shadows, noises, and marvelous records. Rachel Ruthin, the beauty of Queen Anne's time, who died of grief for the handsome Colonel Norbrook, who was killed in the Low Countries, walks the house by night in crisp and sounding silks. She is not seen, only heard. The tapping of her high-heeled shoes, the sweep and rustle of her brocades, her sighs as she pauses in the galleries, near the bedroom doors, and sometimes, on stormy nights, her sobs. There is beside the linkman a lank, dark-faced, black-haired man in a sable suit with a link or torch in his hand. It usually only smolders with a deep red glow as he visits his beat. The library is one of the rooms he sees to. Unlike Lady Rachel, as the maids called her, he is seen only, never heard. His steps fall noiseless as shadows on floor and carpet. The lurid glow of his smoldering torch imperfectly lights his figure and face, and except when much perturbed, his link never blazes. On those occasions, however, as he goes his rounds, he ever and anon whirls it around his head, and it bursts into a dismal flame. This is a fearful omen, and always portends some direful crisis or calamity. It occurs only once or twice in a century. I don't know whether Madame had heard anything of these phenomena, but she did report, which very much frightened me and Mary Quince. She asked us, who walked in the gallery on which her bedroom opened, making a rustling with her dress, and going down the stairs, and breathing long breaths here and there. Twice, she said, she had stood at her door in the dark, listening to these sounds, and once she called to know who it was. There was no answer, but the person plainly turned back and hurried towards her with an unnatural speed, which made her jump within her door and shut it. When first such tales are told, they excite the nerves of the young and the ignorant intensely. But the special effect, I have found, soon wears out. The tale simply takes its place with the rest. It was with Madame's narrative. About a week after its relation, I had my experience of a similar sort. Mary Quince went downstairs for a nightlight, leaving me in bed, a candle burning in the room, and being tired, I fell asleep before her return. When I awoke, the candle had been extinguished, but I heard a step softly approaching. I jumped up, quite forgetting the ghost, and thinking only of Mary Quince, and opened the door, expecting to see the light of her candle. Instead, all was dark, and near me I heard the fall of a bare foot on the oak floor. It was as if someone had stumbled. I said, "Mary," but no answer came, only a rustling of clothes and a breathing at the other side of the gallery, which passed off towards the upper staircase. I turned into my room, freezing with horror, and clapped my door. The noise wakened Mary Quince, who had returned and gone to her bed half an hour before. About a fortnight after this, Mary Quince, a very voracious spinster, reported to me that having got up to fix the window, which was rattling, at about 4 o'clock in the morning, she saw a light shining from the library window. She could swear to its being a strong light, streaming through the chinks of the shutter and moving. No doubt the link was waved about his head by the angry linkman. These strange occurrences helped, I think, just then to make me nervous, and prepared the way for the odd sort of ascendancy which, through my sense of the mysterious and supernatural, that repulsive Frenchwoman was gradually, and it seemed without effort, establishing over me some dark points of her character, speedily emerged from the prismatic mist with which she had enveloped it. Mrs. Rusk's observation about the agreeability of newcomers I found to be true, for as Madame began to lose that character, her good humor abated very perceptibly, and she began to show gleams of another sort of temper that was lurid and dangerous. Notwithstanding this, she was in the habit of always having her Bible open by her, and was austerely attentive at morning and evening services, and asked my father, with great humility, to lend her some translations of Swedenborg's books, which she laid much to heart. When we went out for our walk, if the weather were bad, we generally made our promenade up and down the broad terrace in front of the windows. Sullen and malign at times she used to look, and as suddenly she would pat me on the shoulder caressingly, and smile with a grotesque benignity, asking tenderly, "Are you fatigue, ma cheer? Or are you colde, dear Maud?" At first these abrupt transitions puzzled me, sometimes half frightened me, savoring, I fancied, of insanity. The key, however, was accidentally supplied, and I found that these accesses of demonstrative affection were sure to supervene whenever my father's face was visible through the library windows. I did not know well what to make of this woman, whom I feared with a vein of superstitious dread. I hated being alone with her after dusk in the schoolroom. She would sometimes sit for half an hour at a time, with her wide mouth drawn down at the corners and a scowl looking into the fire. If she saw me looking at her, she would change all this on the instant, affect a sort of languor, and lean her head upon her hand, and ultimately have recourse to her Bible. But I fancied she did not read, but pursued her own dark ruminations. For I observed that the open book might often lie for half an hour or more under her eyes, and yet the leaf never turned. I should have been glad to be assured that she prayed when on her knees, or read when that book was before her. I should have felt that she was more canny and human. As it was, those external pieties made a suspicion of a hollow contrast with realities that helped to scare me. Yet it was but a suspicion. I could not be certain. Our rector and the curate, with whom she was very gracious and anxious about my collects and catechism, had an exalted opinion of her. In public places her affection for me was always demonstrative. In like manner, she contrived conferences with my father. She was always making excuses to consult him about my reading, and to confide in him her sufferings, as I learned, from my contumacy and temper. The fact is, I was altogether quiet and submissive, but I think she had a wish to reduce me to a state of the most abject bondage. She had designs of domination and subversion regarding the entire household, I now believe, worthy of the evil spirit I sometimes fancied her. My father beckoned me into the study one day, and said he, "You ought not to give poor Madame so much pain. She is one of the few persons who take an interest in you. Why should she have so often to complain of your ill temper and disobedience? Why should she be compelled to ask my permission to punish you? Don't be afraid. I won't concede that. But in so kind a person, it argues much. Affection I can't command, respect and obedience I may, and I insist on your rendering both to Madame. But, sir," I said, roused into courage by the gross injustice of the charge, "I have always done exactly as she bid me, and never said one disrespectful word to Madame. I think, child, you are the best judge of that. Go and amend." And with a displeased look, he pointed to the door. My heart swelled with the sense of wrong, and as I reached the door I turned to say another word, but I could not, and only burst into tears. "There, don't cry, little Maud. Only let us do better for the future. There has been enough." And he kissed my forehead and gently put me out and closed the door. In the schoolroom I took courage, and with some warmth upbraided Madame. "What wicked chiel," moaned Madame demurely. "Read aloud those 3 chapters of the Bible, my dear Maud. There was no special fitness in those particular chapters." And when they were ended, she said in a sad tone, "Now, dear, you must commit to memory this pretty Priora for humility of art. It was a long one, and in a state of profound irritation I got through the task. Mrs. Rusk hated her. She said she stole wine and brandy whenever the opportunity offered, that she was always asking her for such stimulants, and pretending pains in her stomach. Here, perhaps, there was exaggeration, but I knew it was true that I had been at different times dispatched on that errand and pretext for brandy to Mrs. Rusk, who at last came to her bedside with pills and a mustard blister only, and was hated irrevocably ever after. I felt all this was done to torture me, but a day is a long time to a child, and they forgive quickly. It was always with a sense of danger that I heard Madame say she must go and see Monsieur Ruthven in the library, and I think a jealousy of her growing influence was an ingredient in the detestation in which honest Mrs. Rusk held her. Chapter VI. A walk in the wood. 2 little pieces of byplay in which I detected her confirmed my unpleasant suspicion. From the corner of the gallery, I one day saw her, when she thought I was out and all quiet, with her ear at the keyhole of Papa's study, as we used to call the sitting room next his bedroom. Her eyes were turned in the direction of the stairs, from which only she apprehended surprise. Her great mouth was open, and her eyes absolutely goggled with eagerness. She was devouring all that was passing there. I drew back into the shadow with a kind of disgust and horror. She was transformed into a great gaping reptile. I felt that I could have thrown something at her, but a kind of fear made me recede again toward my room. Indignation, however, quickly returned, and I came back treading briskly as I did so. When I reached the angle of the gallery again, Madame, I suppose, had heard me, for she was halfway down the stairs. "Ah, my dear chiel, I am so glad to find you, and you are dressed to come out. We shall have so pleasant walk. At that moment, the door of my father's study opened, and Mrs. Rusk, with her dark, energetic face, very much flushed, stepped out in high excitement. "The master says you may have the brandy bottle, madam, and I'm glad to be rid of it." "I am." Madame courtesied with a great smirk that was full of intangible hate and insult. "Better your own brandy, if drink you must," exclaimed Mrs. Rusk. "You may come to the storeroom now, or the butler can take it." And off whisked Mrs. Rusk for the back staircase. There had been no common skirmish on this occasion, but a pitched battle. Madame had made a sort of pet of Anne Wixted, an under-chambermaid, and attached her to her interest economically by persuading me to make her presents of some old dresses and other things. Anne was such an angel, but Mrs. Rusk, whose eyes were about her, detected Anne with a brandy bottle under her apron, stealing upstairs. Anne, in a panic, declared the truth. Madame had commissioned her to buy it in the town and convey it to her bedroom. Upon this, Mrs. Rusk impounded the flask, and with Anne beside her, rather precipitately appeared before the master. He heard and summoned Madame. Madame was cool, frank, and fluent. The brandy was purely medicinal. She produced a document in the form of a note. Dr. Somebody presented his compliments to Madame de la Rougière and ordered her a tablespoonful of brandy and some drops of laudanum whenever the pain of stomach returned. The flask would last a whole year, perhaps 2. She claimed her medicine. Man's estimate of woman is higher than woman's own. Perhaps in their relations to men, they are generally more trustworthy. Perhaps woman's is the juster, and the other an appointed illusion. I don't know, but so it is ordained. Mrs. Rusk was recalled, and I saw, as you are aware, Madame's procedure during the interview. It was a great battle, a great victory. Madame was in high spirits. The air was sweet, the landscape charming, so good, everything so beautiful. Where should we go? This way. I had made a resolution to speak as little as possible to Madame. I was so incensed at the treachery I had witnessed. But such resolutions do not last long with very young people. And by the time we had reached the skirts of the wood, we were talking pretty much as usual. "I don't wish to go into the wood, Madame." "And for what? Poor Mamma is buried there." "Is there the fault?" demanded Madame eagerly. I assented, My faith, curious reason, you say, because poor mamma is buried there you will not approach. Why, chiel, what would good Monsieur Ruthyn say if he heard such thing? You are surely not so unkind, and I am with you. Allens, let us come even a little part of the way. And so I yielded, though still reluctant. There was a grass-grown road, which we easily reached, leading to the somber building, and we soon arrived before it. Madame de la Raugière seemed rather curious. She sat down on the little bank opposite, in her most languid pose, her head leaned upon the tips of her fingers. How very sad, how solemn, murmured Madame. What noble tomb! How triste, my dear chiel, your visit ere must it be, remembering a so sweet mammon. There is new inscription, is it not new? And so, indeed, it seemed. I am fatigued. Maybe you will read it aloud to me slowly and solemnly, my dearest Maud. As I approached, I happened to look. I can't tell why, suddenly over my shoulder, I was startled, for Madame was grimacing after me with a vile, derisive distortion. She pretended to be seized with a fit of coughing, but it would not do. She saw that I had detected her, and she laughed aloud. Come here, dear chiel. I was just reflecting how foolish is all this thing, the tomb, the epitaph. I think I would have none, no epitaph. We regard them first for the oracle of the dead, and find them after only the folly of the living. So despise. Do you think your house of Knoll down there is what you call haunt, my dear? Why, said I, flushing and growing pale again. I felt quite afraid of Madame, and confounded at the suddenness of all this, because Anne Wixted, she says there is ghost. How dark is this place, and so many of the Ruthyn family, they are buried here, is not so. How high and thick are the trees all round, and nobody comes near. And Madame rolled her eyes awfully, as if she expected to see something unearthly, and indeed looked very like it herself. Come away, Madame, I said, growing frightened, and feeling that if I were once, by any accident, to give way to the panic that was gathering round me, I should instantaneously lose all control of myself. Oh, come away. Do, Madame, I'm frightened. No, on the contrary, sit here by me. It is very odd, you will think, ma chère, ungout bizarre, vrimant. But I love very much to be near to the dead people in solitary place like this. I am not afraid of the dead people, nor of the ghosts. Have you ever seen a ghost, my dear? Do, Madame, pray speak of something else. What little fool? But no, you are not afraid. I have seen the ghosts myself. I saw one, for example, last night, shaped like a monkey, sitting in the corner with his arms round his knees, very wicked, old man his face was like, and white eyes so large. Come away, madame. You are trying to frighten me, I said, in the childish anger which accompanies fear. Madame laughed an ugly laugh and said, "Eh bien, little fool, I will not tell the rest if you are really frightened. Let us change to something else." Yes, yes, oh, do, pray do. What good man is your father? Very the kindest darling. I don't know why it is, madame. I am so afraid of him, and never could tell him how much I love him. This confidential talking with madame, strange to say, implied no confidence. It resulted from fear. It was deprecatory. Treated her as if she had human sympathies, in the hope that they might be generated somehow. Was there not a doctor from London with him a few months ago? Dr. Brierly, I think they call him. Yes, a Dr. Brierly, who remained a few days. Shall we begin to walk towards home, madame? Do, pray. Immediately, Cheel. And does your father suffer much? No, I think not. And what then is his disease? Disease? He has no disease. Have you heard anything about his health, madame? I said anxiously. Oh no, ma foi, I have heard nothing. But if the doctor came, it was not because he was quite well. But that doctor is a doctor in theology, I fancy. I know he is a Swedenborgian, and Papa is so well he could not have come as a physician. I am very glad, ma cheer, to hear. But still, you know your father is old man to have so young Cheel as you. Oh, yes, he is old man, and so uncertain life is. As he made his will, my dear, every man so rich as he, especially so old, ought to have made his will. There is no need of haste, madame. It is quite time enough when his health begins to fail. But has he really composed no will? I really don't know, madame. Ah, little rogue, you will not tell, but you are not such fool as you feign yourself. No, no, you know everything. Come, tell me all about it is for your advantage, you know. What is in his will, and when he wrote? But, madame, I really know nothing of it. I can't say whether there is a will or not. Let us talk of something else. But, Cheel, it will not kill Monsieur Ruthven to make his will. He will not come to lie here a day sooner by cause of that. But if he make no will, you may lose a great deal of the property. Would not that be pity? I really don't know anything of his will. If Papa has made one, he has never spoken of it to me. I know he loves me, that is enough. Ah, you are not such little goose. You do know everything, of course. Come tell me, little obstinate, otherwise we'll break your little finger. Tell me everything. I know nothing of Papa's will. You don't know, Madame, how you hurt me. Let us speak of something else. You do know, and you must tell, petite Durtert, or I will break your little finger. With which words she seized that joint, and laughing spitefully, she twisted it suddenly back. I screamed while she continued to laugh. Will you tell? Yes, yes. Let me go, I shrieked. She did not release it immediately, however, but continued her torture and discordant laughter. At last, she finally released my finger. So she is going to be good Chil and tell everything to her affectionate gouvernante. What do you cry for, little fool? You've hurt me very much. You have broken my finger, I sobbed. Rub it and blow it and give it a kiss, little fool. What cross girl! I will never play with you again, never. Let us go home. Madame was silent and morose all the way home. She would not answer my questions and affected to be very lofty and offended. This did not last very long, however, and she soon resumed her wonted ways. And she returned to the question of the will, but not so directly, and with more art. Why should this dreadful woman's thoughts be running so continually upon my father's will? How could it concern her? Chapter VII. Church Scarsdale. I think all the females of our household, except Mrs. Rusk, who was at open feud with her, and had only room for the fiercer emotions, were more or less afraid of this inauspicious foreigner. Mrs. Rusk would say in her confidences, in my room, where does she come from? Is she a French or a Swiss one, or is she a Canada woman? I remember one of them when I was a girl, and a nice limb she was, too. And who did she live with? Where was her last family? Not one of us knows nothing about her, no more than a child, except, of course, the master. Do suppose he made inquiry. She's always at hugger-mugger with Anne Wixted. I'll pack that one about her business, if she doesn't mind. Tattling and whispering eternally. It's not about her own business she's a-talking. Madame de la Rougepot, I call her. She does know how to paint up to the 99s, she does, the old cat. I beg your pardon, miss, but that she is a devil, and no mistake. I found her out first by her thieving the master's gin that the doctor ordered him, and filling the decanter up with water, the old villain. But she'll be found out yet, she will, and all the maids is afraid on her. She's not right, they think, a witch or a ghost. I should not wonder. Catherine Jones found her in her bed asleep in the morning after she sulked with you. You know, miss, with all her clothes on. Whatever was the meaning? And I think she has frightened you, miss, and has you as nervous as anything I do. And so forth. It was true. I was nervous, and growing rather more so. And I think this cynical woman perceived and intended it, and was pleased. I was always afraid of her concealing herself in my room, and emerging at night to scare me. She began sometimes to mingle in my dreams, too, always awfully, and this nourished, of course, the kind of ambiguous fear in which, in waking hours, I held her. I dreamed one night that she led me, all the time whispering something so very fast that I could not understand her, into the library, holding a candle in her other hand above her head. We walked on tiptoe, like criminals at the dead of night, and stopped before that old oak cabinet which my father had indicated in so odd a way to me. I felt that we were about some contraband practice. There was a key in the door, which I experienced a guilty horror at turning, she whispering in the same unintelligible way all the time at my ear. I did turn it, the door opened quite softly, and within stood my father, his face white and malignant, and glaring close in mine. He cried in a terrible voice, "Death!" Out went Madame's candle, and at the same moment, with a scream, I waked in the dark, still fancying myself in the library, and for an hour after I continued in a hysterical state. Every little incident about Madame furnished a topic of eager discussion among the maids. More or less covertly, they nearly all hated and feared her. They fancied that she was making good her footing with the master, and that she would then oust Mrs. Rusk, perhaps usurp her place, and so make a clean sweep of them all. I fancy the honest little housekeeper did not discourage that suspicion. About this time, I recollect a peddler, an odd, gypsified-looking man, called in at Knoll. I and Catherine Jones were in the court when he came, and set down his pack on the low balustrade beside the door. All sorts of commodities he had: ribbons, cottons, silks, stockings, lace, and even some bad jewelry. And just as he began his display, an interesting matter in a quiet country house, Madame came upon the ground. He grinned a recognition, and hoped Madame Aisle was well, and did not look to see her here. Madame Aisle thanked him. Yes, yes, very well, and looked for the first time decidedly put out. "What a pretty things," she said. "Catherine, run and tell Mrs. Rusk. She wants scissors, and lace too, I heard her say." So Catherine, with a lingering look, departed, and Madame said, "Will you, dear Cheel, be so kind to bring here my purse? I forgot on the table in my room. Also, I advise you, bring your—" Catherine returned with Mrs. Rusk. Here was a man who could tell them something of the old Frenchwoman. At last, slyly, they dawdled over his wares, until Madame had made her market and departed with me. But when the coveted opportunity came, the peddler was quite impenetrable. He forgot everything. He did not believe as he ever saw the lady before. He called a Frenchwoman, all the world over, Mademoiselle, that worthy name on 'em all. He never seed her in particular afore, as he could bring to mind. He liked to see 'em always, 'cause they makes the young unspy. This reserve and oblivion were very provoking, and neither Mrs. Rusk nor Catherine Jones spent sixpence with him. He was a stupid fellow, or worse. Of course, Madame had tampered with him. But truth, like murder, will out some day. Tom Williams, the groom, had seen her when alone with him, and pretending to look at his stock, with her face almost buried in his silks and Welsh linseys, talking as fast as she could all the time, and slipping money, he did suppose, under a piece of stuff in his box. In the meantime, I and Madame were walking over the wide, peaty sheep walks that lie between Knoll and Church Scarsdale. Since our visit to the mausoleum in the wood, she had not worried me so much as before. She had been, indeed, more than usually thoughtful, very little talkative, and troubled me hardly at all about French and other accomplishments. A walk was a part of our daily routine. I now carried a tiny basket in my hand, with a few sandwiches, which were to furnish our luncheon when we reached the pretty scene, about 2 miles away, whither we were tending. We had started a little too late. Madame grew unwontedly fatigued, and sat down to rest on a stile before we had got halfway, and there she intoned, with a dismal nasal cadence, a quaint old Britannia ballad about a lady with a pig's head. This lady was neither pig nor maid, and so she was not of human mould, not of the living nor the dead. Her left hand and foot were warm to touch, her right as cold as a corpse's flesh, and she would sing like a funeral bell, with a ding-dong tune. The pigs were afraid, and viewed her aloof, and women feared her and stood afar. She could do with without sleep for a year and a day. She could sleep like a corpse for a month and more. No one knew how this lady fed, on acorns or on flesh. Some say that she's one of the swine-possessed that swam over the sea of Gennesaret, a mongrel body and demon soul. Some say she's the wife of the wandering Jew, and broke the law for the sake of pork, and a swinish face for a token doth bear, that her shame is now, and her punishment coming. And so it went on, in a jingling rigmarole. The more anxious I seemed to go on our way, the more likely was she to loiter. Therefore showed no signs of impatience, and I saw her consult her watch in the course of her ugly minstrelsy, and slyly glance, as if expecting something, in the direction of our destination. When she had sung to her heart's content, up rose Madame, and began to walk onward silently. I saw her glance once or twice, as before, toward the village of Trilsworth, which lay in front, a little to our left, and the smoke of which hung in a film over the brow of the hill. I think she observed me, for she inquired, "What is that a smoke there?" "That is Trilsworth, Madame. There is a railway station there." "Oh, Lekemen defer, so near. I did not think where it goes." I told her, and silence returned. Church Scarsdale is a very pretty and odd scene. The slightly undulating sheep-walk dips suddenly into a wide glen, in the lap of which, by a bright, winding rill, rise from the sward the ruins of a small abbey, with a few solemn trees scattered round. The crows' nests hung untenanted in the trees. The birds were foraging far away from their roosts. The very cattle had forsaken the place. It was solitude itself. Madame drew a long breath and smiled. Come down, Cheel, come down to the churchyard." As we descended the slope, which shut out the surrounding world, and the scene grew more sad and lonely, Madame's spirits seemed to rise. "See how many gravestones, 1, 200. Don't you love the dead, Cheel? I will teach you to love them. You shall see me die here today for half an hour and be among them. That is what I love." We were by this time at the little brook's side, and the low churchyard wall with a stile, reached by a couple of stepping stones across the stream. Immediately at the other side. "Come now," cried Madame, raising her face, as if to sniff the air. "We are close to them. You will like them soon as you shall see 5 of them. Ah, sa ira, sa ira, sa ira. Come cross quickily. I am Madame La Morgue, Mrs. Deadhouse. I will present you my friends, Monsieur Cadaver and Monsieur Squelette. Come, come, leetle mortal, let us play. Wah! And she uttered a horrid yell from her enormous mouth, and pushing her wig and bonnet back so as to show her great, bald head, she was laughing and really looked quite mad. "No, madame, I will not go with you," I said, disengaging my hand with a violent effort, receding 2 or 3 steps. "Not enter the churchyard. Ma foi, what mauvaise gout. But see, we are already in shade. The sun he is setting soon, where well you remain, chiel. I will not stay long." "I'll stay here," I said, a little angrily, for I was angry as well as nervous, and through my fear was that indignation at her extravagances which mimicked lunacy so unpleasantly, and were, I knew, designed to frighten me. Over the stepping stones, pulling up her dress, she skipped with her long, lank legs, like a witch joining a Walpurgis. Over the stile she strode, and I saw her head wagging, and heard her sing some of her ill-omened rhymes, as she capered solemnly, with many a grin and courtesy, among the graves and headstones, towards the ruin. Chapter VIII. The smoker. 3 years later, I learned, in a way she probably little expected, and then did not much care about what really occurred there. I learned even phrases and looks, for the story was related by one who had heard it told, and therefore I venture to narrate what at the moment I neither saw nor suspected, while I sat, flushed and nervous, upon a flat stone by the bank of the little stream. Madame looked over her shoulder, and perceiving that I was out of sight, she abated her pace and turned sharply towards the ruin which lay at her left. It was her first visit, and she was merely exploring. But now, with a perfectly shrewd and businesslike air, turning the corner of the building, she saw, seated upon the edge of a gravestone, a rather fat and flashily equipped young man, with large, light whiskers, a jerry hat, green cutaway coat with gilt buttons, and waistcoat and trousers rather striking than elegant in pattern. He was smoking a short pipe, and made a nod to Madame, without either removing it from his lips or rising, but with his brown and rather good-looking face turned up, he eyed her with something of the impudent and sulky expression that was habitual to it. "Ha, Deedle, you are there, and look so well. I am here, too, quite alone, but my friend, she wait outside the churchyard, by side the Leedle River, for she must not think I know you, so I am come alone. You're a quarter late, and I lost a fight by you. Old girl, this morning," said the gay man, and spat on the ground. "And I wish you would not call me Diddle. I'll call you Granny if you do. Dud then. She is very nice, what you like. Slim waist, white teeth, very nice eyes, dark what you say is best, and nice little foot and ankle." Madame smiled leeringly. Dud smoked on. "Go on," said Dud, with a nod of command. "I am teach her to sing and play. She has such sweet voice." There was another interval here. "Well, that isn't much good. I hate women's screechin' about fairies and flowers. Hang her. There's a scarecrow as sings at Curl's divan. Such a caterwauling upon a stage. I'd like to put my 2 barrels into her." By this time, Dud's pipe was out, and he could afford to converse. "You shall see her and decide. You will walk down the river and pass her by. That's as may be. Howsoever, it would not do nohow to buy a pig in a poke, you know. And s'pose I shouldn't like her, arter all." Madame sneered, with a patois ejaculation of derision. "Very good. Then someone else will not be so hard to please, as you will soon find. Someone's been a-lookin' arter her, you mean," said the young man, with a shrewd, uneasy glance on the cunning face of the French lady. "I mean precisely that which I mean," replied the lady, with a teasing pause at the break I have marked. "Come, old Un, none of your old chaff, if you want me to stay here listening to you. Speak out, can't you? There's any chap as has been a-lookin' arter her, is there? I suppose some. Well, you suppose, and I suppose. We may all suppose, I guess. But that does not make a thing be, as wasn't before. And you tell me as how the lass is kept private up there, and will be, till you're done educating her, a precious good Un that is." And he laughed a little lazily, with the ivory handle of his cane on his lip, and eyeing Madame with indolent derision. Madame laughed, but looked rather dangerous. "I'm only chaffin', you know, old girl. You've been chaffin' W.I., shouldn't I? But I don't see why she can't wait a bit, and what's all the hurry for? I'm in no hurry. I don't want a wife on my back for a while. There's no fellow marries till he's took his bit of fun and seen life, is there? And why should I be driving with her to fairs, or to church, or to meeting, by jingo? For they say she's a Quaker with a babby on each knee, only to please them as will be dead and rotten when I'm only beginning. Ah, you are such charming fellow, always the same, always sensible. So I and my friend, we will walk home again, and you go see Maggie Hawkes. Good-day bye, Dud, good-day bye. Quiet, you fool, can't ye? Said the young gentleman, with the sort of grin that made his face vicious when a horse vexed him. Whoever said I wouldn't go look at the girl? Why, you know that's just what I come here for, don't you? Only when I think a bit, and a notion comes across me, why shouldn't I speak out? I'm not one o' them shilly-shallies. If I like the girl, I'll not be mug in and mug out about it. Only mind ye, I'll judge for myself. Is that her a-coming? No, it was a distant sound. Madame peeped round the corner. No one was approaching. Well, you go round that away, and you only look at her, you know, for she is such fool, so nervous. Oh, is that the way with her? Said Dud, knocking out the ashes of his pipe on a tombstone and replacing the Turkish utensil in his pocket. Well, then, old lass, goodbye, and he shook her hand. And do ye see, don't ye come up till I pass, for I'm no hand at play acting, and if you called me sir, or was coming it dignified and distant, you know I'd be sure to laugh a'most and let all out. So goodbye, d'ye see, and if you want me again, be sharp to time, mind. From habit, he looked about for his dogs, but he had not brought one. He had come unostentatiously by rail, traveling in a third-class carriage for the advantage of Jack Briderly's company, and getting a world of useful wrinkles about the steeplechase that was coming off next week. So he strode away, cutting off the heads of the nettles with his cane as he went. And Madame walked forth into the open space among the graves, where I might have seen her, had I stood up, looking with the absorbed gaze of an artist on the ruin. In a little while, along the path, I heard the clank of a step, and the gentleman in the green cutaway coat, sucking his cane, and eyeing me with an offensive, familiar sort of stare the while, passed me by, rather hesitating as he did so. I was glad when he turned the corner in the little hollow close by and disappeared. I stood up at once and was reassured by a sight of Madame, not very many yards away, looking at the ruin and apparently restored to her right mind. The last beams of the sun were by this time touching the uplands, and I was longing to recommence our walk home. I was hesitating about calling to Madame, because that lady had a certain spirit of opposition within her, and to disclose a small wish of any sort was generally, if it lay in her power, to prevent its accomplishment. At this moment, the gentleman in the green coat returned, approaching me with a slow sort of swagger. I say, miss, I dropped a glove close by here. May you have seen it? No, sir, I said, drawing back a little, and looking, I dare say, both frightened and offended. I do think I must ha' dropped it close by your foot, miss. No, sir, I repeated. No offense, miss, but you're sure you didn't hide it? I was beginning to grow seriously uncomfortable. Don't be frightened, miss. It's only a bit o' chaff. I'm not going to search. I called aloud, Madame, Madame, and he whistled through his fingers and shouted, Madame, Madame, and added, she's as deaf as a tombstone, or she'll hear that. Gee her my compliments, and say I said you're a beauty, miss. And with a laugh and a leer, he strode off. Altogether, this had not been a very pleasant excursion. Madame gobbled up our sandwiches, commending them every now and then to me. But I had been too much excited to have any appetite left, and very tired I was when we reached home. So there is lady coming tomorrow, said Madame, who knew everything. What is her name? I forget. Lady Knollys, I answered. Lady Knollys, what odd name. She is very young, is she not? Past 50, I think. Helas, she's very old then. Is she rich? I don't know. She has a place in Derbyshire. Derbyshire, that is one of your English counties, is it not? Oh yes, Madame, I answered, laughing. I have said it to you twice since you came, and I gabbled through the chief towns and rivers as catalogued in my geography. Bah, to be sure, of course, Cheel. And is she your relation? Papa's first cousin. Won't you present a me, pray? I would so like. Madame had fallen into the English way of liking people with titles, as perhaps foreigners would if titles implied the sort of power they do generally with us. Certainly, Madame, you will not forget. So no, Madame reminded me twice in the course of the evening of my promise. She was very eager on this point. But it is a world of disappointment, influenza, and rheumatics. And next morning Madame was prostrate in her bed, and careless of all things but flannel and James's powder. Madame was désolée, but she could not raise her head. She only murmured a question. For how long time, dear, will Lady Knollys remain? A very few days, I believe. Helas, how unlucky. Maybe tomorrow I shall be better, my ear. The laudanum, dear Cheel. And so our conversation for that time ended, and Madame buried her head in her old red cashmere shawl. Chapter IX. Monica Knollys. Punctually, Lady Knollys arrived. She was accompanied by her nephew, Captain Oakley. They arrived a little before dinner, just in time to get to their rooms and dress. But Mary Quince enlivened my toilet with eloquent descriptions of the youthful captain whom she had met in the gallery on his way to his room with the servant, and told me how he stopped to let her pass, and how he smiled so handsome. I was very young then, you know, and more childish even than my years. But this talk of Mary Quince's interested me, I must confess, considerably. I was painting all sort of portraits of this heroic soldier, while affecting, I am afraid, a hypocritical indifference to her narration. And I know I was very nervous and painstaking about my toilet that evening. When I went down to the drawing room, Lady Knollys was there, talking volubly to my father as I entered, a woman not really old, but such as very young people fancy aged, energetic, bright, saucy, dressed handsomely in purple satin, with a good deal of lace, and a rich point, I know not how to call it, not a cap, a sort of head-dress, light and simple, but grand withal, over her grayish, silken hair, rather tall, by no means stout, on the whole a good firm figure, with something kindly in her look. She got up, quite like a young person, and coming quickly to meet me with a smile. "My young cousin," she cried, and kissed me on both cheeks. "You know who I am. Your cousin Monica Knollys, and very glad, dear, to see you, though she has not set eyes on you since you were no longer than that paper knife. Now come here to the lamp, for I must look at you. Who is she like? Let me see. Like your poor mother, I think, my dear. But you've the Aylmer nose, yes, not a bad nose either, and come. Very good eyes, upon my life. Yes, certainly something of her poor mother. Not a bit like you, Austen." My father gave her a look as near a smile as I had seen there for a long time, shrewd, cynical, but kindly too, and said he, "So much the better, Monica, eh?" It was not for me to say, but you know, Austen, you always were an ugly creature. How shocked and indignant the little girl looks. You must not be vexed, you loyal little woman, with cousin Monica for telling the truth. Papa was and will be ugly all his days. Come, Austen, dear, tell her, is not it so? What, depose against myself? That's not English law, Monica. Well, maybe not, but if the child won't believe her own eyes, how is she to believe me? She has long, pretty hands, you have, and very nice feet too. How old is she? How old, child? Said my father to me, transferring the question. She recurred again to my eyes. That is the true gray, large, deep, soft, very peculiar. Yes, dear, very pretty long lashes, and such bright tints. You'll be in the book of beauty, my dear, when you come out, and have all the poet people writing verses to the tip of your nose. And a very pretty little nose it is. I must mention here how striking was the change in my father's spirit, while talking and listening to his odd and voluble old cousin Monica. Reflected from bygone associations, there had come a glimmer of something, not gaiety indeed, but like an appreciation of gaiety. The gloom and inflexibility were gone, and there was an evident encouragement and enjoyment of the incessant sallies of his bustling visitor. How morbid must have been the tendencies of his habitual solitude, I think, appeared from the evident thawing and brightening that accompanied even this transient gleam of human society. I was not a companion more childish than most girls of my age, and trained in all his whimsical ways, never to interrupt a silence, or force his thoughts by unexpected question or remark out of their monotonous or painful channel. I was as much surprised at the good humor with which he submitted to his cousin's saucy talk. And indeed, just then, those black-paneled and pictured walls, and that quaint, misshapen room, seemed to have exchanged their stern and awful character for something wonderfully pleasanter to me, notwithstanding the unpleasantness of the personal criticism to which the plain-spoken lady chose to subject me. Just at that moment, Captain Oakley joined us. He was my first actual vision of that awful and distant world of fashion, of whose splendors I had already read something in the 3-volumed Gospel of the circulating library, handsome, elegant, with features almost feminine, and soft, wavy black hair, whiskers, and mustache. He was altogether such a knight as I had never beheld, or even fancied, at Knoll, a hero of another species, and from the region of the demigods. I did not then perceive that coldness of the eye and cruel curl of the voluptuous lip, only a suspicion, yet enough to indicate the profligate man, and savoring of death unto death. But I was young, and had not yet the direful knowledge of good and evil that comes with years. And he was so very handsome, and talked in a way that was so new to me, and was so much more charming than the well-bred converse of the humdrum county families, with whom I had occasionally sojourned for a week at a time. It came out incidentally that his leave of absence was to expire the day after tomorrow. A Lilliputian pang of disappointment followed this announcement, Already I was sorry to lose him. So soon we begin to make a property of what pleases us. I was shy, but not awkward. I was flattered by the attention of this amusing, perhaps rather fascinating young man of the world, and he plainly addressed himself with diligence to amuse and please me. I dare say there was more effort than I fancied in bringing his talk down to my humble level, and interesting me and making me laugh about people whom I had never heard of before than I then suspected. Cousin Nolly's meanwhile was talking to Papa. It was just the conversation that suited a man so silent as habit had made him, for her frolic fluency left him little to supply. It was totally impossible, indeed, even in our taciturn household, that conversation should ever flag while she was among us. Cousin Nolly's and I went into the drawing room together, leaving the gentlemen rather ill-assorted, I fear, to entertain one another for a time. "Come here, my dear, and sit near me," said Lady Knollys, dropping into an easy chair with an energetic little plump, "and tell me how you and your papa get on. I can remember him quite a cheerful man once, and rather amusing, yes, indeed. And now you see what a bore he is, all by shutting himself up and nursing his whims and fancies. Are those your drawings, dear? Yes, very bad, I'm afraid. But there are a few better, I think, in the portfolio in the cabinet in the hall. They are by no means bad, my dear. And you play, of course. Yes, that is. A little pretty well, I hope. I dare say. I must hear you by and by. And how does your papa amuse you? You look bewildered, dear. Well, I dare say amusement is not a frequent word in this house. But you must not turn into a nun, or worse, into a Puritan. What is he? A Fifth Monarchy man, or something. I forget. Tell me the name, my dear. Papa is a Swedenborgian, I believe. Yes, yes. I forgot the horrid name. A Swedenborgian. That is it. I don't know exactly what they think, but everyone knows they are a sort of pagans, my dear. He's not making one of you, dear, is he? I go to church every Sunday. Well, that's a mercy. Swedenborgian is such an ugly name, and besides, they are all likely to be damned, my dear, and that's a serious consideration. I really wish poor Austen had hit on something else. I'd much rather have no religion and enjoy life while I'm in it than choose one to worry me here and bedevil me hereafter. But some people, my dear, have a taste for being miserable and provide, like poor Austen, for its gratification in the next world as well as here. Ha, ha, ha. How grave the little woman looks. Don't you think me very wicked? You know you do, and very likely you are right. Who makes your dresses, my dear? You are such a figure of fun. Mrs. Rusk, I think, ordered this dress. I and Mary Quince planned it. I thought it very nice. We all like it very well. There was something, I dare say, very whimsical about it, probably very absurd, judged at least by the canons of fashion. And old cousin Monica Knowles, in whose eye the London fashions were always fresh, was palpably struck by it, as if it had been some enormity against anatomy. For she certainly laughed very heartily. Indeed, there were tears on her cheeks when she had done, and I am sure my aspect of wonder and dignity, as her hilarity proceeded, helped to revive her merriment again and again as it was subsiding. There, you mustn't be vexed with old cousin Monica, she cried, jumping up and giving me a little hug, and bestowing a hearty kiss on my forehead and a jolly little slap on my cheek. Always remember your cousin Monica is an outspoken, wicked old fool who likes you, and never be offended by her nonsense. A council of 3, you all sat upon it, Mrs. Rusk, you said, and Mary Quince, and your wise self, the weird sisters, and Austen stepped in as Macbeth, and said, "What is't ye do?" You all made answer together, a something or other without a name. Now, seriously, my dear, it is quite unpardonable in Austen, your papa. I mean, to hand you over to be robed and bedizened according to the whimsies of these wild old women, aren't they old? If they know better, it's positively fiendish. I'll blow him up. I will indeed, my dear. You know you're an heiress, and ought not to appear like a jack pudding. Papa intends sending me to London with Madame and Mary Quince, and going with me himself, if Dr. Brierly says he may make the journey. And then I am to have dresses and everything. Well, that is better. And who is Dr. Brierly? Is your papa ill? Ill? Oh no, he always seems just the same. You don't think him ill, looking ill, I mean? I asked eagerly and frightened. No, my dear, he looks very well for his time of life. But why is Dr. What's his name here? Is he a physician, or a divine, or a horse doctor? And why is his leave asked? I really don't understand. Is he a what d'ye call him? A Swedenborgian? I believe so. Oh, I see. Ha, ha, ha. And so poor Austen must ask leave to go up to town. Well, go he shall, whether his doctor likes it or not, for it would not do to send you there in charge of your Frenchwoman, my dear. What's her name? Madame de la Raugière. Chapter X. Lady Knollys removes a coverlet. Lady Knollys pursued her inquiries. And why does not Madame make your dresses, my dear? Wager a guinea, the woman's a milliner. Did not she engage to make your dresses? I really don't know. I rather think not. She is my governess, a finishing governess, Mrs. Rusk says. Finishing fiddle, hoity-toity. And my lady's too grand to cut out your dresses and help to sew them. And what does she do? I venture to say she's fit to teach nothing but devilment. Not that she has taught you much, my dear, yet at least. I'll see her, my dear. Where is she? Come, let us visit Madame. I should so like to talk to her a little. But she is ill, I answered. And all this time I was ready to cry for vexation, thinking of my dress, which must be very absurd to elicit so much unaffected laughter from my experienced relative. And I was only longing to get away and hide myself before that handsome captain returned. Ill is she? What's the matter? A cold, feverish and rheumatic, she says. Oh, a cold. Is she up or in bed? In her room, but not in bed. I should so like to see her, my dear. It is not mere curiosity, I assure you. In fact, curiosity has nothing on earth to do with it. A governess may be a very useful or a very useless person, but she may also be about the most pernicious inmate imaginable. She may teach you a bad accent and worse manners, and heaven knows what beside. Send the housekeeper, my dear, to tell her that I am going to see her. I had better go myself, perhaps, I said, fearing a collision between Mrs. Rusk and the bitter Frenchwoman. Very well, dear. And away I ran, not sorry somehow to escape before Captain Oakley returned. As I went along the passage, I was thinking whether my dress could be so very ridiculous as my old cousin thought it, and trying in vain to recollect any evidence of a similar contemptuous estimate on the part of that beautiful and garrulous dandy. Could not, quite the reverse, indeed. Still, I was uncomfortable, and feverish girls of my then age will easily conceive how miserable, under similar circumstances, such a misgiving would make them. It was a long way to Madame's room. I met Mrs. Rusk bustling along the passage with a housemaid. How is Madame? I asked. Quite well, I believe, answered the housekeeper dryly. Nothing the matter that I know of. She eat enough for 2 today. I wish I could sit in my room doing nothing. Madame was sitting, or rather reclining, in a low armchair when I entered the room, close to the fire, as was her wont, her feet extended near to the bars, and a little coffee equipage beside her. She stuffed a book hastily between her dress and the chair, and received me in a state of languor which, had it not been for Mrs. Rusk's comfortable assurances, would have frightened me. "I hope you are better, madame," I said, approaching. "Better than I deserve, my dear Cheel, sufficiently well. The people are all so good, trying me with every little thing, like a bird. Here is cafe, Mrs. Ruska, poor woman. I try to swallow a little to please her. And your cold, is it better?" She shook her head languidly, her elbow resting on the chair, and 3 fingertips supporting her forehead. And then she made a little sigh, looking down from the corners of her eyes in an interesting dejection. Sends des lassitudes in all the members, but I am quite happy, and though I suffer, I am console, and oblige des bontés, ma chère. Que vous avez tous pour moi. And with these words, she turned a languid glance of gratitude on me, which dropped on the ground. "Lady Knollys wishes very much to see you, only for a few minutes, if you could admit her. Vous savez les malades see never visitors," she replied with a startled sort of tartness and a momentary energy. "Besides, I cannot converse. Sends de temps and temps des douleurs de tête of head, and of the ear, the right ear. It is parfois agony absolutely, and now it is here." And she winced and moaned, with her eyes closed and her hand pressed to the organ affected. Simple as I was, I felt instinctively that Madame was shamming. She was overacting. Her transitions were too violent. And besides, she forgot that I knew how well she could speak English, and must perceive that she was heightening the interest of her helplessness by that pretty tessellation of foreign idiom. I therefore said, with a kind of courage which sometimes helped me suddenly, "Oh, madame, don't you really think you might, without much inconvenience, see Lady Knollys for a very few minutes? Cruel Cheel, you know I have a pain of the ear which makes me horribly suffer at this moment, and you demand me whether I will not converse with strangers. I did not think you would be so unkind, Maud, but it is impossible. You must see, quite impossible. I never, you know, refuse to take trouble when I am able. Never, never." And Madame shed some tears, which always came at call, and with her hand pressed to her ear, said very faintly, "Be so good to tell your friend how you see me, and how I suffer, and leave me, Maud, for I wish to lie down for a little, since the pain will not allow me to remain longer. So, with a few words of comfort, which could not well be refused, but I dare say, betraying my suspicion that more was made of her sufferings than need be, I returned to the drawing room. Captain Oakley has been here, my dear, and fancying, I suppose, that you had left us for the evening, has gone to the billiard room, I think, said Lady Knollys, as I entered. That then accounted for the rumble and smack of balls, which I had heard as I passed the door. I have been telling Maud how detestably she is got up. Very thoughtful of you, Monica, said my father. Yes, and really, Austen, it is quite clear you ought to marry. You want someone to take this girl out and look after her. And who's to do it? She's a dowdy, don't you see? Such a dust, and it is really such a pity, for she's a very pretty creature, and a clever woman could make her quite charming. My father took cousin Monica's sallies with the most wonderful good humor. She had always, I fancy, been a privileged person, and my father, whom we all feared, received her jolly attacks, as I fancy the grim front-debuffs of old accepted the humors and personalities of their jesters. Am I to accept this as an overture? Said my father to his voluble cousin. Yes, you may, but not for myself, Austen. I'm not worthy. Do you remember little Kitty Weedon that I wanted you to marry 20 years ago, or more, with 120,000 pounds? Well, you know, she has got ever so much now, and she is really a most amiable old thing, and though you would not have her then, she has had her second husband since, I can tell you. I'm glad I was not the first, said my father. Well, they really say her wealth is absolutely immense. Her last husband, the Russian merchant, left her everything. She has not a human relation, and she is in the best set. You were always a matchmaker, Monica, said my father, stopping, and putting his hand kindly on hers. But it won't do, no, Monica. We must take care of little Maud some other way. I was relieved. We women have all an instinctive dread of second marriages, and think that no widower is quite above or below that danger. And I remember, whenever my father, which indeed was but seldom, made a visit to town or anywhere else, it was a saying of Mrs. Rusk, I shan't wonder, neither need you, my dear, if he brings home a young wife with him. So my father, with a kind look at her, and a very tender one on me, went silently to the library, as he often did about that hour. I could not help resenting my cousin Knollys' officious recommendation of matrimony. Nothing I dreaded more than a stepmother. Good Mrs. Rusk and Mary Quince, in their several ways, used to enhance, by occasional anecdotes and frequent reflections, the terrors of such an intrusion. I suppose they did not wish a revolution and all its consequences at Knowle, and thought it no harm to excite my vigilance, but it was impossible long to be vexed with cousin Monica. You know, my dear, your father is an oddity, she said. I don't mind him. I never did. You must not. Cracky, my dear, cracky, decidedly cracky. And she tapped the corner of her forehead with a look so sly and comical that I think I should have laughed if the sentiment had not been so awfully irreverent. Well, dear, how is our friend the milliner? Madame is suffering so much from pain in her ear that she says it would be quite impossible to have the honor. Honor fiddle. I want to see what the woman's like. Pain in her ear, you say. Poor thing. Well, dear, I think I can cure that in 5 minutes. I have it myself, now and then. Come to my room, and we'll get the bottles. So she lighted her candle in the lobby, and with a light and agile step, she scaled the stairs, I following. And having found the remedies, we approached Madame's room together. I think, while we were still at the end of the gallery, Madame heard and divined our approach, for her door suddenly shut, and there was a fumbling at the handle. But the bolt was out of order. Lady Knollys tapped at the door, saying, "Elle, come in, please, and see you. I've some remedies which I'm sure will do you good." There was no answer, so she opened the door, and we both entered. Madame had rolled herself in the blue coverlet and was lying on the bed, with her face buried in the pillow and enveloped in the covering. "Perhaps she's asleep," said Lady Knollys, getting round to the side of the bed and stooping over her. Madame lay still as a mouse. Cousin Monica set down her 2 little vials on the table, and stooping again over the bed, began very gently with her fingers to lift the coverlet that covered her face. Madame uttered a slumbering moan and turned more upon her face, clasping the coverlet faster about her. "Madame, it is Maud and Lady Knollys. We have come to relieve your ear. Pray let me see it. She can't be asleep. She's holding the clothes so fast. Do, pray, allow me to see it." Chapter XI. Lady Knollys sees the features. Perhaps, if Madame had murmured, "It is quite well, pray permit me to sleep," she would have escaped an awkwardness. But But having adopted the role of the exhausted slumberer, she could not consistently speak at the moment. Neither would it do by main force to hold the coverlet about her face, and so her presence of mind forsook her. Cousin Monica drew it back and hardly beheld the profile of the sufferer when her good-humored face was lined and shadowed with a dark curiosity and a surprise by no means pleasant. She stood erect beside the bed, with her mouth firmly shut and drawn down at the corners, in a sort of recoil and perturbation, looking down upon the patient. So that's Madame de la Raugière, at length exclaimed Lady Knollys, with a very stately disdain. I think I never saw anyone look more shocked. Madame sat up, very flushed. No wonder, for she had been wrapped so close in the coverlet. She did not look quite at Lady Knollys, but straight before her, rather downward, and very luridly. I was very much frightened and amazed, and felt on the point of bursting into tears. So, mademoiselle, you have married, it seems, since I had last the honor of seeing you. I did not recognize mademoiselle under her new name. Yes, I am married, Lady Knollys. I thought everyone who knew me had heard of that. Very respectably married for a person of my rank. I shall not need long the life of a governess. There is no harm, I hope. I hope not, said Lady Knollys dryly, a little pale, and still looking with a dark sort of wonder upon the flushed face and forehead of the governess, who was looking downward, straight before her, very sulkily and disconcerted. I suppose you have explained everything satisfactorily to Mr. Ruthven, in whose house I find you, said Cousin Monica. Yes, certainly, everything he requires. In effect, there is nothing to explain. I am ready to answer to any question. Let him demand me. Very good, mademoiselle. Madame, if you please. I forgot, madame. Yes, I shall apprise him of everything. Madame turned upon her a piqued and malign look, smiling askance, with a stealthy scorn. For myself, I have nothing to conceal. I have always done my duty. What fine scene about nothing absolutely, what charming remedies for a sick person. Ma foi, how much obliged I am for these so amiable attentions. So far as I can see, mademoiselle, madame, I mean, you don't stand very much in need of remedies. Your ear and head don't seem to trouble you just now. I fancy these pains may now be dismissed. Lady Knollys was now speaking French. Me laddie has diverted my attention for a moment, but that does not prevent that I suffer frightfully. I am, of course, only poor governess, and such people, perhaps, ought not to have pain, at least to show when they suffer. It is permitted us to die, but not to be sick. Come, Maud, my dear, let us leave the invalid to her repose and to nature. I don't think she needs my chloroform and opium at present. Me laddie is herself a physic which chases many things and powerfully affects the ear. I would wish to sleep notwithstanding, and can but gain that in silence, if it pleases me, laddie. Come, my dear, said Lady Knollys, without again glancing at the scowling, smiling, swarthy face in the bed. Let us leave your instructress to her conforto. The room smells all over of brandy, my dear, does she drink, said Lady Knollys, as she closed the door, a little sharply. I am sure I looked as much amazed as I felt at an imputation which then seemed to me so entirely incredible. Good little simpleton, said Cousin Monica, smiling in my face and bestowing a little kiss on my cheek. Such a thing as a tipsy lady has never been dreamt of in your philosophy. Well, we live and learn. Let us have our tea in my room. The gentlemen, I dare say, have retired. I assented, of course, and we had tea very cosily by her bedroom fire. How long have you had that, woman? She asked suddenly, after, for her, a very long rumination. She came in the beginning of February, nearly 10 months ago, is not it? And who sent her? I really don't know. Papa tells me so little. He arranged it all himself, I think. Cousin Monica made a sound of acquiescence, her lips closed, and a nod, frowning hard at the bars. It is very odd, she said, how people can be such fools. Here there came a little pause. And what sort of person is she? Do you like her? Very well, that is, pretty well. You won't tell, but she rather frightens me. I'm sure she does not intend it, but somehow I am very much afraid of her. She does not beat you, said Cousin Monica, with an incipient frenzy in her face that made me love her. So no, nor ill-use you in any way. No, upon your honor and word, Maud. No, upon my honor. You know I won't tell her anything you say to me, and I only want to know that I may put an end to it, my poor little cousin. Thank you, Cousin Monica, very much. But really and truly, she does not ill-use me, nor threaten you, child. Well, no, no, she does not threaten. And how the plague does she frighten you, child. Well, I'm half ashamed to tell you you'll laugh at me, and I don't know that she wishes to frighten me. But there is something, is not there, Ghosty, you know about her. Ghosty is there. Well, I'm sure I don't know, but I suspect there's something devilish, she seems roguish, does not she? And I really think she has had neither cold nor pain, but has just been shamming sickness to keep out of my way. I perceived plainly enough that Cousin Monica's damnatory epithet referred to some retrospective knowledge, which she was not going to disclose to me. You knew Madame before, I said. Who is she? She assures me she is Madame de la Rougière, and I suppose, in French phrase she so calls herself, answered Lady Knollys with a laugh, but uncomfortably, I thought. Oh, dear Cousin Monica, do tell me, is she very wicked? I am so afraid of her. How should I know, dear Maud? But I do remember her face, and I don't very much like her, and you may depend on it, I will speak to your father in the morning about her. And don't, darling, ask me any more about her, for I really have not very much to tell that you would care to hear, and the fact is I won't say any more about her there. And Cousin Monica laughed, and gave me a little slap on the cheek, and then a kiss. Well, just tell me this. Well, I won't tell you this, nor anything, not a word, curious little woman. The fact is, I have little to tell, and I mean to speak to your father, and he, I am sure, will do what is right, so don't ask me any more, and let us talk of something pleasanter. There was something indescribably winning, it seemed to me, in Cousin Monica. Old as she was, she seemed to me so girlish compared with those slow, unexceptionable young ladies whom I had met in my few visits at the county houses. By this time, my shyness was quite gone, and I was on the most intimate terms with her. You know a great deal about her, Cousin Monica, but you won't tell me. Nothing I should like better if I were at liberty, little rogue. But you know, after all, I don't really say whether I do know anything about her or not, or what sort of knowledge it is. But tell me what you mean by ghosty, and all about it. So I recounted my experiences, to which, so far from laughing at me, she listened with very special gravity. Does she write and receive many letters? I had seen her write letters, and supposed, though I could only recollect one or two, that she received in proportion. Are you Mary Quince? Asked my lady cousin. Mary was arranging the window curtains, and turned, dropping a courtesy affirmatively toward her. "You wait on my little cousin, Miss Ruthin, don't you?" "Yes, said Mary, in her gentlest way. "Does anyone sleep in her room?" "Yes, I please, my lady." "And no one else?" "No, please, my lady." "Not even the governess, sometimes?" "No, please, my lady." "Never, you are quite sure, my dear?" said Lady Knollys, transferring the question to me. "Oh no, never," I answered. Cousin Monica mused gravely. I fancied, even anxiously, into the grate, then stirred her tea and sipped it, still looking into the same point of our cheery fire. "I like your face, Mary Quince. I'm sure you are a good creature," she said, suddenly turning toward her with a pleasant countenance. "I'm very glad you have got her, dear. I wonder whether Austen has gone to his bed yet. I think not. I am certain he is either in the library or in his private room. Papa often reads or prays alone at night, and he does not like to be interrupted. No, no, of course not. It will do very well in the morning." Lady Knollys was thinking deeply, as it seemed to me. "And so you are afraid of goblins, my dear," she said at last, with a faded sort of smile, turning toward me. "Well, if I were, I know what I should do so soon as and good Mary Quince here had got into my bedchamber for the night. I should stir the fire into a good blaze, and bolt the door. Do you see, Mary Quince? Bolt the door, and keep a candle lighted all night. You'll be very attentive to her, Mary Quince, for I don't think she is very strong, and she must not grow nervous. So get to bed early, and don't leave her alone, do you see? And remember to bolt the door, Mary Quince, and I shall be sending a little Christmas box to my cousin, and I shan't forget you. Good night." And with a pleasant courtesy, Mary fluttered out of the room. Chapter XIII. A curious conversation. We each had another cup of tea, and were silent for a while. We must not talk of ghosts now. You are a superstitious little woman, you know, and you shan't be frightened. And now Cousin Monica grew silent again, and looking briskly around the room, like a lady in search of a subject. Her eye rested on a small oval portrait, graceful, brightly tinted, in the French style, representing a pretty little boy with rich golden hair, large soft eyes, delicate features, and a shy, peculiar expression. It is odd, I think I remember that pretty little sketch very long ago. I think I was then myself a child, but that is a much older style of dress, and of wearing the hair, too, than I ever saw. I am just 49 now. Oh dear, yes, that is a good while before I was born. What a strange, pretty little boy. A mysterious little fellow. Is he quite sincere, I wonder? What rich golden hair. It is very clever, a French artist, I dare say. And who is that little boy? I never heard. Someone 100 years ago, I dare say. But there is a picture downstairs I am so anxious to ask you about. Oh, murmured Lady Knollys, still gazing dreamily on the crayon. It is the full-length picture of Uncle Silas. I want to ask you about him. At mention of his name, my cousin gave me a look so sudden and odd as to amount almost to a start. Your Uncle Silas, dear. It is very odd. I was just thinking of him. And she laughed a little, wondering whether that little boy could be he. And up jumped active Cousin Monica, with a candle in her hand, upon a chair, and scrutinized the border of the sketch for a name or a date. Maybe on the back, said she. And so she unhung it, and there, true enough, not on the back of the drawing, but of the frame, which was just as good, in pen and ink round Italian letters, hardly distinguishable now from the discolored wood, we traced Silas Aylmer Ruthin, E-date Roman 8, 15 May, 1779. It is very odd I should not have been told or remembered who it was. I think if I had ever been told, I should have remembered it. I do recollect this picture, though, I am nearly certain. What a singular child's face. And my cousin leaned over it with a candle on each side, and her hand shading her eyes, as if seeking by aid of these fair and half-formed lineaments to read an enigma. The childish features defied her, I suppose. Their secret was unfathomable, for after a good while she raised her head, still looking at the portrait, and sighed. A very singular face, she said softly, as a person might who was looking into a coffin. Had not we better replace it? So the pretty oval, containing the fair golden hair and large eyes, the pale, unfathomable sphinx, remounted to its nail, and the funnest and beautiful child seemed to smile down oracularly on our conjectures. So is the face in the large portrait, very singular more, I think, than that handsomer too. This is a sickly child, I think, but the full length is so manly, though so slender, and so handsome too. I always think him a hero and a mystery, and they won't tell me about him, and I can only dream and wonder. He has made more people than you dream and wonder, my dear Maud. I don't know what to make of him. He is a sort of idol, you know, of your father's, and yet I don't think he helps him much. His abilities were singular. So has been his misfortune for the rest, my dear. He is neither a hero nor a wonder, so far as I know. There are very few sublime men going about the world. You really must tell me all you know about him, Cousin Monica. Now, don't refuse. But why should you care to hear? There is really nothing pleasant to tell. That is just the reason I wish it. If it were at all pleasant, it would be quite commonplace. I like to hear of adventures, dangers, and misfortunes, and above all, I love a mystery. You know, Papa will never tell me, and I dare not ask him. Not that he is ever unkind, but somehow I am afraid, and neither Mrs. Rusk nor Mary Quince will tell me anything, although I suspect they know a good deal. I don't see any good in telling you, dear, nor, to say the truth, any great harm either. No, now that's quite true, no harm. There can't be, for I must know it all some day, you know, and better now. And from you, than perhaps from a stranger, and in a less favorable way. Upon my word, it is a wise little woman, and really, that's not such bad sense after all. So we poured out another cup of tea each, and sipped it very comfortably by the fire, while Lady Knollys talked on, and her animated face helped the strange story. It is not very much, after all. Your Uncle Silas, you know, is living. Oh yes, in Derbyshire. So I see you do know something of him, sly girl. But no matter. You know how very rich your father is. But Silas was the younger brother, and had little more than 1,000 a year if he had not played and did not care to marry. It would have been quite enough, ever so much more than younger sons of dukes often have. But he was, well, a mauvais sujet. You know what that is. I don't want to say any ill of him more than I really know. But he was fond of his pleasures, I suppose, like other young men, and he played, and was always losing, and your father for a long time paid great sums for him. I believe he was really a most expensive and vicious young man, and I fancy he does not deny that now, for they say he would change the past if he could. I was looking at the pensive little boy in the oval frame, aged 8 years, who was, a few springs later, a most expensive and vicious young man, and was now a suffering and outcast old one, and wondering from what a small seed the hemlock or the wallflower grows, and how microscopic are the beginnings of the kingdom of God, or of the mystery of iniquity in a human being's heart. Austin, your papa, was very kind to him, very. But then, you know, he's an oddity, dear, he is an oddity, though no one may have told you before, and he never forgave him for his marriage. Your father, I suppose, knew more about the lady than I did. I was young then. But there were various reports, none of them pleasant, and she was not visited, and for some time there was a complete estrangement between your father and your Uncle Silas, and it was made up rather oddly on the very occasion which some people said ought to have totally separated them. Did you ever hear anything very remarkable about your uncle? No, never. They would not tell me, though I am sure they know. Pray go on. Well, Maud, as I have begun, I'll complete the story, though perhaps it might have been better untold. It was something rather shocking indeed, very shocking. In fact, they insisted on suspecting him of having committed a murder. I stared at my cousin for some time, and then at the little boy, so refined, so beautiful, so funnest, in the oval frame. Yes, dear, said she, her eyes following mine. Who'd have supposed he could ever have fallen under so horrible a suspicion? The wretches. Of course, Uncle Silas, of course, he's innocent, I said at last. Of course, my dear, said Cousin Monica, with an odd look. But you know there are some things as bad almost to be suspected of as to have done, and the country gentlemen chose to suspect him. They did not like him, you see. His politics vexed them, and he resented their treatment of his wife, though I really think, poor Silas, he did not care a pin about her, and he annoyed them whenever he could. Your papa, you know, is very proud of his family. He never had the slightest suspicion of your uncle. So no, I cried vehemently. That's right, Maud Ruthin, said Cousin Monica, with a sad little smile and a nod. And your papa was, you may suppose, very angry. Of course he was, I exclaimed. You have no idea, my dear, how angry. He directed his attorney to prosecute by wholesale all who had said a word affecting your uncle's character. But the lawyers were against it, and then your uncle tried to fight his way through it, but the men would not meet him. He was quite slurred. Your father went up and saw the minister. He wanted to have him a deputy lieutenant or something in his county. Your papa, you know, had a very great influence with the government. Beside his county influence, he had 2 boroughs then. But the minister was afraid. The feeling was so very strong. They offered him something in the colonies, but your father would not hear of it. That would have been a banishment, you know. They would have given your father a peerage to make it up, but he would not accept it, and broke with the party. Except in that way which, you know, was connected with the reputation of the family. I don't think, considering his great wealth, he has done very much for Silas. To say truth, however, he was very liberal before his marriage. Old Mrs. Aylmer says he made a vow then that Silas should never have more than 500 a year, which he still allows him, I believe, and he permits him to live in the place. But they say it is in a very wild, neglected state. You live in the same county. Have you seen it lately, Cousin Monica? No, not very lately, said Cousin Monica, and began to hum an air abstractedly. Chapter XIII, before and after breakfast. Next morning early, I visited my favorite full-length portrait in the chocolate coat and top boots. Scanty, as had been my cousin Monica's notes upon this dark and eccentric biography, they were everything to me. A soul had entered that enchanted form. Truth had passed by with her torch, and a sad light shone for a moment on that enigmatic face. There stood the roué, the duelist, and with all his faults, the hero too. In that dark, large eye lurked the profound and fiery enthusiasm of his ill-starred passion. In the thin but exquisite lip, I read the courage of the paladin, who would have fought his way, though single-handed, against all the magnates of his county, and by ordeal of battle have purged the honor of the Ruthens. There in that delicate half-sarcastic tracery of the nostril, I detected the intellectual defiance which had politically isolated Silas Ruthen and opposed him to the landed oligarchy of his county, whose retaliation had been a hideous slander. There, too, and on his brows and lip, I traced the patience of a cold disdain. I could now see him as he was, the prodigal, the hero, and the martyr. I stood gazing on him with a girlish interest and admiration. There was indignation, there was pity, there was hope. Some day it might come to pass that I, girl as I was, might contribute by word or deed towards the vindication of that long-suffering, gallant, and romantic prodigal. It was a flicker of the Joan of Arc inspiration, common, I fancy, to many girls. I little then imagined how profoundly and strangely involved my uncle's fate would one day become with mine. I was interrupted by Captain Oakley's voice at the window. He was leaning on the windowsill and looking in with a smile, the window being open, the morning sunny, and his cap lifted in his hand. Good morning, Miss Ruthen. What a charming old place, quite the setting for a romance, such timber, and this really beautiful house. I do so like these white and black houses, wonderful old things. By the by, you treated us very badly last night. You did, indeed, upon my word now. It really was too bad running away and drinking tea with Lady Knollys, so she says. I should not like to tell you how very savage I felt, particularly considering how very short my time is. I was a shy, but not a giggling country miss. I knew I was an heiress. I knew I was somebody. I was not the least bit in the world conceited, but I think this knowledge helped to give me a certain sense of security and self-possession, which might have been mistaken for dignity or simplicity. I am sure I looked at him with a fearless inquiry, for he answered my thoughts. I do really assure you, Miss Ruthin, I am quite serious. You have no idea how very much we have missed you. There was a little pause, and like a fool, I lowered my eyes and blushed. I was thinking of leaving today. I am so unfortunate. My leave is just out. It is so unlucky. But I don't quite know whether my Aunt Knollys will allow me to go. I certainly, my dear Charlie. I don't want you at all, exclaimed a voice, Lady Knollys's briskly, from an open window close by. What could put that in your head, dear? And in went my cousin's head, and the window shut down. She is such an oddity, poor dear Aunt Knollys, murmured the young man, ever so little put out, and he laughed. I never know quite what she wishes, or how to please her, but she's so good-natured. And when she goes to town for the season, she does not always. You know, her house is really very gay. You can't think. Here again he was interrupted, for the door opened, and Lady Knollys entered. And you know, Charles, she continued, it would not do to forget your visit to Snodhurst. You wrote, you know, and you have only tonight and tomorrow. You are thinking of nothing but that more. I heard you talking to the gamekeeper. I know he is. Is not he, Maud, the brown man with great whiskers and leggings? I'm very sorry, you know, but I really must spoil your shooting, for they do expect you at Snodhurst, Charlie. And do not you think this window a little too much for Miss Ruthin? Maud, my dear, the air is very sharp. Shut it down, Charles, and you'd better tell them to get a fly for you from the town after luncheon. Come, dear, she said to me. Was not that the breakfast bell? Why does not your papa get a gong? It is so hard to know one bell from another. I saw that Captain Oakley lingered for a last look, but I did not give it, and went out smiling with Cousin Knollys, and wondering why old ladies are so uniformly disagreeable. In the lobby, she said, with an odd, good-natured look, don't allow any of his love-making, my dear. Charles Oakley has not a guinea, and an heiress would be very convenient. Of course, he has his eyes about him. Charles is not by any means foolish. I should not be at all sorry to see him well married, for I don't think he will do much good any other way. But there are degrees, and his ideas are sometimes very impertinent. I was an admiring reader of the albums, the souvenirs, the keepsakes, and all that flood of Christmas present lore which yearly irrigated England with pretty covers and engravings, and floods of elegant twaddle the milk, not destitute of water, on which the babes of literature were then fed. On this my genius throve. I had a little album, enriched with many gems of original thought and observation, which I jotted down in suitable language. Lately, turning over these faded leaves of rhyme and prose, I lighted, under this day's date, upon the following sage reflection, with my name appended. Is there not in the female heart an ineradicable jealousy, which, if it sways the passions of the young, rules also the advice of the aged? Do they not grudge to youth the sentiments, though heaven knows how shadowed with sorrow, which they can no longer inspire, perhaps even experience? And does not youth, in turn, sigh over the envy which has power to blight? M-A-U-D, a Y-L-M-E-R-R-U-T-H-Y-N. He has not been making love to me, I said rather tartly, and he does not seem to me at all impertinent, and I really don't care the least whether he goes or stays. Cousin Monica looked in my face with her old waggish smile and laughed. You'll understand those London dandies better some day, dear Maud. They are very well, but they like money, not to keep, of course, but still they like it and know its value. At breakfast, my father told Captain Oakley where he might have shooting, or if he preferred going to Dilsford, only half an hour's ride, he might have his choice of hunters and find the dogs there that morning. The captain smiled archly at me and looked at his aunt. There was a suspense. I hope I did not show how much I was interested, but it would not do. Cousin Monica was inexorable. Hunting, hawking, fishing, fiddle-dee-dee. You know, Charlie, my dear, it is quite out of the question. He is going to Snodhurst this afternoon, and without quite a rudeness, in which I should be involved too. He really can't. You know you can't, Charles. And he must go and keep his engagement. So Papa acquiesced with a polite regret and hoped another time. Oh, leave all that to me. When you want him, only write me a note, and I'll send him or bring him if you let me. I always know where to find him, don't I, Charlie? And we shall be only too happy. Aunt Monica's influence with her nephew was special, for she tipped him handsomely every now and then, and he had formed for himself agreeable expectations, besides respecting her will. I felt rather angry at his submitting to this sort of tutelage, knowing nothing of its motive. I was also disgusted by cousin Monica's tyranny. So soon as he had left the room, Lady Knollys, not minding me, said briskly to Papa, "Never let that young man into your house again. I found him making speeches this morning to little Maud here, and he really has not 2 pence in the world. It is amazing impudence. And you know such absurd things do happen. Come, Maud, what compliments did he pay you?" asked my father. I was vexed, and therefore spoke courageously. "His compliments were not to me, they were all to the house," I said dryly. "Quite as it should be the house, of course." "It is that he's in love with," said cousin Knollys. "'Twas on a widow's jointure land. The archer Cupid took his stand." "Hey, I don't quite understand," said my father slyly. "Tut, Austen, you forget Charlie is my nephew." "So I did," said my father. "Therefore the literal widow in this case can have no interest in view but one, and that is yours and Maud's. I wish him well, but he shan't put my little cousin and her expectations into his empty pocket. Not a bit of it. And there's another reason, Austen, why you should marry. You have no eye for these things, whereas a clever woman would see at a glance and prevent mischief." "So she would," acquiesced my father in his gloomy, amused way. "Maud, you must try to be a clever woman. So she will in her time, but that is not come yet. And I tell you, Austen Ruthin, if you won't look about and marry somebody, somebody may possibly marry you. You were always an oracle, Monica. But here I am lost in total perplexity," said my father. "Yes, sharks sailing round you, with keen eyes and large throats. And you have come to the age precisely when men are swallowed up alive, like Jonah. Thank you for the parallel. But you know that was not a happy union, even for the fish, and there was a separation in a few days. Not that I mean to trust to that, but there's no one to throw me into the jaws of the monster, and I've no notion of jumping there. And the fact is, Monica, there's no monster at all. I'm not so sure, but I'm quite sure," said my father a little dryly. "You forget how old I am, and how long I've lived alone, I and little Maud." And he smiled and smoothed my hair, and I thought, sighed, "No one is ever too old to do a foolish thing," began Lady Knollys. "Nor to say a foolish thing, Monica." This has gone on too long. Don't you see that little Maud here is silly enough to be frightened at your fun? So I was, but I could not divine how he guessed it. And well or ill, wisely or madly, I'll never marry. So put that out of your head. This was addressed rather to me, I think, than to Lady Knollys, who smiled a little waggishly on me, and said, "To be sure, Maud, maybe you are right. A stepdame is a risk, and I ought to have asked you first what you thought of it." And upon my honor, she continued merrily, but kindly, observing that my eyes, I know not exactly from what feeling, filled with tears, "I'll never again advise your papa to marry, unless you first tell me you wish it." This was a great deal from Lady Knollys, who had a taste for advising her friends and managing their affairs. I've a great respect for instinct. I believe, Austen, it is truer than reason, and yours and Maud's are both against me, though I know I have reason on my side. My father's brief wintry smile answered, and Cousin Monica kissed me and said, "I've been so long my own mistress that I sometimes forget there are such things as fear and jealousy. And are you going to your governess, Maud?" Chapter XIV. Angry words. I was going to my governess, as Lady Knollys said, and so I went. The undefinable sense of danger that smote me whenever I beheld that woman had deepened since last night's occurrence, and was taken out of the region of instinct or prepossession by the strange, though slight indications of recognition and abhorrence which I had witnessed in Lady Knollys on that occasion. The tone in which Cousin Monica had asked, "Are you going to your governess?" and the curious, grave, and anxious look that accompanied the question disturbed me, and there was something odd and cold in the tone, as if a remembrance had suddenly chilled her. The accent remained in my ear, and the sharp, brooding look was fixed before me as I glided up the broad, dark stairs to Madame de la Rougierre's chamber. She had not come down to the schoolroom, as the scene of my studies was called. She had decided on having a relapse, and accordingly had not made her appearance downstairs that morning. The gallery leading to her room was dark and lonely, and I grew more nervous as I approached. I paused at the door, making up my mind to knock, but the door opened suddenly, and like a magic lantern figure, presented with a snap, appeared close before my eyes the great muffled face, with the forbidding smirk of Madame de la Rougierre. "What you mean, my dear Cheel?" she inquired with a malevolent shrewdness in her eyes, and and her hollow smile, all the time disconcerting me more even than the suddenness of her appearance. What for you approach so softly? I do not sleep, you see, but you feared, perhaps, to have the misfortune of wakening me. And so you came, is it not so? To leasten and look in very gentilly. You want to know how I was. Vous êtes bien aimable devoir penser à moi. Bah, she cried, suddenly bursting through her irony. Why could not Lady Knollys come herself and leasten to the keyhole to make her report? Fi donc, what is there to conceal? Nothing. Enter, if you please. Every one they are welcome. And she flung the door wide, turned her back upon me, and with an ejaculation which I did not understand, strode into the room. I did not come with any intention, madame, to pry or to intrude. You don't think, so you can't think, so you can't possibly mean to insinuate anything so insulting. I was very angry, and my tremors had all vanished now. No, not for you, dear Cheel. I was thinking to Milady Knollys, who, without cause, is my enemy. Everyone has enemy. You will learn all that so soon as you are little older. And without cause, she is mine. Come, Maud, speak of the truth. Was it not Milady Knollys who sent you here dousement, so quaint to my door? Is it not so, little rogue? Madame had confronted me again, and we were now standing in the middle of her floor. I indignantly repelled the charge, and searching me for a moment with her oddly shaped, cunning eyes, she said, "That is good, Cheel. You speak so direct, I like that, and am glad to hear. But my dear Maud, that woman, Lady Knollys, is Papa's cousin," I interposed a little gravely. "She does hate me so. You have no idea. She has tried to injure me several times, and would employ the most innocent person, unconsciously, you know, my dear, to assist her malice." Here Madame wept a little. I had already discovered that she could shed tears whenever she pleased. I have heard of such persons, but I never met another before or since. Madame was unusually frank. No one ever knew better when to be candid. At present, I suppose, she concluded that Lady Knollys would certainly relate whatever she knew concerning her before she left Knoll. And so Madame's reserves, whatever they might be, were dissolving, and she growing childlike and confiding. Et comment va Monsieur Vater Pierre Augerthuy? Very well, I thanked her. And how long Milady Knollys her visit is likely to be, I could not say exactly, but for some days. Eh bien, my dear Cheel, I find myself better this morning, and we must return to our lessons. G-view M. Habeler, ma cheer Maud, you will wait me in the schoolroom. By this time, Madame, who, though lazy, could make an effort, and was capable of getting into a sudden hurry, had placed herself before her dressing table and was ogling her discolored and bony countenance in the glass. What horror, I am so pale, quel ennui, what bore, how weak have I grow in 2-3 days. And she practiced some plaintive, invalid glances into the mirror. But on a sudden, there came a little sharp, inquisitive frown as she looked over the frame of the glass upon the terrace beneath. It was only a glance, and she sat down languidly in her armchair to prepare, I suppose, for the fatigues of the toilet. My curiosity was sufficiently aroused to induce me to ask, "But why, Madame, do you fancy that Lady Knollys dislikes you?" "'Tis not fancy, my dear Maud. Aha, no. My say tout une histoire too tedious to tell now, sometime maybe, and you will learn when you are little older. The most violent hatreds often they are the most without cause. But, my dear Cheel, the hours they are running from us, and I must dress. Fight, fight. So you run away to the schoolroom, and I will come after." Madame had her dressing case and her mysteries, and palpably stood in need of repairs. So away I went to my studies. The room which we called the schoolroom was partly beneath the floor of Madame's bedchamber, and commanded the same view. So, remembering my governess's peering glance from her windows, I looked out and saw Cousin Monica making a brisk promenade up and down the terrace walk. Well, that was quite enough to account for it. I had grown very curious, and I resolved, when our lessons were over, to join her and make another attempt to discover the mystery. As I sat over my books, I fancied I heard a movement outside the door. I suspected that Madame was listening. I waited for a time, expecting to see the door open, but she did not come, so I opened it suddenly myself. But Madame was not on the threshold nor on the lobby. I heard a rustling, however, and on the staircase over the banister I saw the folds of her silk dress as she descended. She is going, I thought, to seek an interview with Lady Knollys. She intends to propitiate that dangerous lady. So, amused some 8 or 10 minutes in watching Cousin Monica's quick march and right about face upon the parade ground of the terrace. But no one joined her. "She is certainly talking to Papa," was my next and more probable conjecture. Having the profoundest distrust of Madame, who was naturally extremely jealous of the confidential interviews in which deceit and malice might make their representations plausibly, and without answer, "Yes, I'll run down and see Papa. She shan't tell lies behind my back, horrid woman." At the study door I knocked, and forthwith entered. My father was sitting near the window, his open book before him, Madam standing at the other side of the table, her cunning eyes bathed in tears, and her pocket handkerchief pressed to her mouth. Her eyes glittered stealthily on me for an instant. She was sobbing désolée, in fact, that grim grenadier lady, and her attitude was exquisitely dejected and timid. But she was, notwithstanding, reading closely and craftily my father's face. He was not looking at her, but rather upward toward the ceiling, reflectively leaning on his hand, with an expression not angry, but rather surly and annoyed. "I ought to have heard of this before, Madame," my father was saying as I came in. "Not that it would have made any difference, not the least, mind that. But it was the kind of thing that I ought to have heard, and the omission was not strictly right." Madame, in a shrill and lamentable key, opened her voluble reply, but was arrested by a nod from my father, who asked me if I wanted anything. Only that I was waiting in the schoolroom for Madame, and did not know where she was. "Well, she is here, you see, and will join you upstairs in a few minutes." So back I went again, huffed, angry, and curious, and sat back in my chair with a clouded countenance, thinking very little about lessons. When Madame entered, I did not lift my head or eyes. "Good Cheel reading," said she, as she approached briskly and reassured. "No," I answered tartly, "not good, nor a child either. I'm not reading. I've been thinking." "Très bien," she said, with an insufferable smile. "Thinking is very good also, but you look unhappy, very, poor Cheel. Take care you are not grow jealous for poor Madame talking sometime to your papa. You must not, little fool. It is only for your good, my dear Maud, and I had no objection you should stay." "You, Madame," I said loftily. I was very angry, and showed it through my dignity, to Madame's evident satisfaction. "No, it was your papa, Mr. Ruthin, who wished to speak alone. For me, I do not care. There was something I wished to tell him. I don't care who know, but Mr. Ruthin, he is different." I made no remark. "Come, little Maud, you are not to be so cross. It will be much better you and I to be good friends together. Why should we quarrel? What nonsense! Do you imagine I would anywhere undertake the education of a young person unless could speak with her parent? What folly! I would like to be your friend, however, my poor Maud, if you would allow you and together what you say. People grow to be friends by liking Madame, and liking comes of itself, not by bargain. I like everyone who is kind to me, and so you are like me in so many things, my dear Maud. Are you quite well today? I think you look faded, so I feel, too, very tired. I think we will put off the lessons to tomorrow. And we will come to play La Grace in the garden. Madame was plainly in a high state of exultation. Her audience had evidently been satisfactory, and like other people, when things went well, her soul lighted up into a sulphurous good humor, not very genuine nor pleasant, but still it was better than other moods. I was glad when our calisthenics were ended, and Madame had returned to her apartment, so that I had a pleasant little walk with Cousin Monica. We women are persevering when once our curiosity is roused, but she gaily foiled mine, and I think had a mischievous pleasure in doing so. As we were going in to dress for dinner, however, she said, quite gravely, "I am sorry, Maud, I allowed you to see that I have any unpleasant impressions about that governess lady. I shall be at liberty some day to explain all about it, and indeed, it will be enough to tell your father, whom I have not been able to find all day. But really we are, perhaps, making too much of the matter, and I cannot say that I know anything against Madame that is conclusive, or indeed at all, but that there are reasons, and you must not ask any more. No, you must not. That evening, while I was playing the overture to Cenerentola for the entertainment of my cousin, there arose from the tea-table, where she and my father were sitting, a spirited and rather angry harangue from Lady Knowley's lips. I turned my eyes from the music towards the speakers. The overture swooned away with a little hesitating babble into silence, and I listened. Their conversation had begun under cover of the music which I was making, and now they were too much engrossed to perceive its discontinuance. The first sentence I heard seized my attention. My father had closed the book he was reading upon his finger, and was leaning back in his chair, as he used to do when at all angry. His face was a little flushed, and I knew the fierce and glassy stare which expressed pride, surprise, and wrath. Yes, Lady Knowley's, there's an animus. I know the spirit you speak in. It does you no honor, said my father. And I know the spirit you speak in, the spirit of madness, retorted Cousin Monica, just as much in earnest. I can't conceive how you can be so demented, Austen. What has perverted you? Are you blind? You are, Monica, your own unnatural prejudice. Unnatural prejudice blinds you. What is it all? Nothing. Were I to act as you say, I should be a coward and a traitor. I do see, all that's real. I'm no Quixote to draw my sword on illusions. There should be no halting here. How can you, do you ever think? I wonder if you can breathe. I feel as if the evil one were in the house. A stern, momentary frown was my father's only answer. As he looked fixedly at her, people need not nail up horseshoes and mark their doorstones with charms to keep the evil spirit out. Ran on Lady Knollys, who looked pale and angry in her way. But you open your door in the dark and invoke unknown danger. How can you look at that child that she's not playing? Said Knollys, abruptly stopping. My father rose, muttering to himself, and cast a lurid glance at me as he went in high displeasure to the door. Cousin Monica, now flushed a little, glanced also silently at me, biting the tip of her slender gold cross, and doubtful how much I had heard. My father opened the door suddenly, which he had just closed, and looking in, said in a calmer tone, Perhaps, Monica, you would come for a moment to the study. I'm sure you have none but kindly feelings towards me and little Maud there, and I thank you for your goodwill, but you must see other things more reasonably, and I think you will. Cousin Monica got up silently and followed him, only throwing up her eyes and hands as she did so, and I was left alone, wondering and curious more than ever. Chapter XV. A warning. I sat still, listening and wondering and listening, but I ought to have known that no sound could reach me where I was from my father's study. 5 minutes passed, and they did not return. 10, 15. I drew near the fire and made myself comfortable in a great armchair, looking on the embers, but not seeing all the scenery and dramatis personae of my past life or future fortunes in their shifting glow, as people in romances usually do, but fanciful castles and caverns in blood-red and golden glare, suggestive of dreamy fairyland, salamanders, sunsets, and palaces of fire kings, and all this partly shaping and partly shaped by my fancy, and leading my closing eyes and drowsy senses off into dreamland. So I nodded and dozed and sank into a deep slumber, from which I was roused by the voice of my cousin Monica. On opening my eyes, I saw nothing but Lady Nolly's face looking steadily into mine and expanding into a good-natured laugh as she watched the vacant and lackluster stare with which I returned her gaze. "Come, dear Maud, it is late. You ought to have been in your bed an hour ago." Up I stood, and so soon as I had begun to hear and see aright, it struck me that Cousin Monica was more grave and subdued than I had seen her. "Come, let us light our candles and go together." Holding hands, we ascended, I sleepy, she silent, and not a word was spoken until we reached my room. Mary Quince was in waiting, and tea made. "Tell her to come back in a few minutes. I wish to say a word to you," said Lady Knollys. The maid accordingly withdrew. Lady Knollys' eyes followed her till she closed the door behind her. "I'm going in the morning." "So soon?" "Yes, dear, I could not stay. In fact, I should have gone tonight, but it was too late, and I leave instead in the morning." "I am so sorry, so very sorry," I exclaimed, in honest disappointment, and the walls seemed to darken round me, and the monotony of the old routine loomed more terrible in prospect. "So am I, dear Maud. But can't you stay a little longer, won't you?" "No, Maud, I'm vexed with Austen, very much vexed with your father. In short, I can't conceive anything so entirely preposterous and dangerous and insane as his conduct, now that his eyes are quite opened. And I must say a word to you before I go, and it is just this. You must cease to be a mere child. You must try and be a woman, Maud. Now, don't be frightened or foolish, but hear me out. That woman, what does she call herself, Rougier? I have reason to believe is, in fact, from circumstances, must be your enemy. You will find her very deep daring and unscrupulous, I venture to say, and you can't be too much on your guard. Do you quite understand me, Maud?" "I do," said I, with a gasp, and my eyes fixed on her with a terrified interest, as if on a warning ghost. "You must bridle your tongue, mind, and govern your conduct, and command even your features. It is hard to practice reserve, but you must be secret and vigilant. Try and be in appearance just as usual. Don't quarrel. Tell her nothing. If you do happen to know anything of your father's business, be always on your guard when with her, and keep your eye upon her everywhere. Observe everything. Disclose nothing. Do you see?" "Yes," again I whispered. "You have good, honest servants about you, and thank God they don't like her. But you must not repeat to them one word I am now saying to you." Servants are fond of dropping hints and letting things ooze out in that way, and in their quarrels with her would compromise you. You understand me? I do, I sighed, with a wild stare. And Maud, don't let her meddle with your food. Cousin Monica gave me a pale little nod and looked away. I could only stare at her, and under my breath I uttered an ejaculation of terror. Don't be so frightened. You must not be foolish. I only wish you to be upon your guard. I have my suspicions, but I may be quite wrong. Your father thinks I am a fool. Perhaps I am, perhaps not. Maybe he may come to think as I do. But you must not speak to him on the subject. He's an odd man, and never did and never will act wisely when his passions and prejudices are engaged. Has she ever committed any great crime? I asked, feeling as if I were on the point of fainting. No, dear Maud, I never said anything of the kind. Don't be so frightened. I only said I have formed, from something I know, an ill opinion of her, and an unprincipled person under temptation is capable of a great deal. But no matter how wicked she may be, you may defy her, simply by assuming her to be so, and acting with caution. She is cunning and selfish, and she'll do nothing desperate. But I would give her no opportunity. Oh dear, oh Cousin Monica, don't leave me. My dear, I can't stay. Your papa and we've had a quarrel. I know I'm right, and he's wrong, and he'll come to see it soon if he's left to himself, and then all will be right. But just now he misunderstands me, and we've not been civil to one another. I could not think of staying, and he would not allow you to come away with me for a short visit, which I wished. It won't last, though, and I do assure you, my dear Maud, I am quite happy about you now that you are quite on your guard. Just act respecting that person as if she were capable of any treachery, without showing distrust or dislike in your manner, and nothing will remain in her power. And write to me whenever you wish to hear from me. And if I can be of any real use, I don't care, I'll come. So there's a wise little woman. Do as I've said, and depend upon it, everything will go well. And I'll contrive before long to get that nasty creature away. Except a kiss and a few hurried words in the morning when she was leaving, and a penciled farewell for Papa. There was nothing more from Cousin Monica for some time. Knoll was dark again, darker than ever. My father, gentle always to me, was now, perhaps it was contrast with his fitful return to something like the world's ways, during Lady Knowley's stay more silent, sad, and isolated than before. Of Madame de la Raugière, I had nothing at first particular to remark. Only, reader, if you happen to be a rather nervous and very young girl, I ask you to conceive my fears and imaginings, and the kind of misery which I was suffering. Its intensity I cannot now even myself recall, but it overshadowed me perpetually, a care, an alarm. It lay down with me at night and got up with me in the morning, tinting and disturbing my dreams and making my daily life terrible. I wonder now that I lived through the ordeal. The torment was secret and incessant, and kept my mind in unintermitting activity. Externally, things went on at Knoll for some weeks in the usual routine. Madame was, so far as her unpleasant ways were concerned, less tormenting than before, and constantly reminded me of our little vow of friendship. You remember, dearest Maud. And she would stand beside me and looked from the window with her bony arm round my waist and my reluctant hand drawn round in hers. And thus she would smile and talk affectionately and even playfully, for at times she would grow quite girlish and smile with her great carious teeth and begin to quiz and babble about the young fellows and tell bragging tales of her lovers, all of which were dreadful to me. She was perpetually recurring, too, to the charming walk we had had together to Church Scarsdale, and proposing a repetition of that delightful excursion, which, you may be sure, evaded, having by no means so agreeable a recollection of our visit. One day, as I was dressing to go out for a walk, in came good Mrs. Rusk, the housekeeper, to my room. Miss Maud, dear, is not that too far for you? It is a long walk to Church Scarsdale, and you are not looking very well. To Church Scarsdale, I repeated. I'm not going to Church Scarsdale. Who said I was going to Church Scarsdale? There is nothing I should so much dislike. Well, I never, exclaimed she. Why, there's old Madam's been downstairs with me for fruit and sandwiches, telling me you were longing to go to Church Scarsdale. It's quite untrue, I interrupted. She knows I hate it. She does, said Mrs. Rusk, quietly. And you did not tell her nothing about the basket. Well, if there isn't a story. Now, what may she be after? What is it? What is she driving at? I can't tell, but I won't go. No, of course, dear, you won't go. But you may be sure there's some scheme in her old head. Tom Fowkes says she's been 2 or 3 times to drink tea at Farmer Gray's. Now, could it be she's thinking to marry him? And Mrs. Rusk sat down and laughed heartily, ending with a crow of derision. To think of a young fellow like that, and his wife, poor thing, not dead a year, Maybe she's got money. I don't know. I don't care, perhaps, Mrs. Rusk. You mistook Madam. I will go down. I am going out. Madame had a basket in her hand. She held it quietly by her capacious skirt at the far side, and made no allusion to the preparation, neither to the direction in which she proposed walking. And prattling artlessly and affectionately, she marched by my side. Thus we reached the stile at the sheep walk, and then I paused. Now, Madame, have not we gone far enough in this direction? Suppose we visit the pigeon house in the park. What folly! My dear Maud, you cannot walk so far. Well, towards home, then. And why not this way? We ave not walk enough, and Mr. Ruthin, he will not be pleased if you do not take proper exercise. Let us walk on by the path, and stop when you like. Where do you wish to go, Madame? Nowhere particular, come along. Don't be fool, Maud. This leads to Church Scarsdale. A yes, indeed. What sweet place. Boat, we need not a walk all the way to there. I'd rather not walk outside the grounds today, Madame. Come, Maud. You shall not be fool what you mean, Mademoiselle, said the stalwart lady, growing yellow and greenish with an angry mottling, and accosting me very gruffly. I don't care to cross the stile. Thank you, Madame. I shall remain at this side. You shall do what I tell you, exclaimed she. Let go my arm, Madame. You hurt me, I cried. She had griped my arm very firmly in her great bony hand, and seemed preparing to drag me over by main force. Let me go, I repeated shrilly, for the pain increased. La, she cried with a smile of rage and a laugh, letting me go and shoving me backward at the same time, so that I had a rather dangerous tumble. I stood up, a good deal hurt and very angry, notwithstanding my fear of her. I'll ask Papa if I am to be so ill-used. What have I done? Cried Madame, laughing grimly from her hollow jaws. I did all I could to help you over. Oh, could I prevent you to pull back and tumble if you would do so. That is the way when you petites mademoiselles are naughty and hurt yourself. They always try to make blame other people. Tell a what you like, you think I care. Very well, Madame. Are you coming? No. She looked steadily in my face, and very wickedly. I gazed at her as with dazzled eyes, I suppose, as the feathered prey do at the owl that glares on them by night. I neither moved back nor forward, but stared at her quite helplessly. You are nice pupil, charming young person. So polite, so obedient, so amiable. I will walk towards Church Scarsdale, she continued, suddenly breaking through the conventionalism of her irony and accosting me in savage accents. You will stay behind if you dare. I tell you to accompany, do you hear? More than ever resolved against following her, I remained where I was, watching her as she marched fiercely away, swinging her basket as though in imagination, knocking my head off with it. She soon cooled, however, and looking over her shoulder, and seeing me still at the other side of the stile, she paused and beckoned me grimly to follow her. Seeing me resolutely maintain my position, she faced about, tossed her head like an angry beast, and seemed uncertain for a while what course to take with me. She stamped and beckoned furiously again. I stood firm, was very much frightened, and could not tell to what violence she might resort in her exasperation. She walked towards me with an inflamed countenance, and a slight angry wagging of the head. My heart fluttered, and I awaited the crisis in extreme trepidation. She came close, the stile only separating us, and stopped short, glaring and grinning at me like a French grenadier who has crossed bayonets, but hesitates to close. Chapter XVII. Dr. Bryly looks in. What had I done to excite this ungovernable fury? We had often before had such small differences, and she had contented herself with being sarcastic, teasing, and impertinent. So, for future, you are gouvernante, and I the chiel for you to command. Is not so? And you must direct where we shall walk. Tresbayen, we shall see Monsieur Ruthin, he shall know everything. For me, I do not care, not at all. I shall be rather pleased, on the contrary. Let him decide. If I shall be responsible for the conduct and the health of Mademoiselle his daughter, it must be that I shall have authority to direct her what she must do. It must be that she or I shall obey. I ask only which shall command for the future. Voila tout. I was frightened, but resolute. I dare say I looked sullen and uncomfortable. At all events, she seemed to think she might possibly succeed by wheedling. So she tried coaxing and cajoling, and patted my cheek, and predicted that I would be a good chiel, and not vex poor Madame, but do for the future what she tell a me. She smiled her wide, wet grin, smoothed my hand, and patted my cheek, and would in the excess of her conciliatory paroxysm have kissed me, but I withdrew, and she commented only with a little laugh and a foolish little thing. But you will be quite amiable just now. Why, Madame? I asked, suddenly raising my head and looking her straight in the face. Do you wish me to walk to Church Scarsdale so particularly today. She answered my steady look with a contracted gaze and an unpleasant frown. Why do I do not understand you. There is no particular day. What folly. Why I like Church Scarsdale. Well, it is such pretty place. There is all. What little fool. I suppose you think I want to kill you and bury you in the churchyard. And she laughed, and it would not have been a bad laugh for a ghoul. Come, my dearest Maud, you are not a such fool to say, if you tell me go these away, I will go that. And if you say, go that away, I will go these. You are raisonnable little girl, come along, allons donc. We shall have such agreeable walk, we'll you. But I was immovable. It was neither obstinacy nor caprice, but a profound fear that governed me. I was then afraid, yes, afraid of what? Well, of going with Madame de la Rougiere to Church Scarsdale that day. That was all. And I believe that instinct was true. She turned a bitter glance toward Church Scarsdale and bit her lip. She saw that she must give it up. A shadow hung upon her drab features. A little scowl, a little sneer, wide lips compressed with a false smile, and a leaden shadow mottling all. Such was the countenance of the lady, who only a minute or two before had been smiling and murmuring over the style so amiably with her idiomatic blarney, as the Irish call that kind of blandishment. There was no mistaking the malignant disappointment that hooked and warped her features. My heart sank. A tremendous fear overpowered me. Had she intended poisoning me? What was in that basket? I looked in her dreadful face. I felt for a minute quite frantic. A feeling of rage with my father, with my cousin Monica, for abandoning me to this dreadful rogue, took possession of me, and I cried, helplessly wringing my hands. Oh, it is a shame, it is a shame, it is a shame. The countenance of the gouvernante relaxed. I think she in turn was frightened at my extreme agitation. It might have worked unfavorably with my father. Come, Maud, it is time you should try to control your temper. You shall not walk to Church Scarsdale if you do not like, only invite. There, it is quite as you please where we shall walk then. Here to the pigeon house. I think you say, tout Bayen. Remember, I concede you everything. Let us go. We went, therefore, towards the pigeon house, through the forest trees, I not speaking as the children in the wood did with their sinister conductor, but utterly silent and scared. She silent also, meditating, and sometimes, with a sharp side glance, gauging my progress towards equanimity. Her own was rapid, for Madame was a philosopher, and speedily accommodated herself to circumstances. We had not walked a quarter of an hour when every trace of gloom had left her face, which had assumed its customary brightness, and she began to sing with a spiteful hilarity as we walked forward, and indeed seemed to be approaching one of her waggish, frolicsome moods. But her fun in these moods was solitary. The joke, whatever it was, remained in her own keeping. When we approached the ruined brick tower, in old times a pigeon house, she grew quite frisky and twirled her basket in the air and capered to her own singing. Under the shadow of the broken wall and its ivy, she sat down with a frolicsome plump and opened her basket, inviting me to partake, which I declined. I must do her justice, however, upon the suspicion of poison, which she quite disposed of by gobbling up, to her own share, everything which the basket contained. The reader is not to suppose that Madame's cheerful demeanor indicated that I was forgiven. Nothing of the kind. One syllable more on our walk home she addressed not to me, and when we reached the terrace, she said, "You will please, Maud, remain for 2-3 minutes in the Dutch garden, while I speak with Mr. Ruthin in the study." This was spoken with a high head and an insufferable smile, and I more haughtily, but quite gravely, turned without disputing, and descended the steps to the quaint little garden she had indicated. I was surprised and very glad to see my father there. I ran to him and began, "Oh, Papa," and then stopped short, adding only, "May I speak to you now?" He smiled kindly and gravely on me. "Well, Maud, say your say." "Oh, sir, it is only this. I entreat that our walks, mine and Madame's, may be confined to the grounds. And why? I'm afraid to go with her." "Afraid," he repeated, looking hard at me. "Have you lately had a letter from Lady Knollys?" "No, Papa, not for 2 months or more." There was a pause. "And why afraid, Maud?" "She brought me one day to Church Scarsdale. You know what a solitary place it is, sir. And she frightened me so that I was afraid to go with her into the churchyard. But she went and left me alone at the other side of the stream, and an impudent man passing by stopped and spoke to me, and seemed inclined to laugh at me, and altogether frightened me very much. And he did not go till Madame happened to return. What kind of man, young or old? A young man. He looked like a farmer's son, but very impudent, and stood there talking to me whether I would or not. and Madame did not care at all, and laughed at me for being frightened. And indeed, I am very uncomfortable with her. He gave me another shrewd look, and then looked down cloudily and thought, "You say you are uncomfortable and frightened. How is this? What causes these feelings?" "I don't know, sir. She likes frightening me. I am afraid of her. We are all afraid of her, I think. The servants, I mean, as well as I." My father nodded his head contemptuously, twice or thrice, and muttered, "A pack of fools." And she was so very angry today with me, because I would not walk again with her to Church Scarsdale. I am very much afraid of her. And quite unpremeditatedly, I burst into tears. There, little Maud, you must not cry. She is here only for your good. If you are afraid, even foolishly afraid, it is enough. Be it as you say. Your walks are henceforward confined to the grounds. I'll tell her so. I thanked him through my tears, very earnestly. But Maud, beware of prejudice. Women are unjust and violent in their judgments. Your family has suffered in some of its members by such injustice. It behoves us to be careful not to practice it. That evening, in the drawing-room, my father said, in his usual abrupt way, "About my departure, Maud. I've had a letter from London this morning, and I think I shall be called away sooner than I at first supposed, and for a little time we must manage apart from one another. Do not be alarmed. You shall not be in Madame de la Rougierre's charge, but under the care of a relation. But even so, little Maud will miss her old father, I think." His tone was very tender, so were his looks. He was looking down on me with a smile, and tears were in his eyes. This softening was new to me. I felt a strange thrill of surprise, delight, and love, and springing up, I threw my arms about his neck and wept in silence. He, I think, shed tears also. "You said a visitor was coming. Someone, you mean, to go away with." "Ah, yes. You love him better than me." "No, dear, no. But I fear him. And I am sorry to leave you, little Maud." "It won't be very long," I pleaded. "No, dear," he answered with a sigh. I was tempted almost to question him more closely on the subject, but he seemed to divine what was in my mind, for he said, "Let us speak no more of it, but only bear in mind, Maud, what I told you about the oak cabinet, the key of which is here." And he held it up as formerly. "You remember what you are to do in case Dr. Brierly should come while I am away." "Yes, sir. his manner had changed, and I had returned to my accustomed formalities. It was only a few days later that Dr. Brierly actually did arrive at Knoll, quite unexpectedly, except, I suppose, by my father. He was to stay only one night. He was twice closeted in the little study upstairs with my father, who seemed to me, even for him, unusually dejected, and Mrs. Rusk, inveighing against them rubbish, as she always termed the Swedenborgians, told me they were making him quite shaky-like, and he would not last no time if that lanky, lean ghost of a fellow in black was to keep prowling in and out of his room like a tame cat. I lay awake that night, wondering what the mystery might be that connected my father and Dr. Brierly. There was something more than the convictions of their strange religion could account for. There was something that profoundly agitated my father. It may not be reasonable, but so it is. The person whose presence, though we know nothing of the cause of that effect, is palpably attended with pain to anyone who is dear to us, grows odious, and I began to detest Dr. Brierly. It was a gray, dark morning, and in a dark pass in the gallery near the staircase, I came full upon the ungainly doctor in his glossy black suit. I think, if my mind had been less anxiously excited on the subject of his visit, or if I had not disliked him so much, I should not have found courage to accost him as I did. There was something sly, I thought, in his dark, lean face, and he looked so low, so like a Scotch artisan in his Sunday clothes, that I felt a sudden pang of indignation at the thought that a great gentleman like my father should have suffered under his influence, and I stopped suddenly, instead of passing him by with a mere salutation, as he expected. "May I ask a question, Dr. Brierly?" "Certainly. Are you the friend whom my father expects?" "I don't quite see." "The friend, I mean, with whom he is to make an expedition to some distance, I think, and for some little time." "No," said the doctor, with a shake of his head. "And who is he?" "I really have not a notion, miss." "Why, he said that you knew," I replied. The doctor looked honestly puzzled. "Will he stay long away? Pray tell me." The doctor looked into my troubled face with inquiring and darkened eyes, like one who half reads another's meaning. And then he said a little briskly, but not sharply, "Well, I don't know. I'm sure, miss, no, indeed. You must have mistaken. There's nothing that I know." There was a little pause, and he added, "No, he never mentioned any friend to me." I fancied that he was made uncomfortable by my question and wanted to hide the truth. Perhaps I was partly right. "Oh, Dr. Brierly, pray, pray, who is the friend, and where is he going?" "I do assure you," he said, with a strange sort of impatience, "I don't know. It is all nonsense." And he turned to go, looking, I think, annoyed and disconcerted. A terrific suspicion crossed my brain like lightning. "Doctor, one word," I said, I believe, quite wildly. Do you think his mind is at all affected?" "Insane," he said, looking at me with a sudden, sharp inquisitiveness that brightened into a smile. "Pooh, pooh, heaven forbid. Not a saner man in England." Then, with a little nod, he walked on, carrying, as I believed, notwithstanding his disclaimer, the secret with him. In the afternoon, Dr. Brierly went away. Chapter XVII. An adventure. For many days after our quarrel, Madame hardly spoke to me. As for lessons, I was not much troubled with them. It was plain, too, that my father had spoken to her, for she never after that day proposed our extending our walks beyond the precincts of Knowle. Knowle, however, was a very considerable territory, and it was possible for a much better pedestrian than I to tire herself effectually without passing its limits. So we took occasionally long walks, after some weeks of sullenness, during which for days at a time she hardly spoke to me, and seemed lost in dark and evil abstraction. She once more, and somewhat suddenly, recovered her spirits and grew quite friendly. Her gaieties and friendliness were not reassuring, and in my mind presaged approaching mischief and treachery. The days were shortening to the wintry span. The edge of the red sun had already touched the horizon as Madame and I, overtaken at the warren by his last beams, were hastening homeward. A narrow carriage road traverses this wild region of the park, to which a distant gate gives entrance. On descending into this unfrequented road, I was surprised to see a carriage standing there. A thin, sly postilion, with that pert, turned-up nose, which the old caricaturist Woodward used to attribute to the gentleman of Tewkesbury, was leaning on his horses, and looked hard at me as I passed. A lady who sat within looked out, with an extra fashionable bonnet on, and also treated us to a stare. Very pink and white cheeks she had, very black glossy hair, and bright eyes, fat, bold, and rather cross. She looked, and in her bold way she examined us curiously as we passed. I mistook the situation. It had once happened before that an intending visitor at Knowle had entered the place by that park road, and lost several hours in a vain search for the house. Ask him, madame, whether they want to go to the house. I dare say they have missed their way, whispered I. Eh bien, they will find again. I do not choose to talk to postboys, Allens, but I asked the man as we passed, "Do you want to reach the house?" By this time, he was at the horses' heads, buckling the harness. "Noa," he said in a surly tone, smiling oddly on the winkers. But recollecting his politeness, he added, "Noa, thank'ee, missus. It's what they calls a picnic. We'll be talkin' the road now." He was smiling now on a little buckle with which he was engaged. "Come, nonsense," whispered Madame sharply in my ear, and she whisked me by the arm. So we crossed the little stile at the other side. Our path lay across the warren, which undulates in little hillocks. The sun was down by this time. Blue shadows were stretching round us, colder in the splendid contrast of the burnished sunset sky. Descending over these hillocks, we saw 3 figures a little in advance of us, not far from the path we were tracing. 2 were standing smoking and chatting at intervals, one tall and slim, with a high chimney pot, worn a little on one side, and a white greatcoat buttoned up to the chin, the other shorter and stouter, with a dark-colored wrapper. These gentlemen were facing rather our way as we came over the edge of the eminence, but turned their backs on perceiving our approach. As they did so, I remember so well each lowered his cigar suddenly with the simultaneousness of a drill. The 3rd figure sustained the picnic character of the group, for he was repacking a hamper. He stood suddenly erect as we drew near, and a very ill-looking person he was, low-browed, square-chinned, and with a broad, broken nose. He wore gaiters, and was a little bandy, very broad, and had a closely cropped bullet head, and deep-set little eyes. The moment I saw him, I beheld the living type of the burglars and bruisers, whom I had so often beheld with a kind of skepticism in Punch. He stood over his hamper and scowled sharply at us for a moment. Then, with the point of his foot, he jerked a little fur cap that lay on the ground into his hand, drew it tight over his lowering brows, and called to his companions just as we passed him, hallo, "Mister, how's this?" "All right," said the tall person in the white greatcoat, who, as he answered, shook his shorter companion by the arm. I thought angrily. This shorter companion turned about. He had a muffler loose about his neck and chin. I thought he seemed shy and irresolute, and the tall man gave him a great jolt with his elbow, which made him stagger, and I fancied a little angry, for he said, as it seemed, a sulky word or two. The gentleman in the white surtout, however, standing direct in our way, raised his hat with a mock salutation, placing his hand on his breast, and forthwith began to advance with an insolent grin and an air of tipsy frolic. Just in time, ladies, 5 minutes more, and we'd have been off. Thankee, Mrs. Mouser, ma'am, for the honour of the meetin', and more particular for the pleasure of making your young lady's acquaintance, niece, ma'am, daughter, ma'am, granddaughter, by Jove, is it? Hallo. There, mild N, I say, stop packin'. This was to the ill-favoured person with the broken nose. Bring us a couple o' glasses and a bottle o' curaçoa. What are you feared on, my dear? This is Lord Lollipop, here, a reglar charmer. Wouldn't hurt a fly, hey, Lolly? Isn't he pretty, miss? And I'm Sir Simon Sugarstick, so called after old Sir Simon, ma'am. And I'm so tall and straight, miss, and slim, ain't I? And ever so sweet, my honey, when you come to know me. Just like a sugar stick, ain't I, Lolly boy? I'm Miss Ruthin. Tell them, madame, I said, stamping on the ground, and very much frightened. Be quate, Maud. If you are angry, they will hurt us. Leave me to speak, whispered the gouvernante. All this time they were approaching from separate points. Glanced back and saw the ruffianly-looking man within a yard or two, with his arm raised and one finger up, telegraphing, as it seemed, to the gentleman in front. Be quate, Maud, whispered Madame, with an awful adjuration which I do not care to set down. They are teepsy, don't seem frayed. I was afraid, terrified. The circle had now so narrowed that they might have placed their hands on my shoulders. Pray, gentlemen, what you want. Will you have the goodness to permit us to go on? I now observed for the first time, with a kind of shock, that the shorter of the two men who prevented our advance was the person who had accosted me so offensively at Church Scarsdale. I pulled Madame by the arm, whispering, "Let us run." "Be quate, my dear Maud," was her only reply. "I tell you what," said the tall man, who had replaced his high hat more jauntily than before on the side of his head. "We've caught you now, fair game, and will let you off on conditions. You must not be frightened, miss, upon my honor and soul. I mean no mischief, do I, Lollipop? I call him Lord Lollipop, it's only chaff, though. His name's Smith. Now, Lolly, I vote we let the prisoners go. When we just introduce them to Mrs. Smith, she's sitting in the carriage, and keeps Mr. S. here in precious good order. I promise you. There's easy terms for you, and we'll have a glass of curacao around, and so part friends. Is it a bargain? Come. Yes, Maud, we must go what matter, whispered Madame vehemently. You shan't, I said, instinctively terrified. You'll go with ma'am, young won't you? Said Mr. Smith, as his companion called him. Madame was holding my arm, but I snatched it from her, and would have run. The tall man, however, placed his arms round me and held me fast with an affectation of playfulness. But his grip was hard enough to hurt me a good deal. Being now thoroughly frightened after an ineffectual struggle, during which I heard Madame say, You fool, Maud, will you come with me? See what you are doing. I began to scream, shriek after shriek, which the man attempted to drown with loud hooting, peals of laughter, forcing his handkerchief against my mouth, while Madame continued to bawl her exhortations to be quate in my ear. I'll lift her, I say, said a gruff voice behind me, but at this instant, wild with terror, I distinctly heard other voices shouting. The men who surrounded me were instantly silent, and all looked in the direction of the sound, now very near, and I screamed with redoubled energy. The ruffian behind me thrust his great hand over my mouth. It is the gamekeeper, cried Madame. 2 gamekeepers, we are safe, thank heaven. And she began to call on Dykes by name. I only remember feeling myself at liberty, running a few steps, seeing Dykes' white, furious face clinging to his arm, with which he was bringing his gun to a level, and saying, Don't fire, they'll murder us if you do. Madame, screaming lustily, ran up at the same moment. Run on to the gate, and lock it. I'll be why ye in a minute, cried he to the other gamekeeper, who started instantly on this mission, for the 3 ruffians were already in full retreat for the carriage. Giddy, wild, fainting, still terror carried me on. Now, Madame Rogers, suppose you take young Mrs. on. Must run and len Bill a hand. No, you most not, cried Madame. I am fainting myself, and more villains they may be near to us. But at this moment we heard a shot, and muttering to himself and grasping his gun, Dykes ran at his utmost speed in the direction of the sound, with many exhortations to speed and ejaculations of alarm. Madame hurried me on toward the house, which at length we reached without further adventure. As it happened, my father met us in the hall. He was perfectly transported with fury on hearing from Madame what had happened, and set out at once with some of the servants in the hope of intercepting the party at the park gate. Here was a new agitation, for my father did not return for nearly 3 hours, and I could not conjecture what might be occurring during the period of his absence. My alarm was greatly increased by the arrival in the interval of poor Bill, the under gamekeeper, very much injured. Seeing that he was determined to intercept their retreat, the 3 men had set upon him, wrested his gun, which exploded in the struggle from him, and beat him savagely. I mention these particulars because they convinced everybody that there was something specially determined and ferocious in the spirit of the party, and that the fracas was no mere frolic, but the result of a predetermined plan. My father had not succeeded in overtaking them. He traced them to the Lugton station, where they had taken the railway, and no one could tell him in what direction the carriage and post horses had driven. Madame was, or affected to be, very much shattered by what had occurred. Her recollection and mine, when my father questioned us closely, differed very materially respecting many details of the personnel of the villainous party. She was obstinate and clear, and although the gamekeeper corroborated my description of them, still my father was puzzled. Perhaps he was not sorry that some hesitation was forced upon him, because, although at first he would have gone almost any length to detect the persons, on reflection he was pleased that there was not evidence to bring them into a court of justice. The publicity and annoyance of which would have been inconceivably distressing to me. Madame was in a strange state, tempestuous in temper, talking incessantly, every now and then in floods of tears, and perpetually on her knees, pouring forth torrents of thanksgiving to heaven for our joint deliverance from the hands of those villains. Notwithstanding our community of danger, and her thankfulness on my behalf, however, she broke forth into wrath, and railing whenever we were alone together. What fool you were, so disobedient and obstinate. If you had done what I say, then we should have been quite safe. Those persons, they were tipsy, and there is nothing so dangerous as to quarrel with tipsy persons. I would have brought you quite safe. The lady, she seems so nice and quaint, and we should have been safe with her. There would have been nothing absolutely. But instead, you would scream and push, and so they grow quite wild, and all the impertinence and violence follow, of course, and that a poor Bill, all his beating and danger to his life, it is cause entirely by you. And she spoke with more real virulence than that kind of upbraiding generally exhibits. "The beast," exclaimed Mrs. Rusk, when I, and Mary Quince were in my room together, with all her crying and praying, like to know as much as she does, maybe, about them rascals. There never was sich like about the place, long as I remember it, till she came to Knoll, old witch, with them unmerciful big bones of hers, and her great bald head grinning here and crying there, and her nose everywhere. The old French hypocrite. Mary Quince threw in an observation, and I believe Mrs. Rusk rejoined, but I heard neither. For whether the housekeeper spoke with reflection or not, what she said affected me strangely. Through the smallest aperture, for a moment, I had a peep into pandemonium. Were not peculiarities of Madame's demeanor and advice during the adventure partly accounted for by the suggestion? Could the proposed excursion to Church Scarsdale have had any purpose of the same sort? What was proposed? How was Madame interested in it? Were such immeasurable treason and hypocrisy possible? I could not explain nor quite believe in the shapeless suspicion that with these light and bitter words of the old housekeeper had stolen so horribly into my mind. After Mrs. Rusk was gone, I awoke from my dismal abstraction with something like a moan and a shudder, with a dreadful sense of danger. "Oh, Mary Quince," I cried, "do you think she really knew?" "Who, Miss Maud? Do you think Madame knew of those dreadful people?" "Oh, no, say you don't. You don't believe it. Tell me she did not." I'm distracted, Mary Quince. I'm frightened out of my life. There now, Miss Maud, dear, there now. Don't take on so, why should she? No sich a thing. Mrs. Rusk, law bless you, she's no more meaning in what she says than the child unborn. But I was really frightened. I was in a horrible state of uncertainty as to Madame de la Rougierre's complicity with the party who had beset us at the Warren, and afterwards so murderously beat our poor gamekeeper. How was I ever to get rid of that horrible woman? How long was she to enjoy her continual opportunities of affrighting and injuring me? She hates me, Mary Quince, and she will never stop until she has done me some dreadful injury. Oh, will no one relieve me? Will no one take her away? Oh, Papa, 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 you will be sorry when it is too late. I was crying and wringing my hands, and turning from side to side at my wits' ends, and honest Mary Quince in vain endeavored to quiet and comfort me. Chapter XVII. A Midnight Visitor. the frightful warnings of Lady Knollys haunted me too. Was there no escape from the dreadful companion whom fate had assigned me? I made up my mind again and again to speak to my father and urge her removal. In other things he indulged me. Here, however, he met me dryly and sternly, and it was plain that he fancied I was under my cousin Monica's influence, and also that he had secret reasons for persisting in an opposite course. Just then I had a gay, odd letter from Lady Knollys from some country house in Shropshire. Not a word about Captain Oakley. My eye skimmed its pages in search of that charmed name. With a peevish feeling, I tossed the sheet upon the table. Inwardly, I thought how ill-natured and unwomanly it was. After a time, however, I read it and found the letter very good-natured. She had received a note from Papa. He had had the impudence to forgive her for his impertinence, but for my sake she meant, notwithstanding this aggravation, really to pardon him. And whenever she had a disengaged week, to accept his invitation to Knoll, from whence she was resolved to whisk me off to London, where, though I was too young to be presented at court and come out, I might yet, besides having the best masters and a good excuse for getting rid of Medusa, see a great deal that would amuse and surprise me. Great news, I suppose, from Lady Knollys, said Madame, who always knew who in the house received letters by the post, and by an intuition from whom they came. 2 letters, you and your papa. She is quite well, I hope. Quite well, thank you, Madame. Some fishing questions, dropped from time to time, fared no better. And as usual, when she was foiled even in a trifle, she became sullen and malignant. That night, when my father and I were alone, he suddenly closed the book he had been reading and said, I heard from Monica Knollys today. I always liked poor Monty, and though she's no witch, and very wrong-headed at times, yet now and then she does say a thing that's worth weighing. Did she ever talk to you of a time, Maud, when you are to be your own mistress? No, I answered, a little puzzled, and looking straight in his rugged, kindly face. Well, I thought she might. She's a rattle. You know, always was a rattle. And that sort of people say whatever comes uppermost. But that's a subject for me. And more than once, Maud, it has puzzled me. He sighed. Come with me to the study, little Maud. So he carrying a candle, we crossed the lobby and marched together through the passage, which at night always seemed a little awesome, darkly wainscoted, uncheered by the cross light from the hall, which was lost at the turn, leading us away from the frequented parts of the house to that misshapen and lonely room about which the traditions of the nursery and the servants' hall had had so many fearful stories to recount. I think my father had intended making some disclosure to me on reaching this room. If so, he changed his mind, or at least postponed his intention. He had paused before the cabinet, respecting the key of which he had given me so strict a charge, and I think he was going to explain himself more fully than he had done. But he went on instead to the table where his desk, always jealously locked, was placed, and having lighted the candles which stood by it, he glanced at me and said, "You must wait a little, Maud. I shall have something to say to you. Take this candle and amuse yourself with a book meanwhile." I was accustomed to obey in silence. I chose a volume of engravings and ensconced myself in a favorite nook in which I had often passed a half-hour similarly. This was a deep recess by the fireplace, fenced on the other side by a great old escritoire. Into this I drew a stool, and with candle and book, I placed myself snugly in the narrow chamber. Every now and then raised my eyes and saw my father either writing or ruminating, as it seemed to me, very anxiously at his desk. Time wore on, a longer time than he had intended, and still he continued absorbed at his desk. Gradually, I grew sleepy, and as I nodded, the book and room faded away, and pleasant little dreams began to gather round me, and so I went off into a deep slumber. It must have lasted long, for when I wakened my candle had burnt out. My father, having quite forgotten me, was gone, and the room was dark and deserted. I felt cold and a little stiff, and for some seconds did not know where I was. I had been wakened, I suppose, by a sound which I now distinctly heard, to my great terror, approaching. There was a rustling, there was a breathing. I heard a creaking upon the plank that always creaked when walked upon in the passage. I held my breath and listened, and coiled myself up in the innermost recess of my little chamber. Sudden and sharp, a light shone in from the nearly closed study door. It shone angularly on the ceiling like a letter L reversed. There was a pause. Then someone knocked softly at the door, which after another pause was slowly pushed open. Expected, I think, to see the dreaded figure of the linkman, was scarcely less frightened to see that of Madame de la Raugière. She was dressed in a sort of gray silk, which she called her Chinese silk, precisely as she had been in the daytime. In fact, I do not think she had undressed. She had no shoes on, otherwise her toilet was deficient in nothing. Her wide mouth was grimly closed, and she stood scowling into the room with a searching and pallid scrutiny. The candle held high above her head at the full stretch of her arm, placed as I was in a deep recess, and in a seat hardly raised above the level of the floor. I escaped her, although it seemed to me for some seconds, as I gazed on this spectre, that our eyes actually met. I sat without breathing or winking, staring upon the formidable image which, with upstretched arm, and the sharp lights and hard shadows thrown upon her corrugated features, looked like a sorceress watching for the effect of a spell. She was plainly listening intensely. Unconsciously, she had drawn her lower lip altogether between her teeth, and I well remember what a death-like and idiotic look the contortion gave her. My terror lest she should discover me amounted to positive agony. She rolled her eyes stealthily from corner to corner of the room, and listened with her neck awry at the door. Then to my father's desk she went. To my great relief, her back was towards me. She stooped over it, with the candle close by. I saw her try a key. It could be nothing else. And I heard her blow through the wards to clear them. Then again, she listened at the door, candle in hand, and then with long tiptoe steps came back, and Papa's desk in another moment was open, and Madame cautiously turning over the papers it contained. Twice or thrice she paused, glided to the door, and listened again, intently with her head near the ground, and then returned and continued her search, peeping into papers one after another, tolerably methodically, and reading some quite through. While this felonious business was going on, I was freezing with fear lest she should accidentally look round, and her eyes light on me, for I could not say what she might not do rather than have her crime discovered. Sometimes she would read a paper twice over, sometimes a whisper no louder than the ticking of a watch, sometimes a brief chuckle under her breath, bespoke the interest with which here and there a letter or a memorandum was read. For about half an hour, I think, this went on, but at the time it seemed to me all but interminable. On a sudden, she raised her head and listened for a moment, replaced the papers deftly, closed the desk without noise, except for the tiny click of the lock, extinguished the candle, and rustled stealthily out of the room, leaving in the darkness the malign and hag-like face on which the candle had just shone still floating filmy in the dark. Why did I remain silent and motionless while such an outrage was being committed? If, instead of being a very nervous girl, preoccupied with an undefinable terror of that wicked woman, I had possessed courage and presence of mind, I dare say I might have given an alarm and escaped from the room without the slightest risk. But so it was. I could no more stir than the bird who, cowering under its ivy, sees the white owl sailing back and forward under its predatory cruise. Not only during her presence, but for more than an hour after, I remained cowering in my hiding place and afraid to stir, lest she might either be lurking in the neighborhood or return and surprise me. You will not be astonished that after a night so passed, I was ill and feverish in the morning. To my horror, Madame de la Raugière came to visit me at my bedside. Not a trace of guilty consciousness of what had passed during the night was legible in her face. She had no sign of late watching, and her toilet was exemplary as she sat smiling by me, full of anxious and affectionate inquiry, and smoothed the coverlet with her great felonious hand. I could quite comprehend the dreadful feeling with which the deceived husband in the Arabian Nights met his ghoul wife after his nocturnal discovery. Ill as I was, I got up and found my father in that room which adjoined his bedchamber. He perceived, I am sure, by my looks, that something unusual had happened. I shut the door and came close beside his chair. "Oh, Papa, I have such a thing to tell you." I forgot to call him sir. "A secret, and you won't say who told you. Will you come down to the study?" He looked hard at me, got up, and kissing my forehead, said, "Don't be frightened, Maud. I venture to say it is a mare's nest. At all events, my child, we will take care that no danger reaches you. Come, child." And by the hand he led me to the study. When the door was shut, and we had reached the far end of the room next the window, I said, but in a low tone, and holding his arm fast, "Oh, sir, you don't know what a dreadful person we have living with us. Madame de la Raugière, I mean. Don't let her in if she comes. She would guess what I am telling you, and one way or another, I am sure she would kill me. Tut, tut, child. You must know that's nonsense," he said, looking pale and stern. "Oh no, Papa. I am horribly frightened, and Lady Knollys thinks so too. Ha, I dare say one fool makes many. We all know what Monica thinks, but I saw it, Papa. She stole your key last night and opened your desk and read all your papers. Stole my key, said my father, staring at me perplexed, but at the same instant producing it. Stole it. Why, here it is. She unlocked your desk. She read your papers for ever so long. Open it now and see whether they have not been stirred. He looked at me this time in silence, with a puzzled air. But he did unlock the desk and lifted the papers curiously and suspiciously. As he did so, he uttered a few of those inarticulate interjections which are made with closed lips and not always intelligible. But he made no remark. Then he placed me on a chair beside him, and sitting down himself, told me to recollect myself and tell him distinctly all I had seen. This accordingly I did, he listening with deep attention. Did she remove any paper? Asked my father, at the same time making a little search, I suppose, for that which he fancied might have been stolen. No, I did not see her take anything. Well, you are a good girl, Maud. Act discreetly. Say nothing to anyone, not even to your cousin Monica. Directions which, coming from another person, would have had no great weight, were spoken by my father with an earnest look and a weight of emphasis that made them irresistibly impressive. And I went away with the seal of silence upon my lips. Sit down, Maud, there. You have not been very happy with Madame de la Raugière. It is time you were relieved. This occurrence decides it. He rang the bell. Tell Madame de la Raugière that I request the honor of seeing her for a few minutes here. My father's communications to her were always equally ceremonious. In a few minutes, there was a knock at the door, and the same figure, smiling, courtesying, that had scared me on the threshold last night, like the spirit of evil, presented itself. My father rose, and Madame, having at his request taken a chair opposite, looking, as usual in his presence, all amiability, he proceeded at once to the point. Madame de la Raugière, I have to request you that you will give me the key now in your possession, which unlocks this desk of mine, with which termination he tapped his gold pencil case suddenly on it. Madame, who had expected something very different, became instantly so pale, with a dull purplish hue upon her forehead, that, especially when she had twice essayed with her white lips, in vain, to answer, I expected to see her fall in a fit. She was not looking in his face, her eyes were fixed lower, and her mouth and cheek sucked in, with a strange distortion at one side. She stood up suddenly, and staring straight in his face, she succeeded in saying, after twice clearing her throat, "I cannot comprehend, Monsieur Ruthven, unless you intend to insult me. It won't do, madame. I must have that false key. I give you the opportunity of surrendering it quietly here and now. But who dares to say I possess such thing?" demanded Madame, who, having rallied from her momentary paralysis, was now fierce and voluble as I had often seen her before. "You know, madame, that you can rely on what I say, and I tell you that you were seen last night visiting this room, and with a key in your possession, opening this desk, and reading my letters and papers contained in it. Unless you forthwith give me that key, and any other false keys in your possession, in which case I shall rest content with dismissing you summarily, we'll take a different course. You know I am a magistrate, and I shall have you, your boxes and places upstairs, searched forthwith, and I will prosecute you criminally. The thing is clear, you aggravate by denying. You must give me that key, if you please, instantly. Otherwise I ring this bell, and you shall see that I mean what I say." There was a little pause. He rose and extended his hand towards the bell rope. Madame glided round the table, extended her hand to arrest his. "I will do everything, Monsieur Ruthven, whatever you wish." And with these words, Madame de la Raugière broke down altogether. She sobbed, she wept, she gabbled piteously, all manner of incomprehensible roulades of lamentation and entreaty, coyly, penitently, in a most interesting agitation. She produced the very key from her breast. With a string tied to it, my father was little moved by this piteous tempest. He coolly took the key and tried it in the desk, which it locked and unlocked quite freely, though the wards were complicated. He shook his head and looked her in the face. "Pray, who made this key?" "It is a new one, and made expressly to pick this lock." But Madame was not going to tell any more than she had expressly bargained for. So she only fell once more into her old paroxysm of sorrow, self-reproach, extenuation, and entreaty. "Well," said my father, "I promised that on surrendering the key you should go. It is enough. I keep my word. You shall have an hour and a half to prepare in. You must then be ready to depart. I will send your money to you by Mrs. Rusk, and if you look for another situation, you had better not refer to me. Now be so good as to leave me." Madame seemed to be in a strange perplexity. She bridled up, dried her eyes fiercely, and dropped a great courtesy, and then sailed away towards the door. Before reaching it, she stopped on the way, turning half round with a peaked, pallid glance at my father, and she bit her lip viciously as she eyed him. At the door, the same repulsive pantomime was repeated as she stood for a moment with her hand upon the handle, but she changed her bearing again with a sniff, and with a look of scorn, almost heightened to a sneer, she made another very low courtesy and a disdainful toss of her head, and so disappeared, shutting the door rather sharply behind her. Chapter XIX. AUREVOIR. Mrs. Rusk was fond of assuring me that Madame did not like a bone in my skin. Instinctively, I knew that she bore me no good will, although I really believe it was her wish to make me think quite the reverse. At all events, I had no desire to see Madame again before her departure, especially as she had thrown upon me one momentary glance in the study, which seemed to me charged with very peculiar feelings. You may be very sure, therefore, that I had no desire for a formal leave-taking at her departure. I took my hat and cloak, therefore, and stole out quietly. My ramble was a sequestered one, and well screened even at this late season, with foliage, the pathway devious among the stems of old trees, and its flooring interlaced and groined with their knotted roots. Though near the house, it was a sylvan solitude. A little brook ran darkling and glimmering through it. Wild strawberries and other woodland plants strewed the ground, and the sweet notes and flutter of small birds made the shadow of the boughs cheery. I had been fully an hour in this picturesque solitude when I heard in the distance the ring of carriage wheels, announcing to me that Madame de la Raugière had fairly set out upon her travels. I thanked heaven I could have danced and sung with delight. I heaved a great sigh and looked up through the branches to the clear blue sky. But things are oddly timed. Just at this moment, I heard Madame's voice close at my ear, and her large bony hand was laid on my shoulder. We were instantly face to face, I recoiling, and for a moment speechless with fright. In very early youth, we do not appreciate the restraints which act upon malignity, or know how effectually fear protects us where conscience is wanting. Quite alone, in this solitary spot, detected and overtaken with an awful instinct by my enemy, what might not be about to happen to me at that moment? Frightened as usual, Maud, she said quietly, and eyeing me with a sinister smile, and with cause, you think, no doubt. What have you done to injure poor Madame? Well, I think I know, little girl, and have quite discovered the cleverness of my sweet little Maud. Is not so, petite Caragne. Ah, ha, ha. I was too much confounded to answer. You see, my dear Cheel, she said, shaking her uplifted finger with a hideous archness at me. You could not hide what you have done from poor Madame. You cannot look so innocent, but I can see your pretty little villainy quite plain, you dear little diaboless. What I have done, I have no reproach of myself for it. If I could explain, your papa would say I have done right, and you should thank me on your knees. But I cannot explain yet. She was speaking, as it were, in little paragraphs, with a momentary pause between each, to allow its meaning to impress itself. If I were to choose to explain, your papa, he would implore me to remain. But no, I would not, notwithstanding your so cheerful house, your charming servants, your papa's amusing society, and your affectionate and sincere heart, my sweet little Maraude. I am to go to London first, where I have, oh, so good friends. Next, I will go abroad for some time, but be sure, my sweetest Maud, wherever I may append to be, I will remember you, aha. Yes, most certainly, I will remember you, and although I shall not be always near, yet I shall know everything about my charming little Maud. You will not know how, but I shall indeed everything. And be sure, my dearest Cheel, I will sometime be able to give you the sensible proofs of my gratitude and affection. You understand. The carriage is waiting at the yew tree stile, and I must go on. You did not expect to see me here. I will appear, perhaps, as suddenly another time. It is great pleasure to us both, this opportunity to make our adieus. Farewell, my dearest little Maud. I will never cease to think of you, and of some way to recompense the kindness you have shown for poor Madame. My hand hung by my side, and she took, not it, but my thumb, and shook it, folded in her broad palm, and looking on me as she held it, as if meditating mischief. Then suddenly she said, "You will always remember Madame, I think, and I will remind you of me beside. And for the present, farewell, and I hope you may be as happy as you deserve." The large, sinister face looked on me for a second with its latent sneer, and then, with a sharp nod and a spasmodic shake of my imprisoned thumb, she turned, and holding her dress together, and showing her great bony ankles, she strode rapidly away over the gnarled roots into the perspective of the trees. and I did not awake, as it were, until she had quite disappeared in the distance. Events of this kind made no difference with my father, but every other face in Knoll was gladdened by the removal. My energies had returned, my spirits were come again. The sunlight was happy, the flowers innocent, the songs and flutter of the birds once more gay, and all nature delightful and rejoicing. After the first elation of relief, now and then a filmy shadow of Madame de la Raugière would glide across the sunlight, and the remembrance of her menace return with an unexpected pang of fear. "Well, if there isn't impitance," cried Mrs. Rusk. "But never you trouble your head about it. Miss them sorts all alike. You never saw a rogue yet that was found out, and didn't threaten the honest folk, as he was leaving behind with all sorts. There was Martin the gamekeeper, and Jervis the footman. I mind well how hard they swore all they would not do when they was a-going, and who ever heard of them since? They always threatens that way, them sort always does, and none ever the worse, not, but she would if she could, mind ye. But there it is, she can't do nothing but bite her nails and cuss us, not she. Ha, ha, ha." So I was comforted. But Madame's evil smile, nevertheless, from time to time, would sail across my vision with a silent menace, and my spirits sank, and a fate draped in black, whose face I could not see, took me by the hand and led me away in the spirit, silently, on an awful exploration from which I would rouse myself with a start, and Madame was gone for a while. She had, however, judged her little parting well. She contrived to leave her glamour over me, and in my dreams she troubled me. I was, however, indescribably relieved. I wrote in high spirits to Cousin Monica, and wondered what plans my father might have formed about me, and whether we were to stay at home, or go to London, or go abroad. Of the last, the pleasantest arrangement, in some respects, I had nevertheless an occult horror. A secret conviction haunted me that were we to go abroad, we should there meet Madame, which to me was like meeting my evil genius. I have said more than once that my father was an odd man, and the reader will, by this time, have seen that there was much about him not easily understood. I often wonder whether, if he had been franker, I should have found him less odd than I supposed, or more odd still. Things that moved me profoundly did not apparently affect him at all. The departure of Madame, under the circumstances which attended it, appeared to my childish mind an event of the vastest importance. No one was indifferent to the occurrence in the house, but its master. He never alluded again to Madame de la Raugière, but whether connected with her exposure and dismissal, I could not say. There did appear to be some new care or trouble now at work in my father's mind. I have been thinking a great deal about you, Maud. I am anxious. I have not been so troubled for years. Why has not Monica Knowles a little more sense? This oracular sentence he spoke, having stopped me in the hall, and then saying, "We shall see," he left me as abruptly as he appeared. Did he apprehend any danger to me from the vindictiveness of Madame? A day or two afterwards, as I was in the Dutch garden, I saw him on the terrace steps. He beckoned to me and came to meet me as I approached. "You must be very solitary, little Maud. It is not good. I have written to Monica. In a matter of detail, she is competent to advise. Perhaps she will come here for a short visit." I was very glad to hear this. "You are more interested than for my time I can be in vindicating his character." "Whose character, sir?" I ventured to inquire during the pause that followed. One trick which my father had acquired from his habits of solitude and silence was this of assuming that the context of his thoughts was legible to others, forgetting that they had not been spoken. "Whose? Your Uncle Silas's. In the course of nature, he must survive me. He will then represent the family name. Would you make some sacrifice to clear that name, Maud?" I answered briefly, but my face, I believe, showed my enthusiasm. He turned on me such an approving smile, as you might fancy, lighting up the rugged features of a pale old Rembrandt. "I can tell you, Maud, if my life could have done it, it should not have been undone, ubi lapsus, quid feci." But I had almost made up my mind to change my plan and leave all to time, edax rerum, to illuminate or to consume. But I think little Maud would like to contribute to the restitution of her family name. It may cost you something. Are you willing to buy it at a sacrifice? Is there, I don't speak of fortune, that is not involved, but is there any other honorable sacrifice you would shrink from to dispel the disgrace under which our most ancient and honorable name must otherwise continue to languish? "Oh, none indeed, sir. I am delighted." Again I saw the Rembrandt smile. "Well, Maud, I am sure there is no risk, but you are to suppose there is. Are you still willing to accept it?" Again I assented. "You are worthy of your blood, Maud Ruthin. It will come soon, and it won't last long. But you must not let people like Monica Knowles frighten you. I was lost in wonder. If you allow them to possess you with their follies, you had better recede in time. They may make the ordeal as terrible as hell itself. You have zeal, have you nerve? I thought in such a cause I had nerve for anything. Well, Maud, in the course of a few months, and it may be sooner, there must be a change. I have had a letter from London this morning that assures me of that. I must then leave you for a time. In my absence, be faithful to the duties that will arise. To whom much is committed, of him will much be required. You shall promise me not to mention this conversation to Monica Knowles. If you are a talking girl and cannot trust yourself, say so, and we will not ask her to come. Also, don't invite her to talk about your Uncle Silas. I have reasons. Do you quite understand my conditions? Yes, sir. Your Uncle Silas, he said, speaking suddenly in loud and fierce tones that sounded from so old a man almost terrible, lies under an intolerable slander. I don't correspond with him. I don't sympathize with him. I never quite did. He has grown religious, and that's well. But there are things in which even religion should not bring a man to acquiesce. And from what I can learn, he, the person primarily affected, the cause, though the innocent cause of this great calamity, bears it with an easy apathy which is mistaken, and liable easily to be mistaken, and such as no Ruthin, under the circumstances, ought to exhibit. I told him what he ought to do, and offered to open my purse for the purpose, but he would not, or did not. Indeed, he never took my advice. He followed his own, and a foul and dismal shoal he has drifted on. It is not for his sake. Why should I, that I have longed and labored to remove the disgraceful slur under which his ill fortune has thrown us? He troubles himself little about it. I believe he's meek. Meeker than I, he cares less about his children than I about you, Maud. He is selfishly sunk in futurity, a feeble visionary. I am not so. I believe it to be a duty to take care of others beside myself. The character and influence of an ancient family is a peculiar heritage, sacred but destructible. And woe to him who either destroys or suffers it to perish. This was the longest speech I ever heard my father speak before or after. He abruptly resumed, "Yes, we will, Maud, you and I will leave one proof on record, which, fairly read, will go far to convince the world." He looked round, but we were alone. The garden was nearly always solitary, and few visitors ever approached the house from that side. I have talked too long, I believe. We are children to the last. Leave me, Maud. I think I know you better than I did, and I am pleased with you. Go, child, I'll sit here. If he had acquired new ideas of me, so had I of him from that interview. I had no idea till then how much passion still burned in that aged frame, nor how full of energy and fire that face, generally so stern and ashen, could appear. As I left him seated on the rustic chair by the steps, the traces of that storm were still discernible on his features, his gathered brows, glowing eyes, and strangely hectic face, and the grim compression of his mouth still showed the agitation which somehow, in gray old age, shocks and alarms the young. Chapter XX. Austin Ruthyn sets out on his journey. The Rev. William Fairfield, Dr. Clay's somewhat bald curate, a mild, thin man with a high and thin nose, who was preparing me for confirmation, came next day. And when our catechetical conference was ended, and before lunch was announced, my father sent for him to the study, where he remained until the bell rang out its summons. We have had some interesting, I may say very interesting, conversation, your papa and I, Miss Ruthin, said my reverend vis-a-vis. So soon as nature was refreshed, smiling and shining, as he leaned back in his chair, his hand upon the table, and his finger curled gently upon the stem of his wine glass. It never was your privilege, I believe, to see your uncle, Mr. Silas Ruthin of Bartram-Haugh. No, never. He leads so retired, so very retired a life. Oh, no, of course no. But I was going to remark a likeness. I mean, of course, a family likeness. Only that sort of thing, you understand, between him and the profile of Lady Margaret in the drawing room. Is not it Lady Margaret, which you were so good as to show me on Wednesday last? There certainly is a likeness. I think you would agree with me if you had the pleasure of seeing your uncle. You know him, then? I have never seen him. Oh dear, yes, I am happy to say, I know him very well. Have that privilege. I was for 3 years curate of Feltram, and I had the honor of being a pretty constant visitor at Bartram-Haugh during that, I may say, protracted period. And I think it really never has been my privilege and happiness, I may say, to enjoy the acquaintance and society of so very experienced a Christian as my admirable friend, I may call him Mr. Ruthin of Bartram-Haugh. I look upon him, I do assure you, quite in the light of a saint, not, of course, in the popish sense, but in the very highest, you will understand me, which our church allows. A man built up in faith, full of faith, and grace, altogether exemplary. And I often ventured to regret, Miss Ruthin, that Providence in its mysterious dispensations should have placed him so far apart from his brother, your respected father. His influence and opportunities would, no doubt, we may venture to hope, at least have been blessed. And perhaps we, my valued rector, and I might possibly have seen more of him at church than I deeply regret we have done. He shook his head a little as he smiled with a sad complacency on me through his blue steel spectacles, and then sipped a little meditative sherry. And you saw a good deal of my uncle. Well, a good deal, Miss Ruthin. I may say a good deal principally at his own house. His health is wretched, miserable health. A sadly afflicted man he has been, as no doubt you are aware. But afflictions, my dear Miss Ruthin, as you remember Dr. Clay so well remarked on Sunday last, though birds of ill omen, yet spiritually resemble the ravens who supplied the prophet, and when they visit the faithful, come charged with nourishment for the soul. He is a good deal embarrassed pecuniarily, I should say, continued the curate, who was rather a good man than a very well-bred one. He found a difficulty. In fact, it was not in his power to subscribe generally to our little funds and objects, and I used to say to him, and I really felt it, that it was more gratifying, such were his feeling and his power of expression, to be refused by him than assisted by others. Did Papa wish you to speak to me about my uncle? I inquired, as a sudden thought struck me, and then I felt half ashamed of my question. He looked surprised. No, Miss Ruthin, certainly not. Oh dear, no. It was merely a conversation between Mr. Ruthin and me. He never suggested my opening that, or indeed any other point in my interview with you, Miss Ruthin, not the least. I was not aware before that Uncle Silas was so religious. He smiled tranquilly, not quite up to the ceiling, but gently upward, and shook his head in pity for my previous ignorance as he lowered his eyes. I don't say that there may not be some little matters in a few points of doctrine which we could, perhaps, wish otherwise. But these, you know, are speculative, and in all essentials, he is church, not in the perverted modern sense, far from it, unexceptionably church, strictly so. Would there were more among us of the same mind that is in him. I, Miss Ruthin, even in the highest places of the church herself, the Rev. William Fairfield, while fighting against the dissenters with his right hand, was, with his left, hotly engaged with the Tractarians. A good man I am sure he was, and I dare say sound in doctrine, though naturally, I think, not very wise. This conversation with him gave me new ideas about my Uncle Silas. It quite agreed with what my father had said. These principles and his increasing years would necessarily quiet the turbulence of his resistance to injustice and teach him to acquiesce in his fate. You would have fancied that one so young as I, born to wealth so vast, and living a life of such entire seclusion, would have been exempt from care. But you have seen how troubled my life was with fear and anxiety during the residence of Madame de la Raugière. And now there rested upon my mind a vague and awful anticipation of the trial which my father had announced, without defining it. An ordeal, he called it, requiring not only zeal, but nerve, which might possibly, were my courage to fail, become frightful and even intolerable. What, and of what nature, could it be not designed to vindicate the fair fame of the meek and submissive old man, who, it seemed, had ceased to care for his bygone wrongs, and was looking to futurity, but the reputation of our ancient family. Sometimes I repented my temerity in having undertaken it, distrusted my courage. Had I not better retreat while it was yet time? But there was shame and even difficulty in the thought. How should I appear before my father? Was it not important? Had I not deliberately undertaken it? And was I not bound in conscience? Perhaps he had already taken steps in the matter which committed him. Besides, was I sure that, even were I free again, I would not once more devote myself to the trial, be it what it might? You perceive I had more spirit than courage. I think I had the mental attributes of courage. But then I was but a hysterical girl, and in so far neither more nor less than a coward. No wonder I distrusted myself. No wonder also my will stood out against my timidity. It was a struggle, then, a proud, wild resolve against constitutional cowardice. Those who have ever had cast upon them more than their strength seemed framed to bear the weak, the aspiring, the adventurous, and self-sacrificing in will, and the faltering in nerve, will understand the kind of agony which I sometimes endured. But again, consolation would come, and it seemed to me that I must be exaggerating my risk in the coming crisis, and certain at least, if my father believed it attended with real peril, he would never have wished to see me involved in it. But the silence under which I was bound was terrifying, double so, when the danger was so shapeless and undivulged. I was soon to understand it all, soon, too, to know all about my father's impending journey. Whither, with what visitor, and why guarded from me with so awful a mystery. That day there came a lively and good-natured letter from Lady Knollys. She was to arrive at Knoll in 2 or 3 days' time. I thought my father would have been pleased, but he seemed apathetic and dejected. One does not always feel quite equal to Monica. But for you, yes, thank God. I wish she could only stay, Maud, for a month or 2. I may be going then, and would be glad, provided she talks about suitable things. Very glad, Maud, to leave her with you for a week or so. There was something, I thought, agitating my father secretly that day. He had the strange, hectic flush I had observed when he grew excited in our interview in the garden about Uncle Silas. There was something painful, perhaps even terrible, in the circumstances of the journey he was about to make, and from my heart I wished the suspense were over. The annoyance passed, and he returned. That night my father bid me good night early and went upstairs. After I had been in bed some little time, I heard his handbell ring. This was not usual. Shortly after, I heard his man, Ridley, talking with Mrs. Rusk in the gallery. I could not be mistaken in their voices. I knew not why I was startled and excited, and had raised myself to listen on my elbow, but they were talking quietly, like persons giving or taking an ordinary direction, and not in the haste of an unusual emergency. Then I heard the man bid Mrs. Rusk good night and walk down the gallery to the stairs, so that I concluded he was wanted no more, and all must therefore be well. So I laid myself down again, though with a throbbing at my heart and an ominous feeling of expectation, listening and fancying footsteps. I was going to sleep when I heard the bell ring again, and in a few minutes Mrs. Rusk's energetic step passed along the gallery, and listening intently, I heard or fancied my father's voice and hers in dialogue. All this was very unusual, and again I was, with a beating heart, leaning with my elbow on my pillow. Mrs. Rusk came along the gallery in a minute or so after, and stopping at my door, began to open it gently. I was startled and challenged my visitor with, "Who's there?" "It's only Rusk, Miss Dearie me." "And are you awake still?" "Is Papa ill?" "Ill, not not a bit ill, thank God. Only there's a little black book as I took for your prayer book and brought in here. Aye, here it is, sure enough, and he wants it. And then I must go down to the study and look out this one, C15. But I can't read the name no ways, and I was afraid to ask him again. If you be so kind to read it, miss, I suspect my eyes is a-going. I read the name, and Mrs. Rusk was tolerably expert at finding out books, as she had often been employed in that way before. So she departed. I suppose that this particular volume was hard to find, for she must have been a long time away, and I had actually fallen into a doze when I was roused in an instant by a dreadful crash and a piercing scream from Mrs. Rusk. Scream followed scream, wilder and more terror-stricken. I shrieked to Mary Quince, who was sleeping in the room with me. Mary, do you hear? What is it? It is something dreadful. The crash was so tremendous that the solid flooring even of my room trembled under it. And to me, it seemed as if some heavy man had burst through the top of the window and shook the whole house with his descent. I found myself standing at my own door, crying, "Help, help, murder, murder." And Mary Quince, frightened half out of her wits, by my side. I could not think what was going on. It was plainly something most horrible, for Mrs. Rusk's screams pealed one after the other unabated, though with a muffled sound, as if the door was shut upon her. And by this time the bells of my father's room were ringing madly. "They are trying to murder him," I cried, and I ran along the gallery to his door, followed by Mary Quince, whose white face I shall never forget, though her entreaties only sounded like unmeaning noises in my ears. "Here, help, help, help," I cried, trying to force open the door. shove it, for God's sake." "He's across it," cried Mrs. Rusk's voice from within. "Drive it in." I can't move him. I strained all I could at the door, but ineffectually. We heard steps approaching. The men were running to the spot and shouting as they did so, "Never mind, hold on a bit, here we are all right," and the like. We drew back as they came up. We were in no condition to be seen. We listened, however, at my open door. Then came the straining and bumping at the door. Mrs. Rusk's voice subsided to a sort of wailing. The men were talking all together, and I suppose the door opened, for I heard some of the voices, on a sudden, as if in the room, and then came a strange lull, and talking in very low tones, and not much even of that. "What is it, Mary?" can it be?" I ejaculated, not knowing what horror to suppose. And now, with a counterpane about my shoulders, I called loudly and imploringly in my horror to know what had happened, but I heard only the subdued and eager talk of men engaged in some absorbing task, and the dull sounds of some heavy body being moved. Mrs. Rusk came towards us looking half wild and pale as a spectre, and putting her thin hands to my shoulders, she said, "Now, Miss Maud, darling, you must go back again. 'Tisn't no place for you. You'll see all, my darling. Time enough. You will, there now, there, like a dear. Do get into your room." What was that dreadful sound? Who had entered my father's chamber? It was the visitor whom we had so long expected, with whom he was to make the unknown journey, leaving me alone. The intruder was death. Chapter XXII. Arrivals. My father was dead, as suddenly as if he had been murdered. One of those fearful aneurysms that lie close to the heart, showing no outward sign of giving way in a moment, had been detected a good time since by Dr. Brierly. My father knew what must happen, and that it could not be long deferred. He feared to tell me that he was soon to die. He hinted it only in the allegory of his journey, and left in that sad enigma some words of true consolation that remained with me ever after. Under his rugged ways was hidden a wonderful tenderness. I could not believe that he was actually dead. Most people for a minute or two, in the wild tumult of such a shock, have experienced the same skepticism. I insisted that the doctor should be instantly sent for from the village. "Well, Miss Maud, dear, I will send to please you, but it is all to no use. If only you saw him yourself, you'd know that Mary Quince. Run you down and tell Thomas Miss Maud desires he'll go down this minute to the village for Dr. Elwes." Every minute of the interval seemed to me like an hour. Don't know what I said, but I fancied that if he were not already dead, he would lose his life by the delay. I suppose I was speaking very wildly, for Mrs. Rusk said, "My dear child, you ought to come in and see him. Indeed, but you should, Miss Maud. He's quite dead an hour ago. You'd wonder all the blood that's come from him. You would indeed. It's soaked through the bed already. Oh, don't, Mrs. Rusk. Will you come in and see him, just? Oh, no. Well then, my dear, don't of course. If you don't like, there's no need. Would not you like to lie down, Miss Maud? Mary Quince, attend to her. I must go into the room for a minute or two. I was walking up and down the room in distraction. It was a cool night, but I did not feel it. I could only cry, "Oh, Mary, Mary, what shall I do? Oh, Mary Quince, what shall I do?" It seemed to me it must be near daylight by the time the doctor arrived. I had dressed myself. I dared not go into the room where my beloved father lay. I had gone out of my room to the gallery, where I awaited Doctor. Elwes, when I saw him walking briskly after the servant, his coat buttoned up to his chin, his hat in his hand, and his bald head shining, I felt myself grow cold as ice, and colder, and with a sudden sten, my heart seemed to stand still. I heard him ask the maid who stood at the door, in that low, decisive, mysterious tone which doctors cultivate, "It's in here," and then, with a nod, I saw him enter. "Would not you like to see the doctor, Miss Maud?" asked Mary Quince. The question roused me a little. "Thank you, Mary. Yes, I must see him." And so, in a few minutes, I did. He was very respectful, very sad, semi-undertaker-like in air and countenance, but quite explicit. I heard that my dear father had died palpably from the rupture of some great vessel near the heart. The disease had, no doubt, been long established, and is in its nature incurable. It is consolatory in these cases that in the act of dissolution, which is instantaneous, there can be no suffering. These and a few more remarks were all he had to offer, and having had his fee from Mrs. Rusk, he, with a respectful melancholy, vanished. I returned to my room and broke into paroxysms of grief, and after an hour or more grew more tranquil. From Mrs. Rusk, I learned that he had seemed very well, better than usual, indeed, that night, and that, on her return from the study with the book he required, he was noting down, after his wont, some passages which illustrated the text on which he was employing himself. He took the book, detaining her in the room, and then mounting on a chair to take down another book from a shelf. He had fallen, with the dreadful crash I had heard, dead upon the floor. He fell across the door, which caused the difficulty in opening it. Mrs. Rusk found she had not strength to force it open. No wonder she had given way to terror. I think I should have almost lost my reason. Everyone knows the reserved aspect and the taciturn mood of the house, one of whose rooms is tenanted by that mysterious guest. I do not know how those awful days and more awful nights passed over. The remembrance is repulsive. I hate to think of them. I was soon draped in the conventional black, with its its heavy folds of crape. Lady Knollys came and was very kind. She undertook the direction of all those details which were to me so inexpressibly dreadful. She wrote letters for me beside, and was really most kind and useful, and her society supported me indescribably. She was odd, but her eccentricity was leavened with strong common sense. And I have often thought since with admiration and gratitude of the tact with which she managed my grief. There is no dealing with great sorrow as if it were under the control of our wills. It is a terrible phenomenon whose laws we must study and to whose conditions we must submit if we would mitigate it. Cousin Monica talked a great deal of my father. This was easy to her, for her early recollections were full of him. One of the terrible dislocations of our habits of mind respecting the dead is that our earthly future is robbed of them, and we thrown exclusively upon retrospect. From the long look forward they are removed, and every plan, imagination, and hope henceforth a silent and empty perspective. But in the past, they are all they ever were. Now let me advise all who would comfort people in a new bereavement to talk to them very freely, all they can, in this way of the dead. They will engage in it with interest. They will talk of their own recollections of the dead and listen to yours, though they become sometimes pleasant, sometimes even laughable. I found it so. It robbed the calamity of something of its supernatural and horrible abruptness. It prevented that monotony of object which is to the mind what it is to the eye, and prepared the faculty for those mesmeric illusions that derange its sense. Cousin Monica, I am sure, cheered me wonderfully. I grow to love her more and more as I think of all her trouble, care, and kindness. I had not forgotten my promise to dear Papa about the key concerning which he had evinced so great an anxiety. It was found in the pocket where he had desired me to remember. He always kept it, except when it was placed, while he slept, under his pillow. And so, my dear, that wicked woman was actually found picking the lock of your poor papa's desk. I wonder he did not punish her. You know that is burglary. Well, Lady Knollys, you know she is gone, and so I care no more about her. That is, I mean, I need not fear her. No, my dear, but you must call me Monica. Do you mind? I'm your cousin, and you call me Monica, unless you wish to vex me. No, of course, you need not be afraid of her. And she's gone. But I'm an old thing, you know, and not so tender-hearted as you. And I confess I should have been very glad to hear that the wicked old witch had been sent to prison and hard labor, I should. And what do you suppose she was looking for? What did she want to steal? I think I can guess. What do you think? To read the papers. Maybe to take banknotes. I'm not sure, I answered. Well, I think most likely she wanted to get at your poor papa's will. That's my idea. There is nothing surprising in the supposition, dear, she resumed. Did not you read the curious trial at York the other day? There is nothing so valuable to steal as a will, when a great deal of property is to be disposed of by it. Why, you would have given her ever so much money to get it back again. Suppose you go down. Dear, I'll go with you, and open the cabinet in the study. I don't think I can, for I promised to give the key to Dr. Brierly, and the meaning was that he only should open it. Cousin Monica uttered an inarticulate ahem of surprise or disapprobation. Has he been written to? No, I do not know his address. Not know his address. Come, that is curious, said Knowles, a little testily. I could not know one now living in the house could furnish even a conjecture. There was even a dispute as to which train he had gone by, north or south. They crossed the station at an interval of 5 minutes. If Dr. Brierly had been an evil spirit evoked by a secret incantation, there could not have been more complete darkness as to the immediate process of his approach. And how long do you mean to wait, my dear? No matter. At all events, you may open the desk. You may find papers to direct you. You may find Dr. Brierly's address. You may find heaven knows what. So down we went, I assenting, and we opened the desk. How dreadful the desecration seems, all privacy abrogated, the shocking compensation for the silence of death. Henceforward all is circumstantial evidence, all conjectural, except the litera scripta. And to this evidence every notebook and every scrap of paper and private letter must contribute, ransacked, bear in the light of day what it can. At the top of the desk lay 2 notes sealed, one to Cousin Monica, the other to me. Mine was a gentle and loving little farewell, nothing more, which opened afresh the fountains of my sorrow, and I cried and sobbed over it bitterly and long. The other was for Lady Knowles. I did not see how she received it, for I was already absorbed in mine. But in a while she came and kissed me in her girlish, good-natured way. Her eyes used to fill with tears at sight of my paroxysms of grief. Then she would begin. I remember it was a saying of his. And so she would repeat it, something maybe wise, maybe playful, at all events consolatory, and the circumstances in which she had heard him say it, and then would follow the recollections suggested by these. And so I was stolen away half by him and half by cousin Monica from my despair and lamentation. Along with these lay a large envelope inscribed with the words directions to be complied with immediately on my death, one of which was, let the event be forthwith published in the county and principal London papers. This step had been already taken. We found no record of Dr. Brierly's address. We made search everywhere, except in the cabinet, which I would on no account permit to be opened except, according to his direction, by Dr. Brierly's hand. But nowhere was a will or any document resembling one to be found. I had now, therefore, no doubt that his will was placed in the cabinet. In the search among my dear father's papers, we found 2 sheafs of letters, neatly tied up and labeled. These were from my Uncle Silas. My cousin Monica looked down upon these papers with a strange smile. Was it satire? Was it that indescribable smile with which a mystery which covers a long reach of years is sometimes approached? These were odd letters. If here and there occurred passages that were querulous and even abject, there were also long passages of manly and altogether noble sentiment, and the strangest rhodomontade and maunderings about religion. Here and there, a letter would gradually transform itself into a prayer and end with a doxology and no signature. And some of them expressed such wild and disordered views respecting religion as I imagine he can never have disclosed to good Mr. Fairfield, and which approached more nearly to the Swedenborg visions than to anything in the Church of England. I read these with a solemn interest, but my cousin Monica was not similarly moved. She read them with the same smile, faint, serenely contemptuous, I thought, with which she had first looked down upon them. It was the countenance of a person who amusedly traces the working of a character that is well understood. Uncle Silas is very religious, I said, not quite liking Lady Nolly's looks. Very, she said, without raising her eyes or abating her old bitter smile, as she glanced over a passage in one of his letters. You don't think he is, cousin Monica? Said I. She raised her head and looked straight at me. Why do you say that, Maud? Because you smile incredulously. I think, over his letters. "Do I?" said she. "I was not thinking. It was quite an accident. The fact is, Maud, your poor papa quite mistook me. Had no prejudice respecting him, no theory. I never knew what to think about him. I do not think Silas a product of nature, but a child of the Sphinx, and I never could understand him, that's all. I always felt so too, but that was because I was left to speculation, and to glean conjectures as I might from his portrait, or anywhere. Except what you told me, I never heard more than a few sentences. Poor papa did not like me to ask questions about him, and I think he ordered the servants to be silent. And much the same injunction this little note lays upon me, not quite, but something like it, and I don't know the meaning of it." And she looked inquiringly at me. "You are not to be alarmed about your Uncle Silas, because your being afraid would unfit you for an important service which you have undertaken for your family, the nature of which I shall soon understand, and which, although it is quite passive, would be made very sad if illusory fears were allowed to steal into your mind." She was looking into the letter in poor papa's handwriting, which she had found addressed to her in his desk, and emphasized the words, I suppose, which she quoted from it. "Have you any idea, Maud, darling, what this service may be?" she inquired, with a grave and anxious curiosity in her countenance. "None, Cousin Monica, but I have thought long over my undertaking to do it, or submit to it, be it what it may. And I will keep the promise I voluntarily made, although I know what a coward I am, and often distrust my courage. Well, I am not to frighten you. How could you? Why should I be afraid? Is there anything frightful to be disclosed? Do tell me, you must tell me. No, darling, I did not mean that. I don't mean that. Could, if I would. I don't know exactly what I meant. But your poor papa knew him better than I, in fact. I did not know him at all, that is, ever quite understood him, which your poor papa, I see, had ample opportunities of doing." And after a little pause, she added, "So you do not know what you are expected to do or to undergo. Oh, Cousin Monica, I know you think he committed that murder," I cried, starting up. I don't know why, and I felt that I grew deadly pale. "I don't believe any such thing. You little fool. You must not say such horrible things, Maud," she said, rising also, and looking both pale and angry. "Shall we go out for a little walk? Come, lock up these papers, dear, and get your things on. And if that Dr. Brierly does not turn up tomorrow, you must send for the rector good Dr. Clay, and let him make search for the will. There may be directions about many things, you know. And my dear Maud, you are to remember that Silas is my cousin as well as your uncle. Come, dear, put on your hat. So we went out together for a little cloistered walk. Chapter XXII. Somebody in the room with the coffin. When we returned, a young gentleman had arrived. We saw him in the parlor as we passed the window. It was simply a glance, but such a one as suffices to make a photograph, which we can study afterwards at our leisure. I remember him at this moment, a man of 36, dressed in a gray traveling suit, not over-well made, light-haired, fat-faced, and clumsy, and he looked both dull and cunning, and not at all like a gentleman. Branston met us, announced the arrival, and handed me the stranger's credentials. My cousin and I stopped in the passage to read them. "That's your Uncle Silas's," said Lady Knollys, touching one of the 2 letters with the tip of her finger. "Shall we have lunch, miss?" "Certainly." So Branston departed. "Read it with me, Cousin Monica," I said, and a very curious letter it was. It spoke as follows: "How can I thank my beloved niece for remembering her aged and forlorn kinsman at such a moment of anguish?" I had written a note of a few, I dare say, incoherent words by the next post after my dear father's death. It is, however, in the hour of bereavement that we most value the ties that are broken and yearn for the sympathy of kindred. Here came a little distich of French verse, of which I could only read seal and elammer. Our quiet household here is clouded with a new sorrow. How inscrutable are the ways of Providence! I, though a few years younger, how much the more infirm, how shattered in energy and in mind, how mere a burden, how entirely de trop, am spared to my sad place in a world where I can be no longer useful, where I have but one business, prayer, but one hope, the tomb, and he apparently so robust, the center of so much good, so necessary to you, so necessary, alas, to me is taken. He is gone to his rest for us. What remains but to bow our heads and murmur, "His will be done." I trace these lines with a trembling hand, while tears dim my old eyes. I did not think that any earthly event could have moved me so profoundly. From the world I have long stood aloof. I once led a life of pleasure, alas, of wickedness, as I now do one of austerity. But as I never was rich, so my worst enemy will allow, I never was avaricious. My sins, I thank my Maker, have been of a more reducible kind, and have succumbed to the discipline which heaven has provided. To earth and its interests, as well as to its pleasures, I have long been dead. For the few remaining years of my life I ask but quiet, an exemption from the agitations and distractions of struggle and care, and I trust to the giver of all good for my deliverance, well knowing, at the same time, that whatever befalls will, under his direction, prove best. Happy shall I be, my dearest niece, if in your most interesting and, in some respects, forlorn situation, I can be of any use to you. My present religious adviser, of whom I ventured to ask counsel on your behalf, states that I ought to send someone to represent me at the melancholy ceremony of reading the will which my beloved and now happy brother has, no doubt, left behind. And the idea that the experience and professional knowledge possessed by the gentleman whom I have selected may possibly be of use to you, my dearest niece, determines me to place him at your disposal. He is the junior partner in the firm of Archer and Slay, who conduct any little business which I may have from time to time. May I entreat your hospitality for him during a brief stay at Knoll. I write, even for a moment, upon these small matters of business, with an effort, a painful one, but necessary. Alas, my brother, the cup of bitterness is now full. Few and evil must the remainder of my old days be, yet while they last, I remain always for my beloved niece, that which all her wealth and splendor cannot purchase, a loving and faithful kinsman and friend, Silas Ruthyn. Is not it a kind letter? I said, while tears stood in my eyes. Yes, answered Lady Knollys dryly, but don't you think it so, really? Oh, kind, very kind, she answered in the same tone, and perhaps a little cunning. Cunning how? Well, you know I'm a peevish old tabby, and of course I scratch now and then, and see in the dark. I dare say Silas is sorry, but I don't think he is in sackcloth and ashes. He has reason to be sorry and anxious, and I say I think he is both, and you know he pities you very much, and also himself a good deal, and he wants money, and you, his beloved niece, have a great deal, and altogether it is an affectionate and prudent letter, and he has sent his attorney here to make a note of the will, and you are to give the gentleman his meals and lodging, and Silas, very thoughtfully, invites you to confide your difficulties and troubles to his solicitor. It is very kind, but not imprudent. Oh, Cousin Monica, don't you think at such a moment it is hardly natural that he should form such petty schemes, even were he capable at other times of practicing so low? Is it not judging him hardly? And you know, so little acquainted with him. I told you, dear, I'm a cross old thing, and there's an end, and I really don't care twopence about him. And of the two, I'd much rather he were no relation of ours. Now, was not this prejudice? I dare say in part it was. So, too, was my vehement predisposition in his favor. I am afraid we women are factionists. We always take a side, and nature has formed us for advocates rather than judges. And I think the function, if less dignified, is more amiable. I sat alone at the drawing-room window at nightfall, awaiting my cousin Monica's entrance. Feverish and frightened I felt that night. It was a sympathy, I fancy, with the weather. The sun had set stormily. Though the air was still, the sky looked wild and storm-swept. The crowding clouds, slanting in the attitude of flight, reflected their own sacred aspect upon my spirits. My grief darkened with a wild presaging of danger, and a sense of the supernatural fell upon me. It was the saddest and most awful evening that had come since my beloved father's death. All kinds of shapeless fears environed me in silence. For the first time, dire misgivings about the form of faith affrighted me. Who were these Swedenborgians who had got about him? No one could tell how, and held him so fast to the close of his life. Who was this bilious, bewigged, black-eyed Dr. Brierly, whom none of us quite liked, and all a little feared, who seemed to rise out of the ground, and came and went, no one knew whence or whither, exercising, as I imagined, a mysterious authority over him? Was it all good and true, or a heresy and a witchcraft? Oh, my beloved father, was it all well with you? When Lady Knollys entered, she found me in floods of tears, walking distractedly up and down the room. She kissed me in silence. She walked back and forward with me, and did her best to console me. I think, Cousin Monica, I would wish to see him once more. Shall we go up? Unless you really wish it very much, I think, darling, you had better not mind it. It is happier to recollect them as they were. There's a change, you know, darling, and there is seldom any comfort in the sight. But I do wish it very much. Oh, won't you come with me? And so I persuaded her, and up we went hand in hand in the deepening twilight, and we halted at the end of the dark gallery, and I called Mrs. Rusk, growing frightened. Tell her to let us in, Cousin Monica, I whispered. She wishes to see him, my lady, does she? Inquired Mrs. Rusk in an undertone, and with a mysterious glance at me, as she softly fitted the key to the lock. Are you quite sure, Maud dear? Yes, yes. But when Mrs. Rusk entered bearing the candle, whose beam mixed dismally with the expiring twilight, disclosing a great black coffin standing upon trestles, near the foot of which she took her stand, gazing sternly into it, I lost heart again altogether and drew back. No, Mrs. Rusk, she won't. And I am very glad, dear, she added to me. Come, Mrs. Rusk, come away. Yes, darling, she continued to me. It is much better for you. And she hurried me away and downstairs again. But the awful outlines of that large black coffin remained upon my imagination with a new and terrible sense of death. I had no more any wish to see him. I felt a horror even of the room, and for more than an hour, after a kind of despair and terror, such as I have never experienced before or since at the idea of death, Cousin Monica had had her bed placed in my room, and Mary Quince's moved to the dressing room adjoining it. For the first time, the superstitious, that follows death, but not immediately, visited me. The idea of seeing my father enter the room, or open the door and look in, haunted me. After Lady Knollys and I were in bed, I could not sleep. The wind sounded mournfully outside, and the small sounds, the rattlings and strainings that responded from within, constantly startled me, and simulated the sounds of steps, of doors opening, of knockings, and so forth, rousing me with a palpitating heart as often as I fell into a doze. At length the wind subsided, and these ambiguous noises abated, and I, fatigued, dropped into a quiet sleep. I was awakened by a sound in the gallery which I could not define. A considerable time had passed, for the wind was now quite lulled. I sat up in my bed, a good deal scared, listening breathlessly for I knew not what. I heard a step moving stealthily along the gallery. I called my cousin Monica softly, and we both heard the door of the room in which my father's body lay unlocked, some one furtively enter, and the door shut. What can it be? Good heavens, Cousin Monica, do you hear it? Yes, dear, and it is 2:00. Everyone at Knoll was in bed at 11. We knew very well that Mrs. Rusk was rather nervous, and would not, for worlds, go alone, and at such an hour, to the room. We called Mary Quince. We all three listened, but we heard no other sound. I set these things down here because they made so terrible an impression upon me at the time. It ended by our peeping out, all three in a body, upon the gallery, through each window in the perspective came its blue sheet of moonshine, but the door on which our attention was fixed was in the shade, and we thought we could discern the glare of a candle through the keyhole. While in whispers we were debating this point together, the door opened, the dusky light of a candle emerged, the shadow of a figure crossed it within, and in another moment the mysterious Dr. Brierly, angular, ungainly, in the black cloth coat that fitted little better than a coffin, issued from the chamber, candle in hand, murmuring, I suppose, a prayer. It sounded like a farewell, stepped cautiously upon the gallery floor, shutting and locking the door upon the dead, and then, having listened for a second, the saturnine figure, casting a gigantic and distorted shadow upon the ceiling and side wall from the lowered candle, strode lightly down the long dark passage, away from us. I can only speak for myself, and I can honestly say that I felt as much frightened as if I had just seen a sorcerer stealing from his unhallowed business. I think Cousin Monica was also affected in the same way, for she turned the key on the inside of the door when we entered. I do not think one of us believed at the moment that what we had seen was a Dr. Brierly of flesh and blood. And yet, the first thing we spoke of in the morning was Dr. Brierly's arrival. The mind is a different organ by night and by day. Chapter XXII. I talk with Dr. Brierly. Dr. Brierly had indeed arrived at 12:30 at night. His summons at the hall door was little heard at our remote side of the old house of Knoll, and when the sleepy, half-dressed servant opened the door, the lank doctor, in glossy black clothing, was standing alone, his portmanteau on its end upon the steps, and his vehicle disappearing in the shadows of the old trees. In he came, sterner and sharper of aspect than usual. I've been expected. I'm Dr. Brierly, haven't I? So let whoever is in charge of the body be called. I must visit it forthwith. So the doctor sat in the back drawing-room with a solitary candle, and Mrs. Rusk was called up, and, grumbling much and very peevish, dressed and went down, her ill temper subsiding in a sort of fear as she approached the visitor. How do you do, madam? A sad visit this. Is anyone watching in the room where the remains of your late master are laid? No, so much the better. It is a foolish custom. Will you please conduct me to the room? I must pray where he lies, no longer he, and be good enough to show me my bedroom, and so no one need wait up, and I shall find my way. accompanied by the man who carried his valise. Mrs. Rusk showed him to his apartment, but he only looked in and then glanced rapidly about to take the bearings of the door. Thank you, yes. Now we'll proceed here along here. Let me see. A turn to the right and another to the left, yes. He has been dead some days. Is he yet in his coffin? Yes, sir, since yesterday afternoon. Mrs. Rusk was growing more and more afraid of this lean figure sheathed in shining black cloth, whose eyes glittered with a horrible sort of cunning, and whose long brown fingers groped before him, as if indicating the way by guess. But of course, the lid's not on. You've not screwed him down, hey? No, sir. That's well. I must look on the face as I pray. He is in his place, I hear on earth. He in the spirit, I in the flesh. The neutral ground lies there. So are carried the vibrations, and so the light of earth and heaven reflected back and forward, apaugasma, a wonderful though helpless engine, the ladder of Jacob, and behold the angels of God ascending and descending on it. Thanks, I'll take the key. Mysteries to those who will live altogether in houses of clay. No mystery to such as will use their eyes and read what is revealed. This candle, it is the longer, please. No need of a pair, thanks, just this, to hold in my hand. And remember, all depends upon the willing mind. Why do you look frightened? Where is your faith? Don't you know that spirits are about us at all times? Why should you fear to be near the body? The spirit is everything. The flesh profiteth nothing. Yes, sir, said Mrs. Rusk, making him a great courtesy in the threshold. She was frightened by his eerie talk, which grew, she fancied, more voluble and energetic as they approached the corpse. Remember, then, that when you fancy yourself alone and wrapped in darkness, you stand, in fact, in the center of a theater, as wide as the starry floor of heaven, with an audience whom no man can number, beholding you under a flood of light. Therefore, though your body be in solitude and your mortal sense in darkness, remember to walk as being in the light, surrounded with a cloud of witnesses. Thus walk, and when the hour comes, and you pass forth unprisoned from the tabernacle of the flesh, although it still has its relations and its rights, and saying this, as he held the solitary candle aloft in the doorway, he nodded towards the coffin, whose large black form was faintly traceable against the shadows beyond. You will rejoice, and being clothed upon with your house from on high, you will not be found naked. On the other hand, he that loveth corruption shall have enough thereof. Think upon these things. Good night. And the Swedenborgian doctor stepped into the room, taking the candle with him, and closed the door upon the shadowy still life there, and on his own sharp and swarthy visage, leaving Mrs. Rusk in a sort of panic in the dark alone, to find her way to her room the best way she could. Early in the morning, Mrs. Rusk came to my room to tell me that Dr. Brierly was in the parlor, and begged to know whether I had not a message for him. I was already dressed, so, though it was dreadful seeing a stranger in my then mood, taking the key of the cabinet in my hand, I followed Mrs. Rusk downstairs. Opening the parlor door, she stepped in, and with a little courtesy said, "Please, sir, the young mistress, Miss Ruthin," draped in black and very pale, tall and slight. The young mistress was, and as I entered, I heard a newspaper rustle, and the sound of steps approaching to meet me. Face to face we met near the door, and without speaking, I made him a deep courtesy. He took my hand, without the least indication on my part, in his hard, lean grasp, and shook it kindly, but familiarly, peering with a stern sort of curiosity into my face as he continued to hold it. His ill-fitting, glossy black cloth, ungainly presence, and sharp, dark, vulpine features had in them, as I said before, the vulgarity of a Glasgow artisan in his Sabbath suit. I made an instantaneous motion to withdraw my hand, but he held it firmly, though there was a grim sort of familiarity. There was also decision, shrewdness, and above all, kindness in his dark face, a gleam on the whole of the masterly and the honest, that along with a certain paleness, betraying, I thought, restrained emotion, indicated sympathy and invited confidence. "I hope, miss, you are pretty well," he pronounced, pretty as it is spelled. "I have come in consequence of a solemn promise exacted more than a year since by your deceased father, the late Mr. Austin Ruthin of Knoll, for whom I cherished a warm esteem, being knit besides with him in spiritual bonds. It has been a shock to you, miss." "It has, indeed, sir. I've a doctor's degree. I have Doctor of Medicine, Miss, like St. Luke, preacher and doctor. I was in business once, but this is better. As one footing fails, the Lord provides another. The stream of life is black and angry. How so many of us get across without drowning, I often wonder. The best way is not to look too far before, just from one stepping stone to another. And though you may wet your feet, he won't let you drown. He has not allowed me." And Dr. Brierly held up his head and wagged it resolutely. "You are born to this world's wealth, in its way a great blessing, though a great trial, miss, and a great trust. But don't suppose you are destined to exemption from trouble on that account, any more than poor Emmanuel Brierly. As the sparks fly upwards, Miss Ruthin, your cushioned carriage may overturn on the highroad, as I may stumble and fall upon the footpath. There are other troubles than debt and privation. Who can tell how long health may last, or when an accident may happen the brain? What mortifications may await you in your own high sphere? What unknown enemies may rise up in your path? Or what slanders may asperse your name? Ha, ha. It is a wonderful equilibrium, a marvelous dispensation. Ha, ha. And he laughed with a shake of his head. I thought a little sarcastically, as if he was not sorry my money could not avail to buy immunity from the general curse. But what money can't do, prayer can bear that in mind, Miss Ruthin. We can all pray, and though thorns and snares and stones of fire lie strewn in our way, we need not fear them. He will give his angels charge over us, and in their hands they will bear us up. For he hears and sees everywhere, and his angels are innumerable. He was now speaking gently and solemnly, and paused. But another vein of thought he had unconsciously opened in my mind, and I said, and had my dear papa no other medical adviser? He looked at me sharply and flushed a little under his dark tint. His medical skill was, perhaps, the point on which his human vanity vaunted itself, and I dare say there was something very disparaging in my tone, and if he had no other, he might have done worse. I've had many critical cases in my hands, Miss Ruthin. I can't charge myself with any miscarriage through ignorance. My diagnosis in Mr. Ruthin's case has been verified by the result. But I was not alone. Sir Clayton Barrow saw him, and took my view a note will reach him in London. But this, excuse me, is not to the present purpose. The late Mr. Ruthin told me I was to receive a key from you, which would open a cabinet where he had placed his will. Ha! Thanks, in his study. And I think, as there may be directions about the funeral, it had better be read forthwith. Is there any gentleman, a relative, or man of business near here, whom you would wish sent for? No, none, thank you. I have confidence in you, sir. I think I spoke and looked frankly, for he smiled very kindly, though with closed lips. And you may be sure, Miss Ruthin, your confidence shall not be disappointed. Here was a long pause. But you are very young, and you must have someone by in your interest who has some experience in business. Let me see. Is not the rector doctor, Clay, at hand? In the town, very good. And Mr. Danvers, who manages the estate, he must come. And get Grimston. You see, I know all the names Grimston, the attorney, for though he was not employed about this will, he has been Mr. Ruthen's solicitor a great many years. We must have Grimston, for, as I suppose you know, though it is a short will, it is a very strange one. I expostulated, but you know he was very decided when he took a view. He read it to you, eh? No, sir. Oh, but he told you so much as relates to you and your uncle, Mr. Silas Ruthen, of Bartram-Haugh. No, indeed, sir. Huh, I wish he had. And with these words, Dr. Brierly's countenance darkened. Mr. Silas Ruthen is a religious man. Oh, very, said I. You've seen a good deal of him. No, I never saw him, I answered. Odder and odder. But he's a good man, isn't he? Very good indeed, sir. A very religious man. Dr. Brierly was watching my countenance as I spoke, with a sharp and anxious eye. And then he looked down and read the pattern of the carpet like bad news for a while, and looking again in my face askance, he said, he was very near joining us on the point. He got into correspondence with Henry Voerst, one of our best men. They call us Swedenborgians, you know, but I dare say that won't go much further now. I suppose, Miss Ruthen, 1 o'clock would be a good hour, and I am sure, under the circumstances, the gentleman will make a point of attending. Yes, Dr. Brierly, the notes shall be sent, and my cousin Lady Knollys would, I am sure, attend with me while the will is being read. There would be no objection to her presence. None in the world. I can't be quite sure who are joined with me as executors. I'm almost sorry I did not decline, but it is too late regretting. One thing you must believe, Miss Ruthen. In framing the provisions of the will I was never consulted, although I expostulated against the only very unusual one it contains when I heard it. I did so strenuously, but in vain. There was one other against which I protested, having a right to do so with better effect. In no other way does the will in any respect owe anything to my advice or dissuasion. You will please believe this, also that I am your friend. Yes, indeed, it is my duty. The latter words he spoke, looking down again, as it were in soliloquy, and thanking him, I withdrew. When I reached the hall, I regretted that I had not asked him to state distinctly what arrangements the will made so nearly affecting, as it seemed, my relations with my Uncle Silas. And for a moment I thought of returning and requesting an explanation. But then I bethought me. It was not very long to wait till 1 o'clock, so he, at least, would think. I went upstairs, therefore, to the schoolroom, which we used at present as a sitting room, and there I found Cousin Monica awaiting me. "Are you quite well, dear?" asked Lady Knollys, as she came to meet and kiss me. "Quite well, Cousin Monica. No nonsense, Maud. You're as white as that handkerchief. What's the matter? Are you ill? Are you frightened? Yes, you're trembling, you're terrified, child. I believe I am afraid. There is something in poor Papa's will about Uncle Silas about me. I don't know, Dr. Brierly says, and he seems so uncomfortable and frightened himself. I am sure it is something very bad. I am very much frightened. I am. Oh, Cousin Monica, you won't leave me." So I threw my arms about her neck, clasping her very close, and we kissed one another, I crying like a frightened child. And indeed, in experience of the world, I was no more. Chapter XXIV. The opening of the will. Perhaps the terror with which I anticipated the hour of 1, and the disclosure of the unknown undertaking to which I had bound myself, was irrational and morbid. But honestly, I doubt it. My tendency has always been that of many other weak characters, to act impetuously, and afterwards to reproach myself for consequences which I have, perhaps, in reality, had little or no share in producing. It was Dr. Brierly's countenance and manner, in alluding to a particular provision in my father's, well, that instinctively awed me. I have seen faces in a nightmare that haunted me with an indescribable horror, and yet I could not say wherein lay the fascination. And so it was with his, an omen. A menace lurked in its sallow and dismal glance. "You must not be so frightened, darling," said Cousin Monica. "It is foolish. It is, really. They can't cut off your head, you know. They can't really harm you in any essential way. If it involved a risk of a little money, you would not mind it. But men are such odd creatures. They measure all sacrifices by money. Dr. Brierly would look just as you describe if you were doomed to lose 500L. And yet it would not kill you. A companion like Lady Knollys is reassuring. But I could not take her comfort altogether to heart, for I felt that she had no great confidence in it herself. There was a little French clock over the mantelpiece in the schoolroom, which I consulted nearly every minute. It wanted now but 10 minutes of 1. "Shall we go down to the drawing-room, dear?" said Cousin Knollys, who was growing restless like me. So downstairs we went, pausing by mutual consent at the great window at the stairhead, which looks out on the avenue. Mr. Danvers was riding his tall, gray horse at a walk under the wide branches toward the house, and we waited to see him get off at the door. In his turn, he loitered there, for the good rector's gig, driven by the curate, was approaching at a smart ecclesiastical trot. Dr. Clay got down and shook hands with Mr. Danvers, and after a word or two, away drove the curate with that upward glance at the windows from which so few can refrain. I watched the rector and Mr. Danvers loitering on the steps as a patient might the gathering of surgeons who are to perform some unknown operation. They, too, glanced up at the window as they turned to enter the house, and I drew back. Cousin Monica looked at her watch. 4 minutes only. Shall we go to the drawing room? Waiting for a moment to let the gentleman get by on the way to the study, we accordingly went down, and I heard the rector talk of the dangerous state of Grindleston Bridge, and wondered how he could think of such things at a time of sorrow. Everything about those few minutes of suspense remains fresh in my recollection. I remember how they loitered and came to a halt at the corner of the oak passage leading to the study, and how the rector patted the marble head and smoothed the inflexible tresses of William Pitt as he listened to Mr. Danvers' details about the presentment. And then, as they went on, I recollect the boisterous nose blowing that suddenly resounded from the passage, and which I then referred, and still refer, intuitively to the rector. We had not been 5 minutes in the drawing room when Branston entered to say that the gentlemen I had mentioned were all assembled in the study. "Come, dear," said Cousin Monica, and leaning on her arm, I reached the study door. I entered, followed by her. The gentlemen arrested their talk and stood up, those who were sitting, and the rector came forward very gravely, and in low tones, and very kindly greeted me. There was nothing emotional in this salutation, for though my father never quarreled, yet an immense distance separated him from all his neighbors, and I do not think there lived a human being who knew him at more than perhaps a point or two of his character, considering how entirely he secluded himself. My father was, as many people living remember, wonderfully popular in his county. He was neighborly in everything except in seeing company and mixing in society. He had magnificent shooting, of which he was extremely liberal. He kept a pack of hounds at Dollerton, with which all his side of the county hunted through the season. He never refused any claim upon his purse which had the slightest show of reason. He subscribed to every fund, social, charitable, sporting, agricultural, no matter what, provided the honest people of his county took an interest in it, and always with a princely hand. And although he shut himself up, no one could say that he was inaccessible, for he devoted hours daily to answering letters, and his checkbook contributed largely in those replies. He had taken his turn long ago as High Sheriff, so there was an end of that claim before his oddity and shyness had quite secluded him. He refused the Lord Lieutenancy of his county. He declined every post of personal distinction connected with it. He could write an able as well as a genial letter when he pleased, and his appearances at public meetings, dinners, and so forth were made in this epistolary fashion. And when occasion presented, by magnificent contributions from his purse. If my father had been less good-natured in the sporting relations of his vast estates, or less magnificent in dealing with his fortune, or even if he had failed to exhibit the intellectual force which always characterized his letters on public matters, I dare say that his oddities would have condemned him to ridicule, and possibly to dislike. But every one of the principal gentlemen of his county, whose judgment was valuable, has told me that he was a remarkably able man, and that his failure in public life was due to his eccentricities, and in no respect to deficiency in those peculiar mental qualities which make men feared and useful in Parliament. I could not forbear placing on record this testimony to the high mental and the kindly qualities of my beloved father, who might have passed for a misanthrope or a fool. He was a man of generous nature and powerful intellect, but given up to the oddities of a shyness which grew with years and indulgence, and became inflexible with his disappointments and affliction. There was something even in the rector's kind and ceremonious greeting, which oddly enough reflected the mixed feelings in which awe was not without a place, with which his neighbors had regarded my dear father, having done the honors, I am sure looking woefully pale, had time to glance quietly at the only figure there with which I was not tolerably familiar. This was the junior partner in the firm of Archer and Slay, who represented my Uncle Silas, a fat and pallid man of 36, with a sly and evil countenance. And it has always seemed to me ill dispositions show more repulsively in a pale, fat face than in any other, Dr. Brierly, standing near the window, was talking in a low tone to Mr. Grimston, our attorney. I heard good Dr. Clay whisper to Mr. Danvers, "Is not that Dr. Brierly, the person with the black? The black, it's a wig. I think in the window, talking to Abel Grimston. Yes, that's he. Odd-looking person, one of the Swedenborg people. Is not he?" Continued the rector. "So I am told." "Yes," said the rector quietly, and he crossed one gaitered leg over the other, and with fingers interlaced, twiddled his thumbs as he eyed the monstrous sectary under his orthodox old brows with a stern inquisitiveness. I thought he was meditating theologic battle, but Dr. Brierly and Mr. Grimston, still talking together, began to walk slowly from the window, and the former said, in his peculiar grim tones, "I beg pardon, Miss Ruthin. Perhaps you would be so good as to show us which of the cabinets in this room your late lamented father pointed out as that to which this key belongs." I indicated the oak cabinet. "Very good, ma'am, very good," said Dr. Brierly, as he fumbled the key into the lock. Cousin Monica could not forbear murmuring, "Dear, what a brute!" The junior partner, with his dumpy hands in his pocket, poked his fat face over Mr. Grimston's shoulder and peered into the cabinet as the door opened. The search was not long. A handsome white paper enclosure, neatly tied up in pink tape and sealed with large red seals, was inscribed in my dear father's hand, "Will of Austin R. Ruthin of Knoll." Then, in smaller characters, the date, and in the corner a note, "This will was drawn from my instructions by Gaunt, Hogg, and Hatchett, solicitors, Great Woburn Street, London, ARR. Let me have a squint at that endorsement, please, gentlemen." Half whispered the unpleasant person who represented my Uncle Silas. "'Tisn't an endorsement. There, look, a memorandum on an envelope," said Abel Grimston gruffly. "Thanks, all right, that will do," he responded, himself making a pencil note of it in a long clasp book which he drew from his coat pocket. The tape was carefully cut and the envelope removed without tearing the writing, and forth came the will, at sight of which my heart swelled and fluttered up to my lips, and then dropped down dead as it seemed into its place. "Mr. Grimston, you will please to read it," said Dr. Brierly, who took the direction of the process. I will sit beside you, and as we go along, you will be good enough to help us to understand technicalities and give us a lift where we want it. It's a short will, said Mr. Grimston, turning over the sheets, very considering. Here's a codicil. I did not see that, said Dr. Brierly. Dated only a month ago. Oh, said Dr. Brierly, putting on his spectacles. Uncle Silas's ambassador, sitting close behind, had insinuated his face between Dr. Brierly's and the readers of the will, on behalf of the surviving brother of the testator, interposed the delegate. Just as Abel Grimston had cleared his voice to begin, I take leave to apply for a copy of this instrument. It will save a deal of trouble if the young lady as represents the testator here has no objection. You can have as many copies as you like when the will is proved, said Mr. Grimston. I know that, but supposing as all's right, where's the objection? Just the objection there always is to acting irregular, replied Mr. Grimston. You don't object to act disobliging, it seems. You can do as I told you, replied Mr. Grimston. Thank you for nothing, murmured Mr. Slay, and the reading of the will proceeded, while he made elaborate notes of its contents in his capacious pocket-book. I, Austin Allimer Ruthin, being, I thank God, of sound mind and perfect recollection, and see. And then came a bequest of all his estates real, chattels real, copyrights, leases, chattels, money, rights, interests, reversions, powers, plate, pictures, and estates and possessions whatsoever, to 4 persons, Lord Ilbury, Mr. Penrose Cresswell of Cresswell, Sir William Aylmer Bart, and Hans Emmanuel Brierly, Doctor of Medicine, to have and to hold, and see, whereupon my cousin Monica ejaculated, A. And Dr. Brierly interposed, 4 trustees, ma'am. We take little but trouble, you'll see go on. Then it came out that all this multifarious splendor was bequeathed in trust for me, subject to a bequest of 15,000 L, to his only brother, Silas Aylmer Ruthin, and 3,500 L, each to the 2 children of his said brother, and lest any doubt should arise by reason of his, the testator's decease, as to the continuance of the arrangement by way of lease, under which he enjoyed his present habitation and farm. He left him the use of the mansion house and lands of Bartram-Haugh, in the county of Derbyshire, and of the lands of so-and-so and so-and-so, adjoining thereto, in the said county, for the term of his natural life, on payment of a rent of 5s per annum, and subject to the like conditions as to waste, and c, as are expressed in the said lease. By your leave, may I ask is them dispositions all the devises to my client, which is his only brother, as it seems to me you've seen the will before? Enquired Mr. Slay. Nothing more, unless there is something in the codicil, answered Doctor Brierly, but there was no mention of him in the codicil. Mr. Slay threw himself back in his chair and sneered with the end of his pencil between his teeth. I hope his disappointment was altogether for his client. Mr. Danvers fancied, he afterwards said, that he had probably expected legacies which might have involved litigation, or, at all events, law costs, and perhaps a stewardship. But this was very barren, and Mr. Danvers also remarked that the man was a very low practitioner, and wondered how my Uncle Silas could have commissioned such a person to represent him. So far the will contained nothing of which my most partial friend could have complained. The codicil, too, devised only legacies to servants, and a sum of 1,000 L, with a few kind words to Monica, Lady Knollys, and a further sum of 3,000 L to Dr. Brierly, stating that the legatee had prevailed upon him to erase from the draft of his will a bequest to him to that amount, but that, in consideration of all the trouble devolving upon him as trustee, he made that bequest by his codicil, and with these arrangements the permanent disposition of his property was completed. But that direction to which he and Dr. Brierly had darkly alluded was now to come, and certainly it was a strange one. It appointed my Uncle Silas my sole guardian, with full parental authority over me, until I should have reached the age of 21, up to which time I was to reside under his care at Bartram-Haugh, and it directed the trustees to pay over to him yearly a sum of 2,000 L. During the continuance of the guardianship, for my suitable maintenance, education, and expenses, you have now a sufficient outline of my father's will. The only thing I painfully felt in this arrangement was the break-up, the dismay that accompanies the disappearance of home. Otherwise, there was something rather pleasurable in the idea. As long as I could remember, I had always cherished the same mysterious curiosity about my uncle, and the same longing to behold him. This was about to be gratified. Then there was my cousin Millicent, about my own age. My life had been so lonely that I had acquired none of those artificial habits that induce the fine lady nature a second, and not always a very amiable one. She had lived a solitary life, like me. What rambles and readings we should have together. What confidences and castle buildings. And then there was a new country and a fine old place, and the sense of interest and adventure that always accompanies change in our early youth. There were 4 letters, all alike with large red seals, addressed respectively to each of the trustees named in the will. There was also one addressed to Silas Alimer Ruthin, Esquire, Bartram-Haugh Manor, and C, which Mr. Slay offered to deliver. But Dr. Brierly thought the post office was the more regular channel. Uncle Silas's representative was questioning Dr. Brierly in an undertone. I turned my eyes on my cousin Monica. I felt so inexpressibly relieved, expecting to see a corresponding expression in her countenance. But I was startled. She looked ghastly and angry. I stared in her face, not knowing what to think. Could the will have personally disappointed her? Such doubts, though we fancy in afterlife they belong to maturity and experience only, do sometimes cross our minds in youth. But the suggestion wronged Lady Knollys, who neither expected nor wanted anything, being rich, childless, generous, and frank. It was the unexpected character of her countenance that scared me, and for a moment the shock called up corresponding moral images. Lady Knollys, starting up, raised her head so as to see over Mr. Slay's shoulder, and biting her pale lip, she cleared her voice and demanded, "Dr. Brierly, pray, sir, is the reading concluded?" "Concluded? Quite. Yes, nothing more," he answered with a nod, and continued his talk with Mr. Danvers and Abel Grimston. "And to whom," said Lady Knollys, with an effort, "will the property belong? In case my little cousin here should die before she comes of age." Well, wouldn't it go to the heir-at-law and next of kin?" said Dr. Brierly, turning to Abel Grimston. "Ay, to be sure," said the attorney thoughtfully. "And who is that?" pursued my cousin. "Well, her uncle, Mr. Silas Ruthin. He's both heir-at-law and next of kin," pursued Abel Grimston. "Thank you," said Lady Knollys. Dr. Clay came forward, bowing very low in his standing collar and single-breasted coat, and graciously folded my hand in his soft, wrinkled grasp. "Allow me, my dear Miss Ruthin, while expressing my regret that we are to lose you from among our little flock, though I trust, but for a very short time, to say how I rejoice at the particular arrangement indicated by the will we have just heard read. My curate, William Fairfield, resided for some years in the same spiritual capacity in the neighborhood of your, I will say, admirable uncle, with occasional intercourse with whom he was favored, may I not say blessed, a true Christian churchman, a Christian gentleman. Can I say more? A most happy, happy choice. A very low beau here, with eyes nearly closed and a shake of the head. Mrs. Clay will do herself the honor of waiting upon you to pay her respects before you leave Knoll for your temporary sojourn in another sphere. So with another deep bow, for I had become a great personage all at once, he let go my hand cautiously and delicately, as if he were setting down a curious china teacup, and I courtesied low to him, not knowing what to say, and then to the assembly generally, who all bowed. And Cousin Monica whispered briskly, "Come away," and took my hand with a very cold and rather damp one, and led me from the room.